Admiral, if I may.
Speak freely, Marshal.
By all accounts, Leviathan's most formidable weapon is the very sea itself. Waves and whirlpools, tides and currents, all these things are his to command. The key to victory, I believe, lies in disarming our foe. This, in effect, is what the company of heroes achieved with their ruse. We cannot lure Leviathan from the sea a second time. But what if we could weaken his hold upon the element of water? I have heard of devices capable of such wonders. They draw upon the power of corrupted crystals, I am told. If mounted upon a ship, such a device might be used to prevent Leviathan from bringing the full force of the sea to bear against us, rendering him no more dangerous than any other sea serpent.
Of course! Sid built a similar device to grant the Enterprise safe passage through Garuda's Tempest, did he not?
Begging your pardon, my lady, but to give credit where it's due, this is something I heard from an old arcanist friend of mine.
It makes little difference who thought of it first, so long as it works. Beg the specifications of this device from your friend, and I shall pass them on to our people at Naldak and Vermelis. But before we proceed any further, I would voice one concern. Piercing Garuda's defenses is one thing. Suppressing Leviathan's attacks, quite another. In matters of science, I am as a babbling babe. But I cannot well imagine that such a feat would be possible without a veritable mountain of corrupted crystals. The question being, do we have a ship big enough to bear such a burden?
Mayhap not, Admiral, but two might. Recall you the tale of Mistbeard's greatest haul? It is said that he lashed two ships together, side by side, the better to bear his plunder. By your leave, we might attempt to repeat the trick. The gods know it would be quicker than building a new vessel.
Mistbeard did this. Truly, Marshal, upon the subject of the Pirate King, you are as a scholar.
Now, from what I have gleaned of these matters, the device will need to be in close and constant proximity to the target. To wit, we must lash our twin vessel to Leviathan. This in itself will be no small feat. Ramming speed will be required, but given the weight of the cargo, that will only be attainable with the aid of a towing vessel. Suffice it to say, the task of piloting said vessel will entail considerable danger, and I would not ask it of another. I volunteer myself.
Will be dangerous for all involved, but we have no better recourse. Very well. Commodore, assemble the remnants of the fleet at Moraby Bay. Give priority to our soundest vessels. The repairs can wait. Storm Marshal Slafirson, command of the operation is yours. I want that twin vessel ready to sail post-haste.
At once, Admiral.
And then there is the small matter of slaying the beast. The fate of Limsa Lominsa rests upon your shoulders once again. Go well, warrior of light.
You can't do this to me. But Markipu, I love you. You can't do this to me. I voted for your girlfriend, Justin.
We Lominsans are sworn to strive, till sea swallows all. And swallow all it would have had Leviathan prevailed. That we still strive now, we owe in no small part to you. Not for the first time, you have delivered Limsa Lominsa from the wrath of a primal. Never has our nation known a stouter ally. On behalf of my people, I give you my humblest thanks. 'Tis meet that I give thanks to old Mistbeard, too, for his fine solution. Whatever else he may have been, 'tis clear he was a resourceful foe. Would that I had a man like him in my service.
Before I set foot in these lands, I had no inkling that the people of Eorzea contended with such mighty foes. Suffice it to say, their existence came as something of a shock, as did the idea that they could be defeated. This experience has served to remind me of the vastness of the world, and the boundless potential of man. Though I am but a refugee in this realm, I would fain be of use to you in your fight. Know that I am tutored in one of the foremost combat arts of the Far East. It may seem outlandish to the Eorzean eye, but should any of your people care to learn, I would be pleased to initiate them.
And I will see to it that they are grateful. I have no doubt that your knowledge and skills will serve us well. Besides, your art is not so outlandish as you think. Would you not agree, Master Thancred?
Naught escapes your searching eye, Admiral. Few are privy to this information, but Limsa Lominsa is home to a certain secret fraternity. Its members are trained in a form of combat, not unlike your own. By my judgment, it should not be beyond such individuals to adapt to the techniques I witnessed you employing with such admirable deftness.
I am heartened to hear this. I too noted a kinship between your style and mine own, though it seemed to me that you fought differently in the beginning.
I suppose I did. What can I say? I'm a man of many talents.
Though you may labor to believe it, Thancred was once something of a scoundrel who fraternized with the criminal class in these parts.
Y'stola! You jest, of course.
But for a chance encounter with Alfinil's grandsire, he might never have left Limsa Lominsa, or received an education in Sharlayan, or taken up his post in Uldar, which is where he trained in the blade, lest you wonder.
Minfilia, please!
It would seem there is more to you than meets the eye, Master Thancred.
Lady Yugiri, I am told that you and yours came to Eorzea seeking permanent resettlement, and that many Domins have since been engaged as frontier hands at Revenant's Toll. Morderna is many things, but a place of refuge it is not. Know that I would like nothing better than to furnish your people with a new home here on Lominsan soil. Alas, racked by instability as we are, our nation is in no fit state to take you in. Yet I'll not have it said that we turned a blind eye to your suffering. Until such time as we can do more, I pledge to send provisions.
We are in your debt, Admiral. I realize that it scarce qualifies as repayment, but if it please you, I shall set about sharing my martial knowledge with your people at once.
You wished a word in private.
The better not to spoil the festive mood. History repeats itself, Admiral. As the kobolds did before them, the Sahagin resorted to summoning their god over a territorial feud. They acted in self-preservation. It may be that the Sahagin initiated this particular clash, but how it begins does not interest me so much as how it ends.
I have not forgotten our conversation, Y'ashtola. I am aware that man bears part of the blame for the Primal's existence. Nor am I ignorant of the Sahagin's reason for acting. They sought to secure a place to breed and multiply that their kind might survive. Self-preservation, as you say. But we have as much right to live and thrive as they. If our own survival is threatened, are we to lay down our arms and welcome oblivion? Nay.
And so you kill, that you might live. Yet if living is a right, then that right belongs to all peoples, be they men or beastmen.
I'll not deny your reasoning. But when a storm gathers, it falls to me to see my people safely through it. That is my duty, and I shall do it.
As must we all, Admiral. Stay the course, then. But know that it will lead to no good end.
Man has ever put himself first and foremost. To justify his actions, he clads himself in the armor of righteousness, though it be a fancy of his own making. In this, mayhap the Garleans and we Domans are not so different.
Eorzea has become as a raging sea. If we are to keep our heads above the waves, we cannot scruple to drown the man next to us. When hopes of coexistence founder, strength must determine who has the greater right to live.
I have been reflecting upon the events which took place during our visit to Vilbrand. If you have a moment, I would share my conclusions with you. Please, bear with me. When the Sahagin Elder summoned Leviathan, he employed the power we have come to know as the Echo. Though I cannot well explain the how of it, it would seem he became immortal in so doing. When the Admiral subsequently slew him, his spirit emerged from his lifeless flesh, a consciousness shorn of physical form. Thus transfigured, he took up residence in the body of his minion with the ease of a man donning a favorite glove. Long have I known that the Echo allows one to pass through the walls of a man's soul, but never did I imagine that it could free us from our own flesh, nor less that our souls could then occupy the next corporeal vessel to take our fancy. It was of this that Elidibus spoke, an existence which knows neither cessation nor oblivion. And yet, though the Sahagin had mastered his gift and thereby become immortal, he was by no means invulnerable. As we both bore witness, he was ultimately absorbed into Leviathan. And the import of this observation? If the Ascians' mode of existence is indeed the same, it can be inferred that they too are not invulnerable, that they can be destroyed. There exists a legend which tells of souls who are reborn upon the cusp of each umbral calamity, that they might stay the encroaching darkness. To most, it is but a fairy tale. Yet recent events have given me cause to wonder, could the legend in fact refer to the Echo? Much and more yet remains unknown, but I am confident that all will become clear in time. For the present, however, what matters is that the key to defeating the Ascians may at last be within sight. With Urianger's aid, it is my hope that I shall fathom this matter ere long. Oh, I was just about to send for you, my friend. Is Artemis?
Grave tidings from the Sharlayan motherland, my lady. It doth concern our distant allies, the students of Baldesion.
What of them?
My lady, the Isle of Val, which for many years hath been the Order's home, is no more.
No more? Whatever do you mean?
I relate only that which hath been conveyed unto me by our agents. An etheric wave of the highest magnitude was recorded in the region. Soon thereafter, 'twas observed that the isle had ceased to be. 'Tis postulated that a magic was evoked, like in power to Ultima.
12 preserve.
If there are no other matters, I move that today's meeting be adjourned.
It is done, my lord. Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but these orders, I am uncertain as to what end they serve.
Revolution.
Allô? Oui. Oui, ouais.
Come, you must have gathered by now that Tataru is given to exaggeration. As you can see, I am quite well. Ul'dah, on the other hand, is not. This riot was anything but an isolated incident. There is a restlessness in the air. Tensions long simmering are at last threatening to boil over. Ul'dah is a nation infamous for the great disparity between the wealthy and the poor. The majority of the populace accepts this state of affairs because they believe that every man bears responsibility for his own lot in life. To an Ul'dah, money is the foremost, and some would say the only measure of a man's worth. Small wonder that the wealthiest wield the greatest influence. So where do the refugees fit into this social hierarchy? What place is there for those who fled Ala Mhigo and the destruction of the Calamity? Plainly, there is none. They have no wealth, no power, and no worth. To the Ul'dah way of thinking, they may as well not exist. Choosing to ignore their existence, however, is patently not an option. General Raoban and the Sultana understand this, which is why they ordered the Immortal Flames to provide the refugees aid and succor. Yet none would dispute that the expenses incurred by this policy grow by the day, with no end in sight. This has prompted more and more Ul'dahs to question their obligation to aid these worthless wanderers. While more and more refugees have come to resent their treatment at the hands of the sneering citizenry. The manner of Lord Lolorito's refusal to grant the Dolmens asylum bespoke a disdain for all refugees, an attitude shared by the rest of the monetarists. And you may be sure they make no effort to conceal their opinions. It was only a matter of time before the refugees united in protest. Nor is it any surprise that some among them would ultimately resort to violence. That the Immortal Flames should choose this of all occasions to engage in joint training exercises with the other Grand Companies. By the time they return, the situation may well have deteriorated beyond mending.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dans des uniformes, ils vendent pas les jackets uniformes. Ils vendent des ordinaires. J'ai regardé au site que Eric avait envoyé, puis je pense que c'était pas sûr. C'est assez compliqué que c'est ça pour peut-être raison pour le préparer du mail, là, mais je suis pas sûr que c'est.
Non, j'ai checké past ma ça comme une fois, j'ai checké comme plusieurs fois. Non.
OK.
C'est fait. Je vais juste.
OK. J'ai sorti. Regarde, il y a que je check le chaleur refrigeration. Ça, c'est. Chaleur refrigeration. Il y a même Morris Gasbar. Chaleur ici, Morris Gasbar.
C'est ça,
Ouais. System up. Yeah. Morris Gas and Convenience. All the front.
Well, that's good of how good. Good.
Ah ouais?
Tu sais, le reste, c'est monté, non?
Sur le magasin, tu dis? Mais je sais pas si les ventes ou les installent. Je peux aller voir, leur demander. Et, mais comme ici, là, il y a d'autres sites, il y en a à Beresford, il y a Maritime Refrigeration, il y a Morris maintenant, il y en a qui vendent des job kits pour les tuyaux. Ça, c'est comme dans la région de Ladder. Il est un peu trop haut, mais lui, je pense qu'il est faire juste. Ladder, c'est son contract for lui. Il y a Bridge Street. Ladder, c'est son installation. Il y en a deux en particulier, c'est une petite qui est le faisais ça, franchement, il y a deux cœurs. C'est soit avoir le job test avec le tuyau. Et lui, ce qu'il me disait, c'est, je dis, pourquoi tu n'as pas une vie de compte ordinaire avec ta machine là, par-dessus les fenêtres, et tu mets des petits réseaux. Et tout ça, moi, je suis voir, bon, il y en a deux dans.
S'il y a une fois un petit dans le
il y en a, parce que j'en ai vu là-dessus qui, j'en ai vu là-dessus qui disent ça, qu'ils peuvent mettre la fenêtre sur le tour du champ. La seule chose, c'est que la fenêtre, la fenêtre à l'huile, regarde la fenêtre, ils mettent des petits rideaux, ça c'est
ouais, mais
c'est voilà, si une des choses qu'il faut regarder, c'est des mini-OSM. Ça existe, on veut avoir un des vaches à ça. Il y a un problème de l'OSM de 2 ans à
non, mais si tu la changes, quand est-ce que tu la changes, l'assurance individuelle que va avoir.
Les assurances avant, ils l'ont cancellé à cause de ça. Eux autres, ils me disent, comme vous avez dit, que la peine était expirée cette année. Et eux autres, ils ont dit qu'ils assurent les constructeurs, comme ils assurent les maisons et les gens. C'est la même chose. Je suis sûr, moi, que l'année prochaine, ils vont t'appeler et ils vont dire, as-tu changé ta teinte? Puis, on va dire, tu changes ta teinte.
Quand je viens de faire ce pouvoir, c'est le droit. Il faut que je fasse des billes pour voir le
Moi, je suis très bon. Je vais voir ce qu'on va nous faire. Moi, les appeler, je vais aller là. Je vais avoir une petite maison d'à peu près 750 pieds carrés. Puis, j'aimerais installer un job plus tard. Comment ça me coûterait? Voilà, ils vont faire un calcul, 10 minutes, ils vont faire un calcul. Puis, ils vont dire à peu près comment ça va coûter. Puis, là, je vais décider que leur dire, on va garder ma fenêtre. Toutes les choses, c'est une small oil tank.
Pegar as puxadas e descer.
Avec combien de gallons?
10 entreprises jettent dans un petit gros, comme une production. C'est comment tu cheats l'espace là?
Ouais.
Il a pris une cale. Puis ça
Ah,
s'appelle,
on va me dire tout. Comment ça allait, il a pris ça?
il a
Je veux dire, combien de gallons?
275.
275 gallons.
L'autre, oui. C'était pas américain, ça.
Marco Dito,
Ça, c'est...
du américain, c'est le fait.
Ça, c'est un autre step. Je vais changer ta carte.
Ben ouais, à 1004.
Ouais.
Ça veut dire 5004 pour le deux.
Ouais. Les piastres, ça va coûter 2000 piastres. Ça va faire 2,5, c'est quasiment 2000 piastres. C'est ça. Ouais, avec la nouvelle compagnie d'assurance qui assure si tu as des problèmes.
Pour le mal de vie, c'est la même chose. C'est comme une nature, c'est qui est une nature, qui est une nature, c'est qui est à travers. C'est ça. Il faut voir une attaque. C'est ça, c'est pas là. Irving. Orienté. Je vais l'enlever de là aussi. La tigre qui est ici. Je vais l'enlever de là, ça me donnerait beaucoup plus de place dans le.
Mais il faut le pousser.
Là, je me pas le mettre de l'enlever dessus. Ça fait longtemps que je peux pousser ça dans le fond, ça.
Ouais.
Ah, plus de place. Pas juste la place pour les gars, il y a comme au moins 2 pieds là, en arrière, 3 pieds, 3 pieds. En arrière, la petite vie que je peux pousser ça en arrière. Là, j'aimerais peinturer. Je vais l'enlever de là aussi parce que je veux peinturer. J'aimerais. Je vais la mettre noire.
Anyway, ouais, ça n'a pas l'air bien compliqué. C'est rien que. Ça n'a vraiment pas l'air compliqué.
Mais je sais pas si mettre pas le prix, moi, des gros.
Ouais,
Ça fait.
Ouais. Pensez que faire gratuit.
C'est bon.
Ouais, c'est bon.
Moi, des points, je ne sais pas voir la pointe. Moi. J'aurais bien activé.
C'est bien.
Non. The royal thing, what's the 35 gallons? Never used. Or, I just kept it there throughout the like ah, c'est pas ça, il voulait à monter. Il fait faire du place sur le pays, puis ça fait comme ça. À monter, c'est celle-là que je sortais. C'est moi ça, puis la mienne, c'est vraiment. Ouais. Well, no, but I think I do. I should see you. The weird gas, I think it was just by the person. There's some gas. Tu veux ça le galon dessus? Et bien une litre. Descends.
You said ace heat pump in battle, mini split heat pump, ducted, and ductless. And look.
Show me a question, you know. Det tænker jeg videre med en rundt i sådan. Dernede. Hello.
Hello, Cheetos More baby Cheetos.
Oh.
So, I run up to the view.
Commander Swift has kept us apprised of your recent activities. You've made great strides towards quelling the violence.
Despite our best efforts to determine what provoked this uprising,
This information does not leave this room. The Syndicate's decision to reject the Doman refugees' appeal for asylum had lasting repercussions. A number of those displaced by the Calamity claimed it was proof of a policy of discrimination. Together with a group of Alamegan refugees, they organized a series of demonstrations to protest against the Sultanate. Demonstrations which became heated, but did not descend into violence. Until a certain incident served as a call to arms.
A unit of brass blades sent to supervise a demonstration loosed arrows upon unarmed protesters. It was this atrocity which prompted the refugees to take up arms. I need not tell you what followed.
We assumed at first that the attack was born of a miscommunication. When emotions run high, they happen. But suspicions were raised regarding the unit's commanding officer, whom I ordered interrogated. Sure enough, our fears were soon confirmed. The dog confessed that a merchant had offered him coin to give the order. A merchant in the employ of Teleji Adeleji.
Teleji Adeleji. But he spoke in favor of the Doman's cause, and has ever seemed sympathetic towards the refugees' plight. Why would he do such a thing?
Know you of the Cartano Reclamation Bill? It is a proposal to annex the Cartano Flats so that refugees may establish permanent settlements.
When last I looked, that was disputed territory.
Aye. Some might even call it a battlefield. The destruction wrought by Bahamut was greatest at the Carteneau Flats. That much is common knowledge. What is less well known is that his rampage laid bare ancient Allagan ruins, of which no record existed. There are certain differences of opinion as to how these ruins should be handled, which is why each nation maintains a military presence in the region to this day. Yet differ though we may, we are still allies. Therefore, in the interest of preserving the Eorzean alliance, we have reached an agreement. Any conflict which may arise during the course of military exercises in the region shall have no bearing on relations between our nations. In full knowledge of this delicate state of affairs, Teleji Adeleji proposed the Carteneau Reclamation Bill. A shameless bloody ruse which stands to benefit him in but one conceivable way. If successful, he will gain control over the disputed territory under the guise of assisting in the resettlement effort. And you can be sure he'll build an orphanage next to every Allagan ruin.
The man would threaten the unity of the Eorzean alliance and risk countless lives for personal gain.
He walks a path all his own, independent of any faction and beholden to none of his fellows on the Syndicate.
By inciting the less fortunate to violence, he hopes to convince others that the Carteneau Reclamation Bill is the only viable solution. His sympathy for the plight of the Domans was not but posturing to gain credibility with the refugees. Of that there can be no doubt.
Forgive me, but what could possibly motivate Teleji Adeleji to go to such lengths? What is so special about these ruins that he would risk his position on the Syndicate, and, most likely, charges of treason against the Sultanate?
Omega.
Pardon?
An Allagan monstrosity, not unlike the Ultima weapon. Mayhap larger, we know not. It has yet to be fully excavated. Allagan inscriptions indicate that it was created to fell Bahamut himself. If accurate, it might explain why Nael Van Darnus chose to bring the Red Moon down upon the Carteneau Flats. Given the ends he went to ensure Eorzea's annihilation, destroying the one weapon which could stay the Elder Primal may well have seemed like good sense.
When first I bore witness to the power of the Ultima weapon, I doubted the evidence of my senses. And now you tell me there is another such weapon, one which could contend with Bahamut.
Aye, we were skeptical ourselves. Truth be told, until the Ultima weapon's existence came to light, we thought the inscription had been mistranslated.
At present, Omega is more akin to a fossil than a tool of war, having long since ceased to function. As such, its true potential cannot accurately be gauged. However, if someone were to restore it, as the Garleans did the Ultima weapon, I have little doubt that he would wield untold power.
Power enough to subjugate Uldar like as not, and the rest of Eorzea besides, which is doubtless why Teleji Adeleji yearns to have it.
That he should aspire to world domination. He who has ever walked 2 paces behind Lord Lolorito in matters of commerce.
'Tis in acknowledgement of his own limitations that he seeks this power. Woe betide us all should we allow him to have it.
Pray waste no time chasing rats. Only a fool would believe that secrets can be kept in Uldar.
It would seem the implications of the Sultanate's refugee problem are rather more far-reaching than we assumed.
All within the past 24 hours, you have one of the most historical a bunch of memes that spawned with the tag team match that was against Donald Trump. So just as right here for the you also have HB's turning on Justin Trudeau. You have a version of the minister who admits that the bad guy who makes things or wants to make things go boom, that was plotting that massive weapons vigil attack in America, he was a Canadian, or at least it was subscribe if you haven't already. It does really love the channel. We are on the route to have 80 million subscribers, which is absolutely insane to think about. But I want to thank everybody for getting us past the 400,000 mark and heading for that 500,000 here. Might get that before the next Canadian election. And if you want to support the channel above and beyond just subscribing and liking the videos, you are more than welcome to join the membership program, just down below in the description, or just quickly tap that join button. And without further ado, let's get into it. So let's start the video with 12 projected seats with a bottom line at 181, top line at 234, Justin Trudeau at 77 projected seats, the Bloc Québécois at 36 projected seats, and Jagmeet Singh at a whole whopping. Hold on, I have to zoom in every time. It's such small numbers. Everything about Jagmeet's really small, except his ego. 16 projected seats. Holy smokes. Now, 99% likely across the board for the Conservatives of winning the most seats and for odds of a majority government. So the polls in Canada are looking good, but what's not looking good in America is the fact that Taylor Swift and her hundreds of millions of fans are now going to be voting for Kamala Harris, because last night, moments after the debate, you have Taylor Swift says she'll be voting for U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris in November's presidential election. Oh, that is not very good. But speaking of not very good, we have some more bad news. So I posted this on X moments during the debate, where to me it felt like it was ABC News versus Donald Trump. It was not a non-biased mediator. They were trying to fact check Donald Trump, and they did it many times. Not once did they do that for Kamala. And that's going to be presented as with the rhetoric that it's Kamala is not worthy of being fact-checked. And that's just simply not true. She spread a lot of lies. There was a lot of very suspicious things about Kamala Harris, and one of them has surfaced moments after the debate ended, such as this one right here. You have these weird earrings of hers. This is going to sound super crazy conspiracy, but these earrings of hers are actually found to be this right here, these Nova earbuds that are made to look like earrings. So I don't know if it's actually true, but it certainly does seem like that's the case. And if that is the case, that is highly illegal, because the whole debate was supposed to be without any assistance, any notes, knowing what any of the questions are, and any form of communication with your party. But after all of that happened, you had Donald Trump was in the war room, so to speak, afterwards, and he has this to say about Kamala in the debate.
Her campaign is saying that I want you to post a reporting that she wants a second debate. What's her answer? She lost. She wants it because she lost. You have an answer?
I have to think about it, but if you won the debate, I sort of think maybe I shouldn't do it. Why should I do another debate? She immediately said, we want another debate. That's, you know what happens when you're a prize fighter, you lose. You immediately want a new fight. You want a rematch. You want a rematch. The guy that won is sort of happy and thinking about it.
Would you be inclined to say yes?
So maybe if it was on a fair network, I would do that. But
I think let Hannity moderate it.
Yeah, no, I think...
Like I did Newsom and Ron DeSantis.
I think it would be fair. You would be fair.
I would be fair. I'd let you both talk. I'd let you go at each other.
I thought they would be fair. They weren't, but I felt very comfortable.
Yeah.
And we have the best policy. She has no policy.
Okay,
right, and that's how a lot of people feel. And I said this at the end of the live stream for the debate. I really feel like the whole debate should have been about those two candidates. We want to hear Trump debate Kamala. We don't want to hear Trump then silence and Kamala then silence and Trump then silence, Kamala then silence. The whole point is for them to debate and square off as close to a boxing match, or in this case, a verbal boxing match, as we can get, and that really was not the case at all. You had a bit of a WWE scripted showdown take place, and that's what the entire, not nation, but world saw. It was very humiliating. But let's know what you guys think down below in the comments. Now we have some more Canadian news. So Cat Canada is on the scene here in Nanaimo, and she spotted some pro-Palestine protesters. As Justin knows, end of caucus retreats. They are they are also there. You can see it's at nighttime, but then they're there during the day as well. You also had some politicians that were spotted either leaving that building or entering that building. So Cat Canada caught up with Liberal Immigration Minister Mark Miller and tried to ask him some questions.
Mr. Miller, any plans of reducing mass immigration in Canada that's currently having on our housing prices, on our housing?
I'm back from now.
Housing? Minister Miller.
I did want to admit that our immigration is causing massive barriers in the Canadian economy, such as housing, which people are struggling, and a lot of that is attributed to our immigration policy. Of course, they all want to that, right? So, statement or that question. This question, well, if you've never seen it, that is such a weird way of answering things. And then you also have that man caught up with a man and tried to ask her some questions.
Yeah, do you have plans to negotiate with the Separatists and Quebec to maintain power for the coast? Just a quick question. So, Minister Ayat, do you have any plans to negotiate with the Separatists in Quebec to maintain power?
Why not answer? You have already been a very visible coalition with you are now in this weird new announcement of a coalition with the law. Why not just talk about it? It doesn't mean it's the only one. It's softball questions. Right? To send when there's confronted on the streets, can be on the spot. They are either incapable of answering or to CPH, and that should not have a politician constraint. Work for us. I'm not saying we should answer every single question, every single thing. On the streets, that would be absolutely. And it's sort of like when you are outside of the poetry, it was finally it wasn't aggressive, it wasn't conservative, it was very soft. Canada was not aggressive in all of these discussions, and it was a very good opportunity to provide answers to what is obviously on the other side of the political spectrum. You're not going to get other liberal voters from already liberal voters. If you want to spread your policies, you might as well connect to more conservative audiences. That seems like they have the ability to go electronically or support which that's the case in there's an opportunity to speak to cameras, give you that maybe stand in our contests and so we're happening. I can't afford that. Well, they can't afford that. They're so bad. On the flip side of that, we have Pierre Poilievre, who did a little bit of speech here and see what got with his latest rallies. Everywhere he goes, and there hasn't really been a time that I've seen Pierre Poilievre confronted by a person where he hasn't shown the same respect that he showed many communities, and it doesn't work. It's liberals. They want to ask, hey, what side of the fold are you? Are you for us or are you against us? Oh, you're against us. Oh, we're not going to answer. It's just secret decisions. You can't see right through. It's right through. We have another video here. He made a prediction and discern. It's admitting that the bad guy here is plotting and attacking New York and to Canada in June of 2023 through a visa stimulus program.
There's just not a I've been getting some questions about the individual that entered Canada and has been arrested and charges related to incidents across the border for various spot. I confirmed that Mohammed Khan is a Pakistani national going to Canada on May, or was issued a visa in May of 2023 and was given an June of the same year, so 2023. This is all commenting on this individual. Obviously, there are criminal charges pending as politicians, as elected officials, in order to make sure the judicial process is not compromised on their ability to prosecute the question. It's very important that we don't comment. And actually, it's dangerous to comment for any defense lawyer is looking at elected officials who are commenting what's the case. Validating in any comment that is made that could be seen as compromising the judicial process is something any responsibility for television is to be aware of. It's entirely careless of their Poilievre and his team requiring them to talk again. Any defense attorney is looking at that and just chopping it a bit to make that part of the process. And as it's compromised, it's Poilievre has various prosecutors in this case, initially counsel shut us out of being a responsible politician in this case.
Yeah, there's stuff that here is saying that we have questions. Conservatives are the ones that let this person into the country. We're not the ones who allow this person to be here. It's the liberals. So Pierre is one who criticizing the failure of the liberal government. Everyone is allowed to, and also encouraged Justin Trudeau has said that when he encourages Canadians, for example, some encourages Canadians to criticize the government. Trudeau has said that in the past, therefore, Pierre Poilievre smash to Carnage now or Guilford just said about that case. But now we're thinking of here that's heavily criticizing Justin Trudeau's he's
Amid sliding polls and significant political blows, the federal Liberal caucus retreat in BC starts Monday as the party figures out its next steps. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau will face a fretful and strained caucus, with MPs looking for him to reveal his plan to address the political purgatory the party has endured for months. Over the summer, several Liberal MPs privately and publicly demanded a meeting with Trudeau after the devastating by-election loss of a Liberal stronghold in Toronto. All right, let's bring in Tom O'Hare, CKU's political commentator and former NDP leader. Tom, good to see you as always.
Good to be with you today.
Now, the Prime Minister will be in British Columbia tomorrow with MPs looking for him to finally reveal his plan to address these discontented members the party has ignored for months. What do you think the plan is?
Well, I think that one of the things he's trying to do is change the channel a little bit. And we know that Mark Carney is one of those people who's been waiting in the wings for a tap on the shoulders if Trudeau decides to step down. So Trudeau's trying to get ahead of that. He's bringing Carney into the caucus meeting, which is clever. Carney got beat up quite a bit for not having run for Trudeau in the 2021 election. As you might recall, there was a phase where all of the Liberal pundits and people who were there faces on air every time his name came up and said, yeah, well, when we asked him to run, he didn't. So Carney's playing it smart as well. He's showing his availability. He's going into the caucus meeting. As for Trudeau himself, I think that your setup was pitch perfect. I don't think there's any better way to say it, really. Trudeau is in trouble with his own caucus. He knows that. He's in trouble in the polls. He knows that. The fact that Singh walked out this week is no help. And there are two by-elections coming up on Monday. The 16th, the same day Parliament goes back, and those can have a determining effect on Trudeau's future. One of them, in Winnipeg, the Liberals aren't in. It's basically a fight between the Conservatives and the NDP. NDP has a strong candidate. The Conservatives are throwing everything they can at it. They'd love to grab it. They have a chance of doing that in Montreal. That's going to be big soon. From all the information I'm getting, it's split essentially 30-30-30 between amongst the Liberals, the Québécois, and the NDP. Conservatives are not in that one. They're 10% polling. So if Trudeau were to lose that, it's a state Liberal seat, the state independent Attorney General seat. If he loses that one, that will be so this is all against the backdrop of very nervous caucus. You know what? European Party has got to get to that. People play it. Caucus is nervous. You like to have the void out. They're saying there's a vote for things. And when you talk to MPs, saying, look, we have no chance of defeating what Trudeau says. That's pretty tough stuff to hear from somebody who's still a liberal MP.
And as you mentioned, a lot of people see former Bank of Canada Governor Mark Carney as a potential successor to Trudeau. Is there a chance he's not just there to help with a financial plan as well?
Well, I think a little bit like we were saying before, he's doing it for the party, and if it helps Trudeau, does help Trudeau that he's there, gets a little bit of pressure and change.
Yeah, he's going to be a single person to try to change the entire of the party. As I'm saying, the trajectory of the party is on. We feel that party leaders to those first every single day. Also, looking over here to 60 and from the other region, spring off the card. I'm not saying that he's too successful initiating the image. I don't think it can possibly be worse. Parties that don't watch some sort of major videos or not watch following the truth, right? Direct control as the people on research watch conduct instead of just go through the TV, right? Watch things and see that it's so he had sort of information provides. I think that those viewers, as fencers per se, they are learning a lot of the stuff. They are the ones who say, oh wow, Carney is a part of the director of the party. Awesome. Yeah, no, I like that, and that's going to get my support. So is dangerous, but it's not so successful to the point where there's any fear of danger, and it's going to be beneficial for the party. The question is how much, right? That's where a lot of this kind of weight takes.
Changes the topic a bit, but at the same time he's doing something for himself. This has got to show himself to be a liberal, as the person who formed this. This is one extremely capable guy. He's very, very smart. I hear some people try to discuss his talent like an adject, just been in politics before. Like the seriousness that where Mark Carney like an adject to totally different beast. This guy grew up in the Northwest Territories, very humble roots, went on to the most amazing jobs, and even today, he's got a top job at the United Nations on climate change and finance. So this guy has the real deal in terms of these very important jobs that he's had over the years. And it was, we're giving him a serious thought. There are people in the cabinet who are top-notch, and Christy Freeland, but anybody who talked to them in the debate, or they were talking to the leader, they have to wear every single bad decision against the Jew. So I think that the idea of freshness comes from the party. And we'll see what type of reception he receives. I don't know if the cameras are going to be allowed to be there. The party is introduced, but I'd love to see what type of applause he gets from the caucus.
Is there a chance that...
And he was welcomed with open arms, and I do actually have video pulled up of Mark Carney talking. The first talk that he's given since officially being part of the Liberal Party as a special defense.
For the country, the rules of this becoming more dangerous and divided place, and at the same time, the global economy is being transformed. Every major economy is accelerating their energy transition. Being low carbon is becoming a key driver of the future. Just at the start of the revolution brought by AI, every sector, every economy, every company. We can no longer rely on the rules-based trading system. We have to become an essential trade partner. We can't win industrial and smart choice. And in all of that environment, we have to go with short-term and in real policy industries that have slogans actually a lot of difference. And I'm very pleased by the discussion that we're doing, the ideas and the energy of the members, and look forward to working with them to develop the strategy. And I look forward, I'm going to regret this, I'm looking forward to your question. I'm coming to with one of Carney's or Canada asked me to do something. I would serve to the best of my ability. I'm interested. I have some experience in research that I'm interested in helping our country to grow. I'm interested in doing something being something. It's an exciting time for our economy. These issues have to be tackled head on. And as I said at the outset, I'm honored to express
that is something that Justin Trudeau does not have, like something down this type of loans for someone safety for the environment. And sir asks me to do it, I will sign a federal. It's not even a huge. A special advisor already swearing in Justin Trudeau. No matter what, don't down on the shit. That's how the world is what I think so. What Justin Trudeau means now, if you see that strong loyalty to Christ's entire county, we would actually be without these people. There's going to be such a huge mental amount of this community. And all this constant garbage, that's what happens on the animosity is on the street, right? From when they interact with each other. Of God, this stuff we're going through to cause Justin Trudeau. Crazy. So, I mean, taking a crazy person who slugs their allegiance, helps a people like this to Justin Trudeau the way that Mark Carney has just done.
Look, I think that the story for today and the task that I've taken on it's a big task, it's an important task, but effort of those members of Parliament effort with other Canadians. Look, these issues, those are really things that our future increasingly sees with competition. And the question is, how do you translate those into the best ideas, the best policies that are going to make real differences for Canadians? C'est pas une question it's not a question of getting something. It's where I'm for me to help this process. They discovered some great including economic strategy in our country. So she's really well, don't say, well, I understood the question, but the answer makes the same.
Scions of the Seventh Dawn, on behalf of the people of Gridania, I bid you welcome. Your presence is of great comfort to us all in these days of uncertainty. I summoned you here to share tidings of a most urgent nature. But a short while ago, the great elemental spoke, and his voice was clarion in its intensity. Ramuh is returned to the forest. Scarce had his words ceased to echo in mine ears when we were visited by an emissary from Little Solace.
This is an important other aspect.
Our guest informs us that the Sylphs, too, have sensed the presence of the Lord of Levin. Though his exact whereabouts remain unknown, we may safely assume that the Primal was summoned within the heart of the Sylphlands. Unlike the other Primals you have encountered, Lord Ramuh is no raging avatar of destruction. He is revered as much for his wisdom as his strength, serving as both arbiter and guardian to his children. Given that we and the Sylphs found a way to share the Twelveswood, it is my hope that this sagely immortal will be amenable to reason, and that conflict may be avoided. Blessed as you are with the power of the Echo, you are one of the few among us who may commune with a Primal without fear of influence. I would ask, therefore, that you represent us in this most delicate of negotiations. The Twelveswood has suffered enough. Upon this, we and the Sylphs, and I would venture Lord Ramuh himself, are in perfect accord. Let us not indeed. Dear friend, I beseech you, safeguard the peace. You have my thanks.
Okay, I guess so. You don't see a block Alberta, block BC.
Pray make for Little Solace, then. A member of the Order of the Twin Adder awaits you there. He will advise you on how to find the Lord of Levin. An ill wind blows through the forest. Yet, it is not only the Twelveswood that flinches at its coming. All the lands of Eorzea shiver in dread anticipation. Have care.
Prices of houses, wages, haven't kept up with inflation in years. And my car said, oh, we can do it. We can do it. You know, you say jump, I say help. Guys need to know about this. Mark Carney can be so mad. What the hell is this problem? I see the video on here without the
Oh, Mark Carnegie poos. Mark Carnegie poo. Oh. Mark Carnegie poo. Mark Carnegie. Oh, Mark Carnegie. Oh, monster! It's garden. It's more garden food.
Political caucus retreat continues in a beautiful and idle provisional house of the news coming out of the retreat. But it's nothing to do with Jasper Trudeau stepping aside as a party leader.
That globalist lizard.
All this more detail. Others have called it
The devil man. The devil. What?
Now, Ryan, former Bank of Canada Governor Mark Carney this week appointed to the independent class. The last time I checked was not
It's Mark.
Mark Carney should be the finance minister's job. And here's the problem.
I love you, Mark.
2016. Just a true announced that an economic advisor. It was headed up by Dominic Farton. You may remember that name. Dominic Farton was
hard.
Managing partner for Casey. He later went on to become our ambassador to China, but he's very close to the Trudeau government.
I love you, Priscilla. My penis is really hard.
When I looked at that over, McKinsey was, Dominic Farton was the guy and his group who recommended that we increase immigration on an annual basis of up to 450 to 500,000 people per year. He also said that it was too hard to get a foothold for temporary foreign workers. We should make that a lot easier. Those are just two disastrous policies that came out of the last advisory to council from a global, pointy head that Trudeau appointed to tell them what to do. That's added to the housing crisis, the healthcare crisis, the immigration system falling apart. That was the last one. And so it wasn't very good for the Canadians. But it turned out to be very good for McKinsey because right after that, hey, look, the government contract with McKinsey just skyrocketed. And even the Auditor General's report said there were questions about whether bureaucrats followed the right path. So is that going to happen with Mark Carney? He's got a day job at Brookfield Asset Management. Brookfield, between the asset management division and another division, they're already one of the biggest vendors to the federal government. Are they going to see special favors? Carney's obviously got a lot of conflicts of interest. I've asked the Liberal Party about this because he's reporting to the Liberal Party, not the government. That means he doesn't have to follow the ethics rules, but will he be stepping aside from some of these roles? I doubt it. Brookfield paid him just shy of $1 million US last year in stock options. That's not his salary, that's his stock options. He's also on the board of the World Economic Forum. He's the United Nations Special Advisor on Climate Change and Finance. He's on the board of Stripe, which is a major online payment firm in the United States. He's got so many. The Conservatives have just written a letter to the Ethics Commissioner saying, hey, wait a minute. This appears that it's breaking the spirit, if not the letter of the law. Is there anything that can be done about this? I doubt it, given the way they structured his position. Brian, many critics of RBC isn't hopeless. And he's not good for Canada. You think that's for the characteristic? Well, if you're talking about a globalist, World Economic Forum, Davos, elite, everyone who is basically talking about those things, I don't think that's helpful. Someone like Mark Carney who comes back to compliment. There's going to be an awful lot between saying, wait a minute, no, I don't want this guy to be Davos every year running the show. And Mark Carney is a guy that goes to Davos all the time. You don't want the punch in Mark Carney's World Economic Forum. It's about visual activism. It's not from people on their Facebook trying to drop a big secrecy here. No, it's Carney and the World Economic Forum and everyone else promoting their videos of global regulation on how companies measure their emissions. We're talking to Bill Gates about this latest idea. It's God, and I've been saying this for the longest time. And now that he's come to this product of the world, this guy is really to run against. This guy was the Workers' Act of Aboriginal capital things, Canada, the law, then West Bank, then the United States.
World Economic Forum for Beverage 2010, how's around with the negotiating to make developing a global plan for saving the planet. This revolution and the budget action and that budget has economic policy that's elected. I can intend this year and prior to the state person, but it must be something to understand how the there's and it's really funny, see, nothing's got low energy. It's happy to go first. That's not what Top Biac. What Top Biac was, it's candidates from there, they follow them. Because on something, they still give you food safety, and after this thing, long time in, and also about to be absolutely interesting. Our party wants to be open to the one thing is that you don't get a context of two ways.
Dainora betrays thee, sir. Thou art the bringer of light, bane of Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, and Leviathan. I am Ramu, guardian of the children of the forest. Thou tramplest upon sacred soil, bringer of light. By what right doth man intrude in this sanctuary of the sylphs? Gridanians proffer peace? Their words are born of delusion, thine offer an insult.
You're only always asking what funny is during the pandemic is that's how economics talk, right?
Thou speakest hard, yet carest not for my children's desires. They did but wish to dwell beneath these boughs in solitude. Yet even that was too much to ask of man. Thus did they turn to me for succor. The sentence I pronounce upon thy kind is just. Redanian or Garlean, it matters not. The good intent of one excuseth not the misdeeds of the other. Thy conflict hath brought naught but anguish and misery unto the forest. All blame doth lie with the darkness that resideth in the breast of man. Whence sprung this calamitous seed? In the beginning no such duality existed. Were light and dark given form when man was born? It would explain much, not least why strife and sorrow follow ever in thy wake. Thou canst not deny the urgings of thine own nature. Knowing that thy mere presence here portendeth tragedy, wilt thou persist in this pretense of peacemaking? Thou bearest the crystal which I bestowed upon my wayward charges, that they should entrust so precious a gift to thee. Thou standest apart from thy kin. Thou art the bringer of light. Aye. There is something more. Very well. I shall consider thy proposal. Shouldst thou survive my trial. If thou wouldst champion the cause of harmony, I must have proof that thou art fit to play the role. Were there mine ire,
and prove to me thereby that thou hast strength enough to stay the darkness which threateneth to consume thee. Yet if thou shouldst be found wanting, know that all men shall perish in the storm of my judgment. Come to me, bringer of light. I shall await thee on the field of battle.
Urianger, it is rare indeed to find you so far from at home.
The Lord of Levin himself. Never till this day had I looked upon his visage, save in painted renderings made faint by time. Ever shall this scene remain etched in my mind's eye. Beg pardon, my lady. I must beg thine aid on a point of research. If thou art resolved to face Lord Ramuh, I would ask thy leave to observe the event.
N'importe ça, minonno.
refuse to eat flesh and to try and divert the truth away from what reality is. What is the reality? The reality is, economically, we are in a desperate and perilous position. More and more Canadians are feeling the pinch of Justin Trudeau's economy, and it hurts a lot.
That's what we're focused on, and that's how we're going to get through
Politicians talk about how we're in a difficult moment, in these difficult times, as if they haven't been in power for the last 10 years. Like here you have Trudeau talking about how, on one hand, the economy is strong. Okay, on the other hand, we're in a difficult moment. The economy is maybe not so strong. So which is the economy strong or is it not strong? First, the NDP say, well, it wasn't for us. It wasn't for us. The economy would be so much worse a position. Like that's your argument? Really? Really? Because you're the ones who save and hold this economy. You continue to fund your insurance with every single bit. So why are Canadians suffering? Your policies are so excellent. There's no suffering.
Excuse me.
Child care and medical care, they don't have access to benefits.
Plus for $6.99 a month.
I have taken thy measures, bringer of light. And I judge thee a worthy champion. The task of excising the sin that hath taken root in man's heart is thine. Shrink not from employing thy strength in service to the forest and the wider realm beyond. Like hungering shadows do the enemies of harmony gather, and weakness will but feed them. If man is to be delivered from the dark, it shall be by thy guiding light alone. Stray not from the path, for if thou dost, thy people shall be truly lost.
Thou hast slain the Lord of Levin. A regrettable act, but a necessary one.
We've made it consistently since 2015, and it's more important now than it's ever been.
In witnessing thy struggle, a truth hath been revealed unto me. If I mistake not, it may yet prove a chink in the eternal armor of the Assassins. But let us conclude our present business. I shall expound upon my findings at the Rising Stones anon.
We are with government on it, so government hands out all of these bailouts and hands out all of these subsidies and all of these breaks and all of these other benefits that are so typical from capitalism because we keep them on control.
Deficit, the latest people share some of the separation. The clients would have a poor investors in each one. Companies with well known are investing in shares. It is the third investing in the future of like we exist as a big city. It depends. You get the jobs, here's the one. And then I've heard
people are still talking about how wonderful the economy is, talking about how excellent the economy is, how it's dropped out to be very drastically. However, there is a great deal of source. That's one thing that's really different. So we say we have this strong balance sheet. Claiming that Canada has the lowest net debt or net debt to GDP ratio on 7 countries. Wow, fantastic, but there's a problem. Calculate net debt. That's debt. And the offset debt. If I have to have how would you put it? You could have and Quebec and Japan. So you have the Canadian pension plan, which is huge, and it right now has a pile of assets. $600 billion that's worth to take government at their word. But anyway, you have this large pile of assets in order to the Canadian pension plan investment for it, and it's there to be used for education down the line. It's there to be used for individual education plan down the line. Therefore, you cannot say that you cannot say Canada's huge asset, or the Canadian pension plan's huge asset pile right now, could be theoretically used to offset the government debt, the Canadian government debt. You can't do that because the Canadian pension plan's asset pile is used eventually to pay for seniors and their pension. It has a very specific purpose. The government, however, says, no, actually not. In our budget, we're going to say that Canadian pension plan assets can be used to offset our debt. Therefore, we have so much deficit we really are at the financial. This is a constitution defined in rank. Place standing.
Forget pair of falls, it's good.
I am Christian, I follow Jesus Christ. And I follow Jesus Christ is, well, not large part, but in part because he is the exact opposite of Trudeau. Christ is not a politician. He does not give funny answers. He doesn't diagnose him with flesh when men question him on the truth for himself. He is not a man who's trying to clamor for the salt. He is not captain of an unsteady ship. He does not oppress others. He does not oppress the people. He does not give what trial, tribulation, and feel like I don't put my faith in Polyam, I don't put my faith in Berkeley, or Sin, or any of them. Then I put my faith in also in word Christ. It's the marvelous, wondrous hope. It's going that no matter how detestable these politicians become, no matter how evil they are, Christ is still on the throne. He's reigning and he's coming back very soon. Conquer evil once for all time.
Christian Freeland spoke to reporters yesterday at the caucus retreat about Martin Party. Key to helping the financial plan for voting to the fall. Never mind the fact that this is literally Christian Freeland's job. Listening. Maybe reflected on the love our spirits of our chaplaincy. He is a addition to our team. Martin is a friend of Ethereal, a personal friend, a very long-standing. Someone who I talk to often, talk to lots about all of policy up and getting his ideas. Why is somebody out of the sky as the speaker of the Liberal Party? It sounds like he's already partly downfall.
marks upon the block continental pulse when asked by well, but ask you and the reason why that's you is because other cultures just like to give up finance things. So they're willing to take on something that's going to be environment on finance.
Responsibility. Yeah, because they have no more agreement.
And maybe it's maybe all. I'm not sure if everybody knows, but there's a house insurance there. So this was good information. We need to start building up. And maybe it's nothing to be done for them. You see everybody knows, but I don't think they were going to reporting on them. There's some mobility sites in Canada. People are having trouble finding those things. Yes, I'm the Liberal government. We're on top of this.
It's the whole thing. Ability to say this is new news.
Well, yeah, and they're like, and we're working on that. You solve an affordability crisis by spending more money that you don't have, increasing the deficit, which increases the amount of debt servicing costs, which increases the amount of taxes that you need in order to cover that expense. Meaning, taxes go up for Canadians. Can't make this stuff up.
Well, these factors that are going up with inflation as well, and I know we don't see it right this second, but the more money the government borrows, the higher inflation will go.
Well, now it's going to change leaders. It's probably going to go down to remorse because there's no time for either to rebrand the party, there's no time for a leader to select to happen, there is no time for a leader to effectively change the entire policy platform of the government so they can say it's fine. Everything that was here is for government and it's here to stay until the next election. So it's
And summer where Canadians have defended with us.
That's probably
I bet they have been. Great! Canadians have never had it so bad. Great, look at this boat.
GDP ratio.
Census coming down. Interest rates have come down. Everything's great, right?
Yeah. Why you're asking that? Say, well, maybe we thought this is what they want. Canadians want higher taxes. Canadians want not to be able to afford it. Canadians want not to be able to afford food. Canadians want to live in tents.
I think I'm happy to answer that. But let me just say about that. Truly, Mark is the first husband of mine of very long time. I think that is not about the economy. Now, before I became a politician, and as soon as I became a minister, I can get the advice and come good ideas with them. It's highly respected leader. It is a really good day for our party and for Canada and Canadians that we are able to draw out of advice. And I had a really good conversation over the weekend, and I'm really looking forward to continuing to work with him. Yeah, I was just saying, it sounds like that she's been getting all this advice from Martha. It's only Stephen's fault. It sounds like he had a hand in the country's construction as well.
And it sounds like they had a long conversation about getting their story straight. And probably Mark talking about, well, you still want a place in the party after Trudeau's gone? Because, let's talk about that. Let's talk about what that means, what you're going to say, and what I'm going to say.
Based on Freeland's background, I think that the most appropriate cabinet position for her would be Heritage Minister, because she's journalist, right?
That's perfect. Education.
Right, so possibly not Finance Minister. I'm not saying I'd want her as Heritage Minister either. I'm just saying if she were to be in cabinet, that'd probably be the most appropriate position for her. But I have no idea how to sort of other Finance Minister.
Well, but the challenge about being Heritage Minister is she's not even educated in Canadian heritage.
Yeah, it's rough and frustrating.
Yeah, it's a reach. It's a reach. But this is the thing. We now see the Liberals have brought Mark Carney in Finance Minister, so they're actually making a Finance Minister, and they also don't have to disclose his salary either.
Right, now it would make more sense to me if he was handling the party's finances, because the party does need a treasurer. Also, the party to be run. I believe it's one of the requirements of running by elections in Canada. In order to be a party, you need to show them your financials and you need to have a treasurer. But why the party is being brought on as like a financial advisor who's being paid by the party and not paid by the government, that to me is sketchy.
Well, it allows him to be able to have the authority that he wants without the accountability, and no doubt he's getting paid probably as much as Christian Freeland by the Liberal Party, so he's getting the extra money as well, and he doesn't have to disclose anything, and the decisions that he makes, if they're in his financial interest, he's not subject to any scrutiny or ethics laws.
Hey, do you suppose that this is why the Liberal Party was charging $50 for a Frisbee this summer as part of their campaign?
The Mark Carney fund.
Yeah, sure, funds for Mark Carney's salary.
You shouldn't feel guilty about having debt. Most Canadians have borrowed money for nothing, and sometimes your debt just becomes too much to handle. Whether you plan for it or not, life throws us curveballs.
known as viewpoint parties. The good news, there are solutions, and that's what we recommend. Your path to debt freedom starts today.
Debt free starts today. Call Grant Thornton at 1-844-4TT-DEBT for a free consultation.
Madam Chair, welcome. I'll try to listen carefully to my colleagues, but still you've been on IG since 2011, and you do a lot of internal investigation. In other words, it's some particular employee did not do their job. Is that correct? Yes. About how many of those things you've done?
Well, in terms of investigations of potential misconduct or wrongdoing, we have typically had a running average of about 60 or 70 of those. Obviously, the pandemic...
Is that 60 or 70 people at any point in time?
Many of them are closed. People come into our hotline to open up, but that's typically a rough gauge for how many
people. Since you've been in 2011, when you investigations with 500, 700?
I have to look into it. I don't want to keep it.
I'm not going to hold you to it. Was it more? More than that?
I would love to look at the picture exactly.
In what percentage of the case is ballpark find out for?
Well, again, it would be a wild guess, and I'm not comfortable with it, but it's certainly looking back to what I think at this point.
Frankly, I would have thought you had it. We have that footage on it today. We think it's more than a home.
I don't have enough. That's where I'm comfortable.
Does it happen frequently that you find wrongdoing?
It's not infrequent.
It's not infrequent. Okay. And when you find wrongdoing, are the people who committed the wrongdoing for 5 something? What percent of the time?
Again, so I would like to get you this and say something about the people.
Yeah, I think we could realize that perhaps we could do this again. Because people have the right to know that. I put on the Federal Reserve. I just want to treat them like everybody else. That it is easier to force your spouse than get fired. And if that's the case, we're entitled to know that. It's a lot of money for that. And that's not a criticism of you. Tell me again about your salary. It's the average of what?
It's the average of both the salary and the bonus that is attributed to the other individuals who are similarly situated in terms of the organizational structure, which for me is the division director level, where there are 12 other individuals, and it's the average of their salary plus bonus.
Okay. So there are about 13 of you. And your salary is set on the average of 13.
That is the case for all employees. That's in the IG Act as the formula.
The statute. Are the others set that way too?
The other
12 other ones whose salaries are used in your salary.
I'm not aware of how those are established.
Okay. And do you get a bonus?
No, I do not.
Okay. Do the others get a bonus?
Yes, that's part of that average.
Okay. Do all 12 of the others get a bonus?
I don't know.
do they get abolished when they say inflation is transitory and it's not? Do they still get their bonus?
I don't have the answer to that.
The process of benefit fights in two ways. Allowing to trust in people receive to what is happening. I trust in trust to see benefit and trust in signals. You have that process of benefit fights in 8 hours.
How do we get that information?
The question comes from
How about the call reaction? Any good call?
I think you should not be in a position of getting information to pull if we're not otherwise engaged in an audit or target.
I know you're in the process. I know you're in the process of looking at the and I don't want to put you on the spot. I found two things I want. Maybe irony is the wrong way to do it. As a result of these strike that. Rumble Rancer, good afternoon to the Rumble Chat and on the Celia Chat. Haven't come alive in a bit. This video of the sad thing, which is was killed by a 6-year-old brother. A video of the sad. Is that Dad Sad doing a parody? Or is that a real video? Lord of the Reeds. Oh, let me see if we can get that after. We got Norman afterwards who says, Norfolk is the capital of Virginia, the state which he drowned. Oh, his name is Norfolk. Okay. So that's from real Drew Morgan, and then we got in our local community, Viva, or flight to Steelman. I would suggest that the next governor is talking about the DNR or air, and they can't remember the cost. I believe the original lines were that the doctor had to try to save the babies like in a failed attempt. And in a rare cases like this case where people know you detected in utero during the third trimester, it's unfortunate we can't have the benefit of the doubt here since the goal post has moved miles past the safe and rare. Yeah, but it's still that happened. We heard Tran discuss, but I'm not sure that that's still that needs to be reconciled with what we've heard. And we're going to act imaginary person, and that is a well-known secret level. I'm going to see if in the comic book I haven't listened to the whole talk here. What do I have next in terms of what was really driving me crazy last night? John. I've been politically conscious for long enough now that if I had ever heard that Kamala Harris was a proud Second Amendment loving gun owner of America, I would have remembered having heard it. So when Kamala Harris is accused of wanting to confiscate his gun, A, she gets past the fact, and B, she is allowed to come out and say, I own a gun. Tim Walz and I own a gun. But we know Tim Walz owns a gun. We put pictures of him, and it's either his dog or someone else's dog, but it's his dog. A joke on the internet about Tim Walz seems identified his dog isn't even exposed. We know Tim Walz owns shotguns from American. He sets up switch lines on the day with weaponized pandemics and thinks that the government knows best. I've never in my life heard of Kamala Harris. I've never heard her say it until now. And when you're dealing with a flip-flopping, two-faced scoundrel liar who says, I'm going to ban fracking in 2019, and says, I'm not going to ban fracking in 2024, and I've always been consistent about my position on fracking. I do question whether or not she actually knows. I would be intrigued to see the receipts. I don't want to see her gun. I can take a picture of her gun. I would like to see a data purchase, a receipt for purchase, and the type of gun. Someone tell me if she does own a gun, it's a recent purchase only so that that statement is not a lie technical speaking. Or at least it might just be a bald-faced lie. Regardless, that her ownership of a gun is indirect through her secret service that secretly within a gun that the butler, that the secret service did in Trump and Butler. She comes out and says that she owned a gun. That is amazing. And then she comes out and says, I'm not confiscating. She's a good child. Lying. Like, I pull that meme out of what's that flag? Lying. It's really good little flag. Lying. This is good. This is an old truth that I don't really care to look at. It's scary. And then there was the one about the undercover video of her. But not undercover, but it was 2019. They were taking the revolution running. The last time she ran and failed because she is the most unpopular presidential candidate and vice president ever in the history of America when she ran the last time. And she asked about gun confiscation and whether or not she could do that. The executive order.
That's market.
And for that, she answered the following. Don't slip on. Don't wrong slip. This has to do with a mandatory buyback concept, fairly certain. And coming up, this is what your gun control agenda?
It's a great idea, but I mean, I don't think the last is a great idea.
Congress does not have the courage to act, and everybody has difficulty doing this.
And that is why, from the beginning, I said, I don't never get Congress to act, but if they don't have the most money, they can find
the executive action, as far as I understand, if I'm wrong on the context, so correct me. Executive action on mandatory buybacks, aka gun constitution. Now, in case the context of the rule that you're now become a gun buyback, should start driving stronger laws and background stuff. Well, what should we talk about? Gun confiscation, sorry, not gun confiscation, mandatory buybacks. If you had any doubt, and if you still might hear that or not be that Governor Warnock doesn't get to speak for Paul, I shared this every day, but it's what she showing now. But she said, I'm going to be a Second Amendment defender. I own a gun.
Should she also be, in your opinion, supporting a mandatory gun buyback program?
Listen, we're not going to be able to get where we need to go without action and Congress.
You don't need to go. Maybe you don't want to go. Communism. Full Marxism, full statism. We take your guns and then we use them against you, or at least we use our gift like we did at the
we got to pass a law to deal with this now. I was heartened by the fact that 2 years ago we finally did a gun safety law, the Safer Communities Act, and it was the first gun safety law we passed in 30 years. 30 years. And it was modest, but it did save lives, but clearly in the wake of what happened just the other shade in Wyoming, Georgia, about a gun. And the least we can do is move forward on the bipartisan spaces where ordinary people agree.
Well, unfortunately, Senate, or not government, unfortunately, Senator, nobody asked the least people. She's actually asking the most. Like you understand, like ordinarily, the journalism follows up to a little bit more impressive second, but still didn't get it better. This is a signal. Move on. The least we can do is that. Okay, good. We ain't talking about the least right now. We're talking about what we want to do at most. Let me ask the question again, Senator.
Clearly, there's a disconnect between what the people, the American people want,
And when we look at the American government, again, 87% of Americans believe in background checks. And yet I hear politicians say that it's not guns who kill people, it's people who kill people. And yet we don't even want to know. Let's bring no one like
yes or no, though. Should she support the mandatory buyback program? Just the yes or no.
Listen, look, as a pastor, I've done buyback programs. You can pick this issue or that issue. But I think that, again, there's not one single thing that will make all of this happen.
Thank you for, again, so listen, whenever somebody starts off an answer to a question that's listen, so, I mean, you know you're getting the evasive answer, if any answer at all. Something that's already told her on that. So fact checking on Kamala Harris's position on something. I want to see receipts that Kamala Harris talked about. When she got it, I guarantee you, I would bet money. I would give like 5 to 1 off. I'll bet someone $50. And they didn't. I would bet you, I would bet $10 that she is not a firearm director. And that issue is a very, very good issue. And if I'm wrong, I think it. Just for a seat of spies, explain how you got it. Because I admit, as far as I understand, and as far as I've ever known, there are background checks on anybody who wants to push firearm anywhere. I wasn't mistaken about that, but I don't think I am. It's not about background checks, but fairly certain I don't exist. It's about mandatory buyback compensation. And in case anybody doesn't know, you guys know the greatest, the most fire on the max of American history. You want to build a this? This. People, look it up, but know that. This here, confiscated, there we go. I mean, I was going to go to Wikipedia, but it's going to be in Wikipedia. And it's going to be counter-narrative. You know that it's got to be something that's much more true to their Wikipedia. The Normandy Massacre, also known as the Battle of Normandy, was a massacre of nearly 300 replacements by soldiers of the United States Army. The massacre, part of what the U.S. military called the Pine Ridge Campaign, occurred in 1890. What are we interested in there? On December 29, 1890, at daybreak on December 29, 1890, force ordered the surrender of weapons and the immediate removal of the Lakota from the zone of military operation to await a search of the camp confiscated 38 rifles and 4 rifles were taken as the soldiers searched the Lakota. None of the old men were found beyond. The next man named Yellowbird, allegedly Orang, the young man, were becoming agitated by the search and the tensions in the sea. It was really silly junk for own protection. The bottom line of this story of issues, they confiscated the firearms from the Lakota men for their own safety and protection, and then proceeded to execute. Question, was she black or Indian in the background check? Did boy slip? Always with the good humor. Now we got Sakov, 54, in our local community. Viva! How come no one is talking about the fact that, sorry, that was in Canada, Kamala, by terms of full ban, Kamala can only perform as a attorney, not a leader. That's why there was no audience, and that's why she always took pot shots at her opponent. No substances like she was doing, closing argument, not debating. This should be our talking points because it was heroin in front of an audience because she has nothing to say. But she was also, I mean, I don't want to judge other people as attorneys because some of them believe that he was a failed attorney and nothing to stop practicing. I think me stopping practicing after a 13-year career where I was thrice nominated as the leaders of tomorrow for young lawyers under 10 years of practice, I think we maybe the time to solve politics. You got one solo practitioner. Well, I wasn't eccentric back then, but you got one solo practitioner and the other candidates all are at big firms. You know they're not giving it to the solo practitioner who shows that you can leave the big firms, have your family, start up your own boutique law firm, and do it on your own. That's not a lesson. They want to reward some success, but not too much of it that deters people from joining the big firm golden magnum lifestyle. But I would say she's at least failed the district attorney in San Francisco. I don't know what more evidence you need than the state of San Francisco. I don't know what more evidence you need that she was a corrupt attorney, withholding exculpatory evidence from people on death row, incarcerated, jailing below-level pot. But that's making a lot of sense. So I was just enforced the law and laughing about how I smoked marijuana later on. Jimmy Hunt. So yeah, I would feel bad and a corrupt, power-hungry, awful, very bad man. Labor and delivery nurse. You never have to perform an abortion for the life of the mother. Never. After the baby is viable, you stat C-section. It can be performed as fast as 25 to 30 minutes. Woman lives, baby lives, period. Time to stop the life of the mother and so not for a viable infant. I know what you mean, and I know that's the technical term, but some people will say, like, I'm doing the word wrapped around the baby. And I guess the argument is going to be, if the baby dies, then it's not viable, and so there's no abortion because it's no longer viable. Because an abortion necessarily has to be a viable or an alive fetus. It's not an abortion, it's stillbirth. And then sometimes the adult liver gets wrapped around, and there's permanent damage, although the fetus is still alive. Oh, this is in Springfield. There was whatever the accident. I don't know if jump on any car accident. The person happened to be a foreigner. Although people are going to say.
You are returned to us, dear friend, and none the worse for bearing the heavy burden which I did press upon you. Most glad am I of this. I am informed that your efforts to negotiate a peace with Lord Ramuh ended in conflict. Pray tell me, what befell? Ramuh made trial of you? I fear there is truth to his claim. It is the darkness within us that attracts the darkness without.
So $50, and you're a high roller. I get more.
It cannot be denied that misfortune follows man. For evidence, one need only look to the concrete ruin of Cartmel, or to the rising flood of refugees. Our shared struggle against the Empire should have served to seal our union. Yet the ties which bind the alliance strain under the weight of gross self-interest. As the scars of the calamity begin to fade, so too does our sense of common purpose. Yet now is scarce the time to forget our shared responsibility. If this new-sprung realm is to survive beyond its infancy, it must needs be nurtured by all. Eorzea must be as one. Yet I fear that dream is still far off.
That's not misspeaking. That's telling the truth.
On behalf of the people of Gridania and the elementals both, I thank you for all that you and your fellow scions have done. Full oft have I been compelled to look to you for aid of late, and often all too little in return. As leader of this nation, I shall endeavor to prove a more worthy ally to your cause henceforth.
I misspoke. In my thoroughly thoughtful, several-minute discourse, I misspoke.
Lord Ramuh has departed, yet the clinging of this ill wind grows no less insistent.
I should have said, clearly no, because infanticide is not allowed.
Voices of the forest, pray speak and I shall listen. What unseen evil begets this unease in my heart?
An edited video of Trans-Submarine. It's edited. Oh, yeah, well, because unless you show the video in its entirety, however, 20-some odd minutes, it's edited. And you throw in the word edit, it's passed up.
acts. Anything to consider it, not violence. Call a baby killer, a demonic creature. Yeah, I can really do that. I mean, those aren't death threats. If you call it a creature, just call it demonic. About the instance that about the Apollo Trump said the incident was really terrible. You remember when I suggested something good for this? That's what it is. That's the situation. No, exactly. There's no appropriate. That over the forbidden including substantial social up to the money for this and about this stuff. It would also require some substance in the thousand. No, that's what Trump is talking. Anyone allowed to see right after abortion in a clinic instead of a hospital. Hell. I said, my family, my district, has been told to grapple for it. And that's the argument. You're never this is for an experiment. Or what you were to baby. Baby one selection. How can they using a baby as a sheep? That's basically what it's like. It's share it far and wide, people. Locals. They will have that outage. Pasha Moyer, let's see here. My sister had an infant die in the womb at 9 months with broken and this probably why no one believed in my baby. My sister was physically fine. I was privileged to hold that piece of my arm.
If everyone is ready, let us begin.
As well as thrive, us the family cemetery.
Urianger, the floor.
In no way I had a very, very
As all here assembled now know, in its final hours as our Order's headquarters, the Waking Sands did play host to a most unexpected visitor. I speak of the Aslan clad in white, Elidibus.
Like that. This was pre anything related to the Jibby Jab, so don't connect that. And then was induced into labor and had to deliver a lifeless baby. I can't imagine anything more horrible.
Unwelcome though his presence was, his words that day did serve to confirm a truth long suspected, that the Asyans are eternal beings, to whom physical destruction is as a temporary inconvenience.
In the intervening time, Urianger and I have striven to discover means by which the Asyans might more permanently be slain.
And 'tis my belief that we have found the thread that will allow us to unravel the twisted skein of their existence. In the moments prior to Leviathan's most recent manifestation, the Sahagin elder who summoned him was observed to undergo some manner of ascension. The etheric readings taken by Y'shtola at the time of this transfiguration have proven most enlightening.
The disruption to the flow of ether was sudden and dramatic. So tangible was the agitation, I scarce had need of my goggles.
The significance of Y'shtola's readings might better be understood in the context of mine own, taken at the instant of the Lord of Levin's demise. Unlike the Primal, the Sahagin was not subject to etheric dissipation.
Before discussing our new discoveries, it may benefit us all to recall what we know of etheric behavior.
Says he zooms in on the face of the thing. And people are saying it looks exactly like this product. I'm going to get the product in a second so you can see. Ian Miles Chong says, no, they're just...
Let us begin at what some might call the end. When we who dwell in the material realm die, our spirits dissolve into the flow of ether and are returned to the ethereal realm. In turn, the resonant energy which suffuses that plane streams back into our world, giving rise to new life.
'Tis as the heavens did decree, the way of all mortal souls. Twixt this world and the next do the ethereal currents swirl, bearing the very essence of life. Thus doth the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth continue unabated.
The idea of me dropping something that's worth $3,000, earrings fall out all the time. Who the hell wears three? I don't even judge people fall money, they don't care if they lose it.
Primers behave somewhat differently. In order to manifest and then maintain a physical presence in this realm, they must consume vast quantities of ether, most often in the form of crystals. Though they may seem to live, their flesh is but ether given shape. Thus, a defeated primal leaves behind no broken corpse. Rather, the essence of its form sinks back into the land whence it came, and the energy of its shattered spirit is called back to the ethereal realm.
And there it waited till next the prayers of the faithful do draw it forth from the sea of ether to take their offering of crystals and make for itself a new body.
I notice it looks a little different. I think it looks different, but I think I'm not sure of my body.
Which brings us on to the third group, the so-called immortals. They exist in a manner all their own.
Quite. Even as the Sahagin elder fell to the Admiral's muscle shock, I witnessed the release of an ethereal cloud, which immediately took possession of a nearby minion.
A soul that dissipateth not upon the death of the flesh.
The secret of life everlasting, and in the claws of the Sahagin no less. But I wonder, what would happen to one of these obstinate spirits, should there be no suitable host for it to claim?
If mortal death entails a return to the ethereal realm, it seems doubtful that the soul of an immortal would venture there.
Nay, it merely withdraweth a distance, unto the shore of the ethereal sea, perchance, but no further.
Yes, it exists in neither this realm nor the next, abiding instead in the space that lies between them. The Ascians took control of Thancred by means of a crystal of darkness, an artifact which, if our theories are correct, serves as a gateway to the place I have just described.
I was hoping people had forgotten about that.
I am sorry, my friend.
For a mercy, the weary road of our research hath brought us unto an answer.
The Sahagin ascended to an immortal state, but he did not possess a crystal of darkness through which to flee this realm. Thus was he consumed by Leviathan. If we could entrap the spirits of defeated Ascians in like manner, and thereby deny them resurrection...
The day after. Tasha Moyer says the earring might just be a red herring. Clandestine earpieces that fit far down the ear canal have been around for a long time.
Therein lieth the path to victory. Thou art most perceptive, my lady. Only when we have trapped the bodiless soul within an ethereal prison can we hope to defeat its unnatural constancy. Thus might even an eternal paragon be consigned to oblivion.
And therefore discredits prison. That's what I think it's called.
These feats are, of course, far easier said than done. At present, we lack a viable means to entrap and extinguish an Ascian soul. Yet, I believe it to be possible. The pieces of the puzzle lie before us. We have but to put them together.
California Department of Corrections, which was a client. I didn't get to choose my
a client of the Attorney General.
A client of the Attorney General at the office.
I will depart at once to convene with the sages of Charlotte. Together shall we divine the steps by which our goals may be achieved.
Not surgery. Not surgery. Elective transgender body mutilation, which is fine if you want to do it. I have no problem with the consenting, fully grown, sane adult wants to do it. We're not talking about surgery. Standing in the way.
I worked behind the scenes to not only make sure that transgender woman got the services she was.
I have the utmost faith in you,
So it
Uncle.
wasn't only about that case. I made sure that they changed the policy in the state of California so that every transgender inmate in the prison.
Beg pardon, antecedent, but I would raise one final matter. Even now, a Sharlayan survey party seeketh to ascertain the fate of the students of Baldesia. Their findings shall soon be known to us. Though you harbor feelings of dread, I bid you surrender not to sorrow, but abide instead in hopeful prayer.
You could have said it a few more times.
I shall not conquer.
Backseat driver, Monday morning quarterback. Could have hammered it home a few more times. Could have answered that question about the border bill a little bit better. And yeah, he did drop that one last night, so if I make pat myself on the back, I got to see something good for him. I see something good for him. Playing more often than nothing. I'm gonna see the other two first. Eva Barnes ball on hit your butts on over. If you are so inclined to be happy about it, so come on now. Come on now, you hear? I say. You better come to the local to be on Lana. You better be on that. Now, some of the names have a great one for the army. But he can't hear my last name without the after part. Okay. Let me get the what's the compliment? On sleep. Let me just go read it. Sure. If you went over to local grab it, I'm part of this over that. This is the purple. Frank Van says, "You're my black hole. I'm to apply my gun. The money you stole from me, that is not their confiscation. On language, so it checks out. No, that's it for me. It's a mandatory buyback of your property. That's no problem. It's no problem. Not expecting that. Try to be small, no problem. You don't have to be going while then. I'll take them twice. 7 coming back. It's you do not own your life, you do not own your country, you do not own your own property or your own country. Corn on Macabre says, I love the joke. I ran a background check on the government and found they are not fit to be gun owners, so I kept them. LMAO. That's very funny. Mighty Megatron says, I had a rant. Oh, there's right there. Heels Up Paris has gifted her position in San Francisco. Heels Up Paris was gifted her position in San Francisco because she had good insight. She's trying to get me cancer. What Mighty Megatron is trying to get. Yeah, misogyny. It's so misogyny. First of all, I think you just criticize man whores as well. I think there's actually a term called man whore. People who speak around and think it makes them macho. Known fact. It's a known fact. There's nothing to apologize for. Nina, how much donation do you get when you're... Oh, don't close the screen. I just want to move this. This is from Ganthet. Viva. How much of a donation do you get to do your hair like Don King and just repeat your foghorn leghorn impression you just did? Dude, I could do that. Back when I was in high school, I used to blow dry my hair every day. It was straight as arrow. I posted the picture of Logan once upon a time. I do believe my daughter has come home with a present right now. I won't think about it. Yeah, $735 is the Nova earring club. So let's see what these look like. I'm still not buying it, but... And I'll tell you one thing, as much as the more... that's not what they look like. So yeah, I'm not falling for that yet. I'm gonna be I'll be late to the story if it's true, but I feel better. Do you feel better? I'll look at you. You look at me. Everybody, so everybody on YouTube, make sure that you're subscribed and that you have notifications. Everybody on Rumble, make sure you're subscribed. Drop the thumbs up. We were at 477 thumbs up. We're pretty good. 6,000 people watching. We should be at least at 6,000 thumbs up. And come over to Locals if you are so inclined to link to Locals. Now, by the way, 6 o'clock tonight, Unusual Suspects. We talk about the debate. We talk about 9/11. Fun stuff. It's going to be good. 6 o'clock. They're on YouTube only, or at least, The Unusual Suspects. At 5:05, I'm going to be on the radio show. I'll publish the audio for that afterwards. And we raise the roof. Bottom Heights. Smash that like harder, you bigots, says Jacob Castro. Kamala loves pearls. Look at there's some stuff there. So hit the thumbs up before you make sure you're subscribed and you have notifications turned on. If you're so inclined, come on over to Rumble and come and support us. The supporters on the after party. And if you don't want it, you can become a member. No financial support required. Oh, no, before we go. Wait. Get some merch. I can't believe I always forget. Push the merch to remind everybody that we've got amazing merch. Got the fight hat. Check this out. Check this hoodie. I got my Trump hat. But you can get your fight hat at VivaFry.com. We got a bunch of stuff. Not just Viva Barnes, Shot Glass, Viva Barnes, stuff there. What else we got? We got Don't Vote for an Idiot somewhere down here. There we go. If I ever see someone wearing this in public, that would be the ultimate time I've made with my life. If I randomly run into a subscriber member of the community wearing Don't Vote for an Idiot, or any merch for that matter in public, automatic stuff. Alright, that's it. Now we're going to go over to Locals only. Thank you all for being here. I'll be live. It's Wednesday, so I'll be live tomorrow on Thursday, 12:30. Who the hell knows what we're going to talk about? Surely something's going to happen between now and then. And don't call me Shirley. And maybe I'll have a guest on. Thank you all for being here. Come over to be the Block Live. On stuff. Gavin, it's Dawn Lemon. Oh. Dawn Lemon clip. And that's it. No. I will take the button and go to Locals. Thank you all for being here. Jokes aside, thank you all for being here.
John Lennon nuts.
It's the ultimate flattery to have someone listening as I scream at the sky. So that's how I'm screaming at the sky. Leave it on tomorrow. Peace out if you're not coming to see you tomorrow.
Welcome to Riverside's emphasis on exhaustion. September 11th, and after today's show, we are continuing to remembering those victims of September 11th by sharing the truth of what happened on that day, exposing the prophets to death and the lies of what happened on September 11th. So after today's live show, we'll have an opportunity to watch the angle of 9/11. So we'll see around for that. All the videos. Afterwards, I isn't it amazing that I host this show? Yet 2 days ago, this very first time, thoughts and spiritual live, and I had that notification. So how many of you actually get notified? Yes, I'm hosting a show. This is the first time I ever got emails to let this go live. It's on it, and yesterday when I was trying to find the show, I was a channel manager, and over on the left, in my description, it shows every one of my descriptions live. You have to look there. I had to actually type it in the search bar to get to it. Yeah, it's crazy how they try to see that sometimes. Okay, thank you guys. On the show, God bless. Live today, I want to talk about NGOs that are running COVID locales across the United States. These are non-governmental organizations. This did not come up last night during the presidential debate. NGOs that are responsible for trafficking, child trafficking in the United States of America, part of a massive Homeland Security apparatus that is engaged in the United States, as well as trafficking of a portion of that it's actually going up, and it shows you that all having children, they can't afford to have children. But this is, you want to talk about the big replacements here, dirty water in action. Americans can't afford to have kids. They don't put in 20 million of them from other countries. That's exactly what's happening. So we'll talk about that. We'll also talk about other post-debate stuff here that we've got in response to. We had a similar response, but it's always really pretty good. Last night, was these moderate boosters live fact-checking of President Trump, totally ignoring the things that Kamala Harris just said. So we talk about that in the show. It's moderate, in quotes, moderate, that they were basically debated. So we're going to do a questions. So very just moments. That's really last night. Let us know the conversation. We're going to pull up here on the channel. So put it up here on financial operations, videos and process things. Finance software is financial software is financial that's like a better way to maximize productivity. It's a corporate card instead of software design at the same time. They have put money back in your pocket. That keeps the financials up testing control inside your pocket. That's what it's called. Like traveling. Your guys just their expenses out for lunch, for tea. They're on screen so this is software. You're able to issue cards out for them. It's not restrictions. And all of these things are ways to stop wasting time. Started with virtual physical cards as well. That you look instead of it's less than 15 minutes. It's one of those virtual cards with the 5,000. So now you $250 for your joint loans. You go to rent.com/redacted. It's all redacted.com/redacted. Cards issued by Second for FTIC. There's two bombshell stories to get to now. So the Ritzy organizations facilitated massive trafficking, smuggling operation across the United States borders, while also now making record profits and they're being put in charge of election polling locations that facilitated our elections in the United States. You can't make this up. And last night, President Trump called out Colorado and other violent Venezuelan gangs that have taken over apartment complexes in Washington. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. Of course, it's all orchestrated. The way to reduce stories of a side of the government that are true. Now is Ron Mata, who's investigating journalists and documents, so that there's uncovering some credible information. Ryan, great to see you as always.
Hey, thanks for having me, man. I'm happy to be here.
Well, that's great to be. First, I want to talk about the today what happened last night during the Trump presidential debate and what we talked about over in Colorado. Those here the second bombshell story, but I just believe I was here during the presidential debate. Calling out certain American cities that were overrun with Venezuelan gangs, and of course, we have some information. Let's just talk about Aurora. What are you going to cover?
Aurora, Colorado. It's funny, like we start to wonder how all these cities are connected and why these big cities are being affected the way they are, why certain areas are, hitting the full brunt of this weaponized mass migration. So I started to dig into Aurora, Colorado, and I started to dig into, because FEMA is where all the NGOs are getting their money from. So I could look at the director of FEMA, guess who it is? Deanne Griswold. The director of FEMA, guess what she used to work at? Guess what her employment was, according to her LinkedIn placement?
I know, it sounds good. But Aurora, it's amazing how all of these stories come back to one place, right?
It's never the director of FEMA.
So what she knew to do the decisions she might have put in place to facilitate these individuals coming out of Denver into the city and into Aurora. Are you able to trace back programs, petitions that would have allowed these violent individuals to come to Aurora under their watch?
Absolutely, but we just get there. I clearly guys uncovered this right before I came on your show, so I'm getting ready to unpack anything I felt stopped. But there are several other high-level bureaucrats that we can get into that have really phenomenal connections, and I can put all the pieces together for you. So whenever you want to get into NGOs, we can dive right into it.
Right. So this week we saw Catholic Charities, a non-governmental organization that facilitates this invasion of that's coming to the United States. How about the charities? Catholic Charities have gotten a lot of attention. There was one of them, but this week we learned that Catholic Charities was raising record profits in the Biden administration. Why did Catholic Charities and non-governmental organizations need to get more credit in the past few years for the Biden administration? What do you think that they have all of this money? Charities are going to talk about investing in other profits. So Catholic Charities and NGOs, they're all in the United States. I would say that they're probably one
of the largest migrant NGOs. They're held responsible for the impact of our country. These NGOs operate as the, I guess, law-breaking arm of the United States government. So our Constitution protects us. Our government is not allowed to do things like aid and abet illegal immigrants that are breaking into our country. So that's where the NGOs come in. The NGOs come in and they fill the role that a government can't do. For example, we have 40,000 bed ICE detention facilities all across America that keep housing illegal immigrants that are breaking into our country. But they can't do that because it is against the law. That's what the NGOs come in. So these NGOs are carrying out all these illegal activities that our Constitution protects our government from carrying out.
It's pretty clear. So ICE, as J.J. Carroll, friend of the show, of course, collaborator on documentary that you're working on, has pointed out these ICE beds are virtually empty, right? So we have facilities across the United States with all of these beds, these ICE detention beds and facilities that are virtually empty. And then these non-governmental organizations, Catholic Charities, and others, are then facilitating the transfer of these individuals around the country, basically putting them up in housing, putting them in hotels, right? So they're not using the ICE beds at all.
Not at all. You nailed it right on the head.
It's incredibly disturbing. So let's talk about what, as I mentioned at the beginning here, you've uncovered, and it relates to election and the polling centers. So you have Catholic Charities raking in huge record numbers of profits. Then your work on the Southwest Tea program. So let's unpack this for our audience so we understand. Because this can be a little bit convoluted here, but when you understand these non-governmental organizations are making millions, if not billions of dollars to facilitate this invasion and then also be put in charge of election polling places. This is mind-blowing to me.
Absolutely mind-blowing. Don't break this down for you. Southwest Tea Programs, Endeavor, and Global Refugees. These are three key NGO organizations. Global Refugee, Southwest Tea Programs, and Endeavor saw their combined revenue skyrocket from $597 million in 2019 to a whopping $2 billion in 2022. Global Refugees, Rachel Van Gogh, was compensated over $500,000, and the organization received $250 million in federal rewards just in 2022. Now, Endeavor's Inc. skyrocketed. They ranked in $1.5 billion as the CEO, Chip Funkelman, was paid $750,000. The prominent NGO used taxpayer funds to offer migrant children pet therapy, Holocaust therapy, and music therapy, according to Free Press. In 2021, Chris Merrill, a music therapist, the music therapist was paid $533,000 for her services. Most recently, it's revealed the organization Endeavor did 1,625 plant therapy sessions lately. Plant therapy, you heard that right, and 287 pet therapy sessions, 3,985 music therapy sessions. This was conducted between April of 2021 and March of 2023. Now, let me get you Endeavor's real quick now to be back to like Endeavor's in 2022 federal disclosure was also paid $5 billion. The company to provide full in-doctor and nursing visits, $4.6 million in consultation services, and $1.4 million to attend conferences, and they paid lobbyists $700,000. In 2021, the company spent $8 million on housing migrants in hotels belonging to a specific development company. Southwest Tea Programs received nearly $800 million in federal rewards in 2022, and the organization's CEO, Dr. Burriel, was compensated over $1 million last year.
Where are they getting this money from? Why do they need this much money? Most of that, it's shocking to me. I mean, I think, I saw that Catholic Charity story just the other day, and I saw the amount of revenue. These Catholic Charities, why do they need this much money? What is actually happening here?
From what we hear about guiding these NGOs, it's absolutely going to blow your mind because everything is connected. So let me throw this way, right? We have the director of ORR. Her name is Robin Marcos. She serves as the Deputy Assistant Director and to the Secretary for Humanitarian Services and the Director of ORR, which is the Office of Refugee Resettlement. She oversees the unaccompanied child programs, and they provide care and custody for unaccompanied migrant children who are referred to ORR's care until they are released to a quote-unquote vetted sponsor. We know how that goes, right? Now, the organization right? Prior to joining the ORI, Robinson was the director for the IRC, another NGO, the International Rescue Committee. This organization specializes in resettlement, asylum, integration programs, and in this role, Robin led a team that supported programming, provided technical assistance across the IRC offices in both the United States and Europe. She also provided oversight for resettlement support centers in Asia. This location provides overseas processing for inbound refugees in the United States through the U.S. Refugee Admission Program. Now, in response to Operation Allies Welcome, Robin led a team of over 40 staff and volunteers that stood up processing facilities in 10 sanctuary cities all across America where over 77,000 Afghan refugees were processed into America. Remember when after they all those planned over in Afghanistan? Well, Marco Spitzer, she left the organization in 2017. She was the Vice President of Resettlement and Migration Policy at the IRC. Now, after her departure, she was tapped to join in 2022. She became the senior, she left the IRC Senior Director. She became picked by the Biden administration, Director of ORI. Now, Marcos also served as the Executive Director of the IRC Seniors Branch for 15 years. She spent 23 years there total, and she spent another 4 years at another NGO called Church World Services. Let's see if we can connect these dots, right? Yeah, 2021 and 2022 grant spending for these NGOs went from 33 million placement to 400 million. 400 million. And this year, in 2023, it jumped to 616 million. You mean tell me magically this lady left $1 million a year salary position and $1 billion NGO to come and deal with traffic children with $150,000 for our government? That young NGO that she used to work for, their income went from 33 million to up to now 616 million.
It's all sort of facilitating the trafficking of children throughout the United States, facilitating this under the Department of Homeland Security. That's exactly what's happening here. So the government can sort of wash its hands of it, and the Biden administration can say, you know, these are non-governmental organizations carrying out this, so they can kind of step back from this and sort of plausible accountability, I guess, in all of this. And if you and J.J. Carroll cover the different sources in the South Park here that I like explaining what we're doing here, why this is so bad.
Yeah, but this is a confidential source. This is for the gentleman that was at the highest level. So the Border Patrol and FBI know the different organizations. You have GS, base guns, GS 10, 12, 13, 14, all the way up. Well, you can take a specific assignment where you can send to Washington, D.C. because nobody wants to go to Washington, D.C. You do the assignment for a year, and after you come back, you can pick where you want to go, and you just opt out the pay scale. This gentleman went to D.C. He was the man that was writing the checks to the NGOs. Not directly to the NGOs, but he was writing the checks to FEMA. So he was going to explain exactly how that operation works and how our government is actually giving money to these NGOs.
Payments to refugees down services was that in person checks to charity the church reduced cash for the church reduced the Bible pretty much the world to involve discussion.
It's incredible. So what he's saying here is that she doesn't have to give it directly to the NGOs. They're cutting checks to FEMA, and then FEMA, through whatever sort of background program they're using, is then funneling all of this money to Catholic Charities, to Southwest Key Doctor, all of these different fields throughout the country to facilitate the invasion of the United States with the child trafficking.
Absolutely, and not just that, but you touched on earlier, Southwest Key Programs is now running polling locations in Texas. So the NGO that's going to keep the trafficking children is now also in charge of running polling locations and technically securing our elections. Do you think any of those that are trafficking children running for elections in America?
This is amazing. So let's put this up here on the screen. They're going to be running these polling locations, encouraging people to come out, and they're going to be facilitating this. The same people that are literally bringing, facilitating human trafficking.
You can't make it up, and I can't believe that this is not the biggest story in America right now. this is not just me saying this or accusing it. I sent you the links of their personal Facebook page, posts made by the CEO of Southwest Programs, encouraging people to come and vote at their national headquarters, located at, and the address is right here on the screen, 6002 Jane Lane in Austin, Texas.
Yeah, these are, here's some posts from November of 2022. Here's the president and CEO of Southwest Key Program encourages you to vote. Get out, find out more about your polling site and state because your local county election office website. So they are, it's Vote Our Key. Vote here, Vote Our Key. So this is unbelievable. This is their Facebook page that we have here. I'll put this up on the screen as well. We know now that the House of Representatives, we know that the Republicans are pushing out poll watchers. We just got that news overnight. They're going to be sending out poll watchers and trying to watch and make sure that the vote polling locations, there's transparency, that people aren't being coerced a certain way in which to vote. But this is really troubling. And if they responded to requests about this,
you know, I sent this at the flagpole. I don't want to drop any names, but I sent it to somebody that I know is very high up in the RNC. I haven't heard a word of it since. I sent this I covered this paper 4 months ago, and every time I get to get on the show, I try to drop it, but nobody picked it up. And then I showed you for 1 second. You're like, what the heck? Thank you. Yeah, for having, speaking about this.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm flabbergasted. Americans are suffering right now, and these non-governmental organizations are getting millions, if not billions of dollars from governments in order to facilitate the invasion of the United States, to put money towards polling places, election, whatever. Who knows what's going to happen here? Election year, we don't know. And the trafficking of children across the United States. It's shocking to me that more people don't know about this. And of course, we recently had a Senate hearing on such corruption, such darkness, and that was suppressed. I mean, that surprised you at all? A Senate hearing was blocked and banned on Facebook. It wasn't allowed to really talk about it. This surprised you at all?
Catholic Charities has their net worth is $4.7 billion. How much is now profit worth $4.7 billion? They get government support $1.4 billion, private donations $1 billion, other income $2.2 billion. And they're allowed to hold assets, which means they can hold stock, they can hold real estate. They don't have to get rid of that. At the end of the day, or at the end of the year, they just have to have a zero balance in their bank account to be considered an NGO.
Right. Government support $1.4 billion, private donations $1 billion, and other income $2.2 billion. Other income. So it's curious. I love that the other income column is larger than the other ones, yet we don't know where that money comes from. It's deeply disturbing. I hope Americans wake up to this. I was really sad. I was actually really sad last night during the presidential debate to have. There's almost no discussion about the human trafficking element of this and the NGOs. Nothing about the NGOs came up last night during the presidential debate because you have hacker journalists asking questions from ABC News. What did you want to hear last night during the presidential debate on this subject?
That was it, Clayton. You're 100% right. The child trafficking. I thought that was the most important. We have 325,000 missing children that they've admitted to. And by interviewing us, talking about that number is drastically higher than 325,000. But they've openly admitted to losing 325,000 children. Trump could have commanded that whole debate and kept bringing every single question they threw at him right back to back, right back to back. When are we going to start talking about the 325,000 missing migrant children?
Yeah, I think it was a huge missed opportunity last night, and I don't think we're going to have another presidential debate. And this will get swept under the rug once again unless we continue to shine light on it. And what you and JJ are doing is shining the light on it. What we're hoping to do here is shining the light on it. Before we let you go, Ryan, can you tell folks about the documentary that you and JJ do? It's a two-piece documentary that you guys have uncovered because you really started out focusing on the illegal immigration piece, but the child trafficking and the vulnerability became larger and more important. So can you talk about these documentaries and how people can find it? You feel about your access.
Yes, we are. We're launching on Friday, so I'm super, super excited. we started out on a mission. The mission was to define what is treason. We know that the left is very good at changing the name and changing terminology. They did it with Dana Function and Fauci and everything that they did. So we wanted to ask the question, what is treason? Me and Gigi are going to go on a mission. We're going to travel across America to the epicenter of this destruction. And we're going to prove to you that this is treason. What's being done to America is treason. Now, in the process, everything that we went to, every site we saw, every person that we interviewed, it all boiled back to child trafficking. It all came back to child trafficking or pedophilia or something of this sort. So in the process, we had Carlos Arellano and Tara Rodas and several of these other whistleblowers, but JJ was really adamant after we started to interview all these other people, looking at those dots, he wanted to hear the whole story from the whistleblowers, so we asked if I could set up those interviews. I did. After we finished our trip, we came back and we sat down to edit and make what is treason. It made it. I realized what I had here, and I have enough to tell the entire story of what these children experience as they're being trafficked into America. And because it's so important, nothing matters. I mean, these are God's children, and there's 325,000 of them that we can save. Or at the very least, probably 50,000 right now that are in facilities all across America that are sitting waiting to be sold or handed over to a pedophile, a human trafficker, a drug smuggler, a MS-13, and right now we can see that these 50,000 that are in these locations all across America. But we need everybody in America to wake up and realize this is happening. It's only the last 25 days. Because we finished filming 25 days ago, and I'm going to deliver a documentary in 4 days. 25 days later, from start to finish, edited, because that's how important this story is lately. And it's going to shock the world. People thought Sound of Freedom was hard to watch because of what they were showing. This is going to make Sound of Freedom look like Disney on Ice. It's going to be heartbreaking. And when America sees this, I hope they realize what their government has done to these children.
Well, thank you for all the hard work that JJ have done on this. And we'll have it linked up here in the description. If you want to go pre-order the documentary right now and check it out, we'll have that linked up in the show because we need to see this as hard as it is to watch. We need to see this and wake up. Great to see you. Thank you for all the incredible work on this.
God bless you, Clayton. Thank you, man.
That's right. And as in the chat here, just asking, Melody says, I'm sorry, Coinage says, Clayton, there you are alluding to this now. What the hell do you suggest us physically do? First of all, you should be demanding accountability from your local representatives because this is happening in our backyards. These facilities, these former Walmarts that are being converted into these child trafficking centers that are being run by these NGOs are sitting right in your backyard. Go to your local. All politics is local. The most important politics is local, and the most changes that we can affect in the United States happen locally. Most people focus on Trump and Kamala Harris is one thing. Most change happens locally. If you can make your local community aware that there are children trafficked in your backyard at your facilities, whether it's in Texas, we documented many of them right here on the show. If you live within 30 miles of those places, you should be going to your local council meetings, you should be calling your local representatives demanding action on this thing. And following local law enforcement. These individuals are being trafficked around the country. This is happening right behind your soul. This is happening down the street from you. Drive by all the time. It's happening right on the site. That's what's in trouble about it. Some of these facilities we've shown right here on the show, and Carlos is here on our show. What are they doing? They look like the former Walmart stores. Or it's just pretty. The U.S. Attorney General and the FBI created an election task force to focus on Russian interference in elections, but specifically they're saying they're harassing poll workers. They want to make sure that the Republicans cannot get in there. It's a criminal offense if people harass poll workers, and I think they're setting up for the Republicans because they want these people to stay in power. They want them to stay in power. Every step they can to make sure that happens. Our country's been taken from us. And so you're going to have these parties. That's why Republicans are the best 24 hours. But I believe it's the party. This is happening. The party's watching. It's the state of the party that controls. It's the party of government. It's the party of government. It's the government that trumps the Biden is now Republicans first. And so the party is in control of this. Republicans in the past 24 hours to now take congressional staffers, leave them at different locations for transparency purposes. So, again, go volunteer. There's a multiple polling places to make sure you're watching part of that process. Contact your local representatives to demand accountability. government try to identify, depending on where you're living, are there any of these trafficking centers that are run by these NGOs in your backyard? We should all be citizens of our lists right now and protect your neighborhood, protect your family, protect the children in your neighborhood, and do what you can. If it's that's not enough to claim accountability from our elected leaders and officials. And that's why we are citizens officials who change citizens. Guys, these politicians, talk about this.
We actually don't quite know who we are. It's just some check. Every time we meet like this, I mean,
two sorts of service. What is trafficking, drug trafficking, always taking toxic always. Request a review, but it's always to monetize because their thinking is that advertising want to advertise on something like this to the park. And advertisers are brave that do it. So I don't know. I mean, it's just that there's certain segments here on the show. Anytime we cover 9/11, to monetize. And just monetize us. Cover this segment is to monetize. So we read, YouTube terms of service because it is the biggest platform out there. Which is it's the biggest platform, the first platform. That you have some terms of service. Try to get this job to the absolute it's just
it's like they might come up with something and say, okay, tomorrow, this video, they might be like, well, you know what, this is not against the guidelines, and it becomes retroactive, so we've never talked about it in the past, they just have to okay, so it makes the guidelines like that, we have to go in, we have to look at every video we've got, and make sure that we pull it down or whatever, so it's frustrating.
It's incredibly difficult. So we have a few sponsors here on the show to support us and been with us for a long time. And we have new sponsors that want to join us, and that's great. And we're thankful for them. We're thankful for your support and just subscribing here and being part of our community because we are not a multi-billion-dollar company like News Corp or any of these Scripps Network or any of these things that get all of their money from biopharmaceutical companies and everything else. We don't. So anyway, we're a small little operation here, so thank you for your support. All right, we've got a lot more news to get to here on your Wednesday. We're going to talk about the debate and some of the things that may or may not have come up last night on the economy was kind of shifty. We hear a lot about the plans from really either side exactly how we get this inflation down because we just got new inflation numbers out today that show just how bad August numbers are, and yet the Biden administration is trying to spin it as, oh, it's a good thing. We're going to take apart that propaganda. And most Americans right now, young Americans, are saying, we're just not even their children. We can't afford children. So Americans' birth rate is declining, but don't worry, they're being replaced with legal immigrants. So that's good. We're also going to talk more about the debate in just a little bit. But first, if you sleep hot at night, you know just how disruptive it can be. Whether you're having trouble falling asleep, you're waking up sweating in the middle of the night, or all of the above, that's where Ghost Bed can help. Let us know in the comments right now. Do you guys sleep hot or cold? Or are you just like a normal sleeper?
I'm always hot.
Always hot. Me too. I'm always freaking hot. I can't stand it. And then my wife, Natalie, she's always cold. And then, halfway through the night, then she's like, oh, now I'm hot. It's like, you never find a happy medium. That's where Ghost Bed can totally help you. As the makers of the coolest beds in the world, Ghost Bed is your go-to for cooling mattresses, cooling pillows, and even cooling bedding. For their signature Ghost Ice fabric, patented technology that adjusts with your body temperature. Every Ghost Bed mattress is designed cool in mind. So whether you want a plusher mattress that cushions your shoulders and hips, or a firmer option with exceptional support, your Ghost Bed will help keep you cool and comfortable all night long. And we're about to buy my daughter a new bed, so we're going to get her a Ghost Bed. When you purchase a Ghost Bed mattress, your comfort is guaranteed. You can try your mattress for 101 days. That's what we told our daughter. We're going to try it for 101 days. If you like it, we'll keep it. They also offer free shipping. So right now you get 50% off site-wide for a limited time. 50% off. just visit ghostbed.com/redacted and use the code redacted at checkout to get 50% off. Again, that's ghostbed.com/redacted. Use the code redacted at checkout to save a whopping 50% off site-wide. And so our thanks to them for supporting the show. Well, inflation is the hot button issue of the day. The Fed is about to slash rates in just a few days. What is today? Today is September 11th. Well, just in about 7 days, the Federal Reserve is going to slash interest rates for the first time, and likely do it 4 times the rest of this year. Inflation, the new August data is just out, up 2.5%. But this is how the Democrats right now are trying to spin this to protect Kamala Harris. Even though it was up by 2.5% in August, they're trying to spin it that it's down. 2.5% higher than in August of last year. So just all it's up higher. That still means the prices are going up. They just went up slower than they did in July. So prices are going up and just a little bit slower, and Democrats are saying, yeah, that's great. It's going up but slower. No, it's still going up. People are insane.
That is not how you solve a problem. I mean, if my house was on fire, the fire department put out like 3/4 of it, and they start packing up, I'd still be like, hey, what about the bathroom that's still on fire? Like, oh, we got most of it. We slowed the fire down. You'll be fine.
You might not have a bathroom, but don't worry about it. We slowed it down. You got the rest of it. You can handle the rest of it, Philip. So these numbers went up slower than they did from July to August. From July 2023 to July 2024. As Wall Street Journal points out, core inflation, a measure that excludes volatile food and energy costs, held roughly steady at 3.2%. So like unchanged, 3.2%. So food and energy costs, like one of the most important factors in inflation numbers, held steady, no change, 3.2%. But the journal calls this a cooling streak. It's not a cooling streak. Prices are still increasing, and they're already too high. And of course, stocks were down on this news. Gold prices going up, U.S. dollar being devalued, and going down, down, down. U.S. inflation was up by less in July. This does not mean prices are going down, despite headlines saying that this is cooling. This only means we're going up less fast. And I love how politicians try to spin this. You remember this clown out of the UK saying, "Oh, under the Rishi Sunak administration, things are getting better. We're really cooling on inflation." This is the same strategy that the Biden administration is using. Watch this moment. This is unbelievable.
Great news for people at home. We saw inflation coming down crucially. We saw food prices coming down, and this hasn't happened by accident. This has been a result of the government working very hard to make sure we stop the inflation rates coming and settling out. Real wages are now rising, and people can have a little bit more money given, and that's really good.
Just to be clear, I think you misspoke for a second. When you said prices are coming down, you mean prices are going up?
Sorry, the rates of for which prices are rising. So inflation is coming down. Inflation is going wages are rising and have been rising for the last 8 months, and it's really important to me to money from perspective. Just to 2%. That is the target that is what the Bank of England and the government are working towards.
So inflation's coming down, but prices are going up. That's up.
Just to be clear, prices are going up. Yes, prices are going up. I just spoke earlier when I said prices are going down.
So prices are getting better. They're not getting worse slower.
They're not getting worse slower. More slowly. It's cancer. But media frames this as a win, of course, because experts had expected a 3% increase in August, so they should celebrate. Like, yeah, we thought it would be 3%, it's only 2.5%. Great, so it still went up 2.5%. What are you celebrating, you fools? So that means that Americans continue to put more bills, higher costs for putting food on the table, and for their energy costs, everything across the board right now. Americans have no savings, none. They tapped it all out. It's gone. The data out that came out 2.5 weeks ago shows Americans' credit card debt is at an all-time high, and savings is at 0. They're putting all of their savings, they're putting all of their purchases on credit cards. And consumer spending is exceptionally low. Just look at the Dollar General numbers from the past few days. Dollar General and dollar stores showing that their consumers, their core customers, can't afford to shop there. At the dollar store. I mean, where else can you go? The dollar store is too expensive for you now?
I mean, you don't celebrate stores. Go to McDonald's or Burger King or something like that right now, fast food restaurant. Look how much a freaking hamburger is.
Oh my God. Yeah, the other night we were running around like crazy and had to pick up some food for the kids. We stopped at Wendy's. By the way, they make a great bacon cheeseburger, by the way. And I got 3 Wendy's cheeseburger meals for the kids. And unbelievable. It was like $40. $40. I'm like, what happened? What in the world happened? I used to ride my bike with my friends over to, as a kid, go to Burger King, run down to McDonald's or whatever, in the summers, swim at the pool, go to swim practice and all that. Stop down at Burger King, grab a value meal for $4.99. $40.
When I was a kid, I literally walked to a place called Burger Chef and could get hamburgers for 25 cents.
Yeah. Yeah,
my life. Yeah.
Do you remember the dollar menu? I know it sounds like, yeah, I remember right when I was a kid, I come to school, rotary phone. But I mean, what that sense is, it's not that. By the way, we should point out that is pure inflation. That is the size of the hamburger hasn't changed at all. The number of fries in a McDonald's value meal hasn't changed at all. What has changed is the cost of it. It's the same damn hamburger meal, now 2 or 3 times as expensive. That is inflation. $1 US is worth far less than it was 10 years ago, 3 years ago. It's unbelievable. It's not getting no matter how you spin it. The government shows no signs of decreasing their spending. Kamala Harris last night, of course, talking about wanting to give $25,000 in down payment assistance to people buying a home. Where's that money going to come from? And you want to further screw over the housing market? My God. And then we get this data today. Almost 1 in 4 millennials and Gen Zers say they won't have kids due to finances. 1 in 4. You can't afford it. Almost a quarter of millennials and Gen Z adults without children say they plan to stay that way. The reason? Money. Only 3% of these adults, ranging from 18 to 43-year-olds, said their financial motivation to remain childless boils down to 2 issues. Financial freedom is from not having kids as well as this is exactly and they've mocked it recently. There was a story we did 2 weeks ago during the show. Liberals are so resistant. The New York Times makes what they say. It's too stressful. We really should just not do it. We have to don't put you in yeah, it's just politicians. Don't be a parent, don't have kids. But don't worry, Democrats have plans for people 25 to 30 million. I'll be able to live in immigrants. Or the place. They should have had something that doesn't matter. I mean, it's expensive. It was a child in the study finance. It's $240,000 for each child from birth to 18. My daughter needs every day, so those guys do
I guess it doesn't hate the body weight.
But I love this is how they're spinning it right now. They said, yeah, the inflation number is up 2.5% in August, but don't worry, it's being spun as down. Let's know your thoughts on this in the comments. I just saw someone asking, hey Clay, will you clip this segment and publish this so we can share it everywhere? Yes, we'll clip this a little bit later, 100%. 100%. So it'll be up on our channel after the show today, so you can share this out, please, because this is pure propaganda. But yeah, I would love to hear from you guys in the comments here. Like, how many of you guys are experiencing this? Let me know down below what you guys are experiencing. And do you believe that prices are going down, or are they going up for you in your daily life? And we don't need to be hyperbolic about it. We don't need to be shouting and yelling about it. But just what are the average things you're buying? Milk, eggs, cheese, bread. What are the things you're serving your family? Breakfast, having for lunch, having for dinner. Have you seen an increase, or are those prices going down?
I know the majority meat has completely skyrocketed.
Oh my God.
Going to Costco. I used to go to Costco and could get a nice thing of steaks for $30, which is now $60.
60. Yeah, I was there looking at steaks the other day, and I was like, holy cow. It's like, holy cow, literally. Must be a holy cow. Holy smokes, what, 60? It was $69 for, to do some steaks for the family. It's insane. But don't worry, they'll feed you bugs, so they don't want you to feed you bugs. By the way, I just co-authored a brand new report on inflation, and this is one of the best reports that I've ever co-authored with my partners on this. And we're looking at how the U.S. dollar dropped to all-time lows, 2024 lows for this year. But this is all ahead of what's about to happen in 7 days with the Fed's rate cuts and Jerome Powell and the Fed about to drop these rates. What's going to happen to the U.S. dollar? So go grab, this is a free report, so just go grab it. It's over at redacted.inc/inflation. Just put in your email address and we'll send you the PDF. And it's a really interesting report on what is happening right now with global interest rates coming down hard and how that will devalue the U.S. dollar. And what we're expecting ahead of this rates cut session, this era of rate cuts coming up here in the next few days. So it's redacted.inc/inflation. All right, we've got more news to get to. We're going to talk about the debate a little bit tonight. What happened last night, and how the ABC moderators, it was basically a 3-on-1 attack against President Trump. Regardless of what happens, we have to look at the legacy media and the destruction of the legacy media. Kelly was getting destroyed. ABC over there, so we look at that and sort of fact-checking. So we'll do that. We'll take some super chats here in a second. But first, American So there's a surge of health crises right now, just as critical decisions need to be made. They're pushing the new COVID vaccine, right? Now we're seeing a COVID-19 spike. 1.2 million new cases reported daily. And the World Health Organization declared monkeypox global health emergency. And now, gearing up for bird flu summit in Washington, D.C. to set the stage for more planned pandemics. These aren't just coincidences, they're calculated moves to keep us in fear and control. So you need to ask yourself, were you prepared for the last pandemic? Shocking, 48% of Americans don't have any emergency supplies yet. Stores shut down and tell you you can't leave your house. According to the National Center for Disaster Preparedness, we saw how the medical and pharmaceutical industries failed us the last time. They left us fending for ourselves. Do you want to count on them again? So that's why you need to take control. We have one of these wellness kits up in our laundry room. We put it above by our medicine cabinet there in the wellness company and our emergency kit. You should just keep one on hand. It's their contagion emergency kit. It has hydroxychloroquine, it has a Z-Pack in there, Tamiflu, and nebulizer, has treatments that they don't want you to have. It has a whole bunch of stuff in there that becomes very difficult to get, as ivermectin, and it has that Z-Pack in there as well, and life-saving medications. You can check out just a few clicks, you'll be shipped right to your front door. Don't let yourself be harmed. You just keep one in your house. Visit twc.health/redacted in the contagion emergency kit today. Use the promo code redacted to check out to save you $3. Once again, that is supporting our show. Well, last night was a bit of a disaster for legacy media. Once again, legacy media. The first week of its launch presidential debate makes it sort of like again. This is what people watch. Used to watch back in the day. There was the 3 television stations and people used to put on their 6 o'clock news every night. before the first launch of the April. So since the first class last night, with Russia makes this last year. So that story is not a surprise at all. It's about it's trying to function as a drug. Online manufacture is a factual that's a lie. On camera saying that's a priority of mine for my lab activities. Chicken doctor. Such those lies. Fact checkers, it's just fact checkers. I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also the president. I was there. And on that day, the president of the United States decided a violent bomb to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate. First of all, she was left. She also was, she said that she was the insider to attack the capital false. She's fully patriotic with those commentary that's left out of the statement. The ABC didn't fact check that, bring that up. So, our nation's capital on that day, and some died.
And sometimes, I'm not evil witch.
The former president has been indicted and impeached for that reason. This is a flagrant situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? They were finding people on each side. Let's remember. So, again, that's just that's 5 things. So, that is accurate. That intervened in that and said, cut him off. So that's just went right to Kamala Harris. They obviously in that scene. And immediately just teased it up for Kamala. We talk about January 6th. She said she was going to jump on that day. And she was there in morning. She was in the same years. It's false, said peacefully, patriotically, all of that stuff happens. And again, the police officer was killed that day. False, fact checking. That tells me so well. That is an easy thing. Come off. So actually, there's message. So what is it? Another bit of news. That when it came to the Proud Boys on the militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos. This isn't
The approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath. If this and the outcome of this election is up to his liking.
Let's check the automobile. There will be a bloodbath in the automobile industry if he's not elected. It's tariffs and trade. No fact checking. That was just a trip. It showed you about 7 different examples of pulling out that 2 minutes with Dave and I last night. Phil, we sat here and did the debate live, and thanks to the tens of thousands of people who watched with us last night live. Countless moments on fact on any number of issues that were rise that were not fact-checked. Term abortions, the proof was illegal, essentially. So Megyn Kelly was watching last night, my old colleague at Fox News, and it was good to remember, Megyn's, she was has led a investigation moderating as Fox News meetings at no time, and she had a lot of things to say about how she absolutely destroyed ABC News.
Well, I watched it. Did you watch it? I'm disgusted. I'm ashamed of those moderators at ABC News. They did exactly what their bosses wanted them to do. The person who runs ABC News is a close personal friend of Kamala Harris. It is responsible for Kamala Harris and her husband meeting. And they did Dana Walden's bidding tonight. It was 3 against 1 on that debate stage this evening. Hi, everyone. I'm Megyn Kelly, special program tonight where you're reacting to the debate. It was 3 against 1. It's very easy to look like you know what you're doing when moderators are entirely on your side. Trump did the best he could under the circumstances, but it was like 3 fighters in the ring, hollering one another, and Trump took it all out. He did fine. He did as best as he could. He was thrown a few times where he was unnecessarily defensive, and he was getting angry, and so was I. Were you? This was a mistake to trust ABC News with this debate. The Republicans must learn from this mistake. The same way the Democrats never agree to do anything with moderators they don't entirely trust.
Yeah. So I like what she says there, that moderators did exactly the bidding of their bosses, ABC. Make Kamala look as good as possible and fact-check in real time. It takes the fact-checking off of Kamala's plate, puts it in your hands as the moderators, puts Trump on the defensive, and then it's 3 against 1. Incredibly dishonest, and it really was a disgusting overall performance by ABC News. And again, why? Trump likes television, so he's never shied away from the camera, So I almost think he doesn't even care who's doing these debates, because he doesn't really care at the end of the day. But his team should, because why do they keep agreeing to these debates with these favorable liberal moderators and hosts from these different networks? I don't understand it. One of the things, though, that did come up last night, that I think was one of the first things that was fact-checked by the ABC moderators, was about late-term abortions. President Trump was talking about Virginia. He was talking about other states that allow post-birth abortions. And of course, in real time, you can see on Twitter people saying that's absolutely true. But ABC jumped in and defended it and said there are no states in the United States that allow a post-birth abortion. Well, this has gone viral in the past 24 hours, where a young woman decides to put that to the test in her state. Watch this.
That's
I'm looking to have an abortion. I'm 34 right now. I am in a pretty desperate situation. My boyfriend is kind of out of the picture now, so I don't really have any support.
An abortion is actually much safer than delivering a term pregnancy. It's a 4 to 5 day procedure. We do some basic lab work on you and start to dilate your cervix. After that, we do what we call the fetal injection. A needle is inserted through the abdomen and into the fetal part where lidocaine is injected, and that will completely numb the fetus so there's no pain. And then after that, we inject the medication called digoxin and another medication called KCL into the fetal part, which will slow and then stop the fetal heartbeat. Then on that 4th day, depending on how your cervix is dilated, we'll break your water, and then we'll give you a medication called misoprostol. Misoprostol will sort of induce contraction and increase the dilation of your cervix. You're going to have contractions and cramping, and then we'll assist you in sort of pushing the induction and then remove all of the products of conception. You're definitely going to feel discomfort and cramping and a lot of pressure, but we do give you fentanyl and Versed during the procedure. We specialize in later trimester care. Our doctor is very well versed in what he's doing and he's very good.
So I'm not like a rare situation. Y'all help him in this like pregnancy all the time.
All the time.
Wait, the moderator said that wasn't happening. Yeah, ABC told us that wasn't happening. Yeah, ABC told us that wasn't happening. Products of conception. Fetal injection. Okay. Well, thanks ABC News for all of your fact-checking. We appreciate it. And when ABC News also jumped in about the cats, the Haitian cats, Ohio, and all of this stuff. I think on every occasion they were inaccurate with their fact checking. They let all of the lies from the other side just flow freely. And that's why I trust the again. These exclusive chats here is disgusting. That's why we don't care this right now, guys, because it's super bias since they cover up specific areas that feels within those little areas and push this stuff on stage. It's not how to touch this tool. It's personalized it's this just affects you which is a story you're researching. It's basically holds the capital related articles from around the world in one place so you can compare it to figure out the secret on any particular media story. So you have all the liberal media stunning telling you that all of the stuff you did last night was false, whatever it is. But it's from the Vatican side. And then you go to grassroots and actually make a case to look at whatever it was that Trump's assassination attempt, what you made last night. It gives you instant access to what it's saying, what it was, hundreds of networks, with all of the text language, communications, biases, all of that. Trying to reach and so on. Because it's today. Because it's today's news. Assassinations. Irish times. Yeah, what do you guys think of the movie last night? We watched it on the channel. I mean, I really like it as well. You know what I wish? I wish that it's like 4 independent journalists on the left and 4 independent journalists with big audiences on the right, like 4 of them would come together and they would form out like an independent journalist debate and know that they would have bigger audiences and pay these debates to get involved. The debates are getting an audience, but other than that, the channel themselves don't put the station. And say, hey, you demand to answer our questions or, call you out. Like, they have the power to do that, but they're independent journalists at this point. And fine, have the updated audience of any mainstream channel. I wish that something like that would happen. It's very little, independent news and demand those people come on there and ask them great questions. Don't government get around the answer. It's not a resistance to class. And we're going to pull it in a second. 82% said no. 13% said they did not check last night. 4% said yes, yes. Yeah, yes. So that both sides felt comfortable coming into them, that they had some representation. So just having it people on the right, that will work for them, but then having it people on the left, like Trump up to the left, like you have to have a balance where you have both sides represented. Well, I gotta run. My daughter, technology that they use to fly this aircraft remotely throughout the show. What do you think of that? One of the drawings in this part of the story, there's any number of pieces of the story like we see. But the Pentagon piece of the story is like line 3, building 7, of those buildings are true. So the airplanes themselves and the remote control ceremonies.
Around 2006, 2005, I realized that both construction was probably self-sabotage. At that time, I also concluded that, therefore, the planes themselves, the attack by the planes, were by some means that were not reported by the media or federal authorities. I took an effort to find out if there were ways of delivering the airplanes to the targets that he met that day by means of the huge nuclear pilots.
Talk about the aircraft themselves. You have really been on the controls engineering. Talk about when you started to uncover the
it was several years leading up to the we realized that during that time, there was intensive research and development report that sort of had future function aviation technology, relying heavily on GPS, compatible avionics packages for aircraft, and I began to realize that during this 5-year or so period, there was intensive R&D underway, relying on Boeing 757, 767 aircraft leased from different entities such as UPS, FedEx, airlines, like United, for example, and testing and developing this technology. And coincidentally enough, the planes used in the attacks, for example, were also Boeing 757, 767 planes. And what wound up being the case is the accomplishment of GPS accuracy provided 3 meters left, right, up, and down into the virtual highway in the sky showing today. Highly reliable, highly accurate, and it was only available on a R&D basis up until 2008, formalized for commercial use by the airline until 2003. Once the FAA certified the systems and capability for essentially laying dormant within these aircraft within the sky above us. It will be accurate GPS signal that had only been turned on during May of 2000 at the airline prior to the 9/11 attack.
So this GPS signal was just gone on these aircraft, like what's just explain how that's shocking to me. I didn't know anything about that.
Yes. Built into the GPS service engineers were deliberately installed errors with paradigm and the abuse. And on May of 2000, the Defense Secretary Phil Clinton activated the order the service that eliminated those errors and included the newly augmented capability. Wide area augmentation system, long story short, refers to a ground-based aspect of the network added to the service. Long story, but it's difficult to summarize. But in that case, in any event, these avionics packages were scheduled for installation during the airline. They supported these functions, which were not being used for commercial use. I think I said it was about 2003. So for a period of about 4 or 5 years, from 98 to about 2003, these capabilities were available, and technically, although not officially, but essentially they were dormant aboard these planes for about 4 or 5 years.
This technology allowed exactly control access
the remote aspect of the bigger picture refers to the capability of airlines, other entities with the technical capability of transmitting entire flight plan, the waypoints, the data remotely via radio frequency, which can automatically self-install into the flight management systems of the plane. So, technically speaking, that would be referred to as a remote capability.
So, remote capability, be able to control these aircraft, and I didn't realize, so you described this in meters, up and down and left and right. That's the precision with which that technology was laying dormant in these aircraft. Like, we had that technology was laying dormant inside of these aircraft and we didn't know about it.
Well, certainly the industry knew, the professionals knew, the capabilities were there in anticipation of the eventual official use starting in 2003. So these were brand new avionics packages in anticipation of this service and these capabilities and the desire to use them for commercial purposes.
Okay, so let's talk about this technology and who might have had access to this. You sort of peeling this onion back. What would you find in terms of who put this here, who might have had a motive to build these aircraft through that part of the story?
Well, there's one character in particular, a guy who got kind of the Bush White House, so he has conservative groups. We had a company called System Trading Corporation, which developed a platform by which unmanned, unpiloted, unfortunately, aerial vehicles could be interfaced through their flight control systems in order to turn various aerial vehicles around, for example, should the need arise or desire arise, and return these flying vehicles pilotless to a base of their choice, a runway of their choice, for example. There are other broader aspects of the technology, but that
Tell me,
particular
General,
aspect of this
what think you of
innovation
Alphino's bold endeavor?
certainly caught my attention, and some others as well.
I think it is more than bold, Your Grace. His organization would pave the way for a united Eorzea. Well do I understand his impatience. Since facing a common threat of the Ultima weapon, our nations have seemed farther apart, not closer together. Considering the many problems we face, should we not be glad that someone else is taking the initiative?
We have all pledged our cooperation, yet the grumbling continues behind closed doors. Ul'dah is not alone in her duplicity. I myself have doubts as to the good this organization will achieve. With the inclusion of the finest soldiers of the 3 grand companies, it promises to be a fearsome military body. But whom will it serve? Even under the watchful gaze of the Scions, it is not unthinkable that such a force could perpetrate a great wrong. Does it not concern you that a significant proportion of its financial backing came from the coffers of the Syndicate? That those unprincipled worms might forge this extraordinary gathering of warriors into a private army?
I have trust in the Scions, Your Grace. They have spared us no end of trouble at the hands of the Primals. If they seek reinforcements, I deem it unwise to deny them. As for their finances, full many gave generously. And though our nobles proffered a sizable sum, their coin did not spill from the pockets of Lolorito and his cronies. And what of the presence of our stalwart adventurer friend in this endeavor? I doubt the warrior of light would betray our cause.
Yes, there is that, I suppose. Yet I have known people to change. Whether we will or no, the events of the age hurl us this way and that, like a dust devil skipping across the sands.
Flying for 30 years or more.
Cannot be done about Kelechi.
I have explored all avenues available to us, Your Grace. But as Ul'Dan Law now stands, we lack the evidence to convict him of any crime. To arrest him on spurious grounds would only play into his hands.
I've heard professionals refer to it as very challenging to say the least.
He has all but committed treason, and yet we can do nothing?
Then a minute, Ricky's level, then goes behind smoke, 3 years.
What good our government? What worth the royal house? How deplorable this mockery of justice!
It rotates another 18 degrees to 38 degrees. But using trigonometry, I can show that final 18 degrees close to 10 is not necessary to achieve impact. And so, we're looking at time over half. Folks, my eyeball, but what we're looking at is something comparable to a half-foot shot pass.
And so what would have accounted for that last second 18-degree turn? Why would that have been performed? What was the purpose of that?
Yeah, that's a question that has been on my mind as far as including myself. That it didn't really impression on the observers of reckless.
Have faith, Your Grace. It is not over.
That the plaintiff here is desperately trying to achieve impact via a desperate last-second bank. But using trigonometry, that the plane would have been together regardless of the final implementation.
So the propaganda that's a pilot in a fight with a box cutter, fighting to happen.
Yes, as so many things are lately, it may very well have been just for a period of state and this recent impression of plausibility of the official account.
Let's take a look at some of these images that have also been sent over. What are we seeing here? Let's take through. So I guess this is a still image here of one of the towers being the other tower being on fire. What are we seeing here in this black and white section?
That is a composite of one of the frames, actually 2 of the frames, from the video I described. And I just provide that for your reference to the viewers themselves. As I mentioned, you see a plane at wings level, rapid 10,000 foot per minute descent. So it's behind smoke here at a point that it turns steadily all the way to the target until the last half second, at which time it then rotates another 18 degrees at impact, another 30 degrees impact.
Now take me through this sort of wind tunnel image here. What is this?
That, I believe, is a Boeing industry illustration of what was hoped to be represented as a virtual highway in the sky, which was the objective in the late 90s, to replace these legacy navigational aids such as VOR, DME, INS as well, or not INS, but ILS correction. And the industry was planning to phase these out pretty rapidly with the appearance of this new technology. So that's basically what you're looking at. It's for the general viewer illustration by the industry. I think it was Boeing specifically who put that together.
And is the idea that we would go pilotless for UPS, FedEx flights, that these would all be loaded up with packages and pilots wouldn't have to be involved in this process any longer?
Eventually, I think that is a goal, although there are some hurdles and obstacles in the way of that. But what most people don't realize is even on the typical coast-to-coast 4-hour flight from Boston to LA. On autopilot. It's actually a more stable option for flight than, shall we say, a human pilot control.
And in your evidence, it appears, and we've covered this on the show as well, that there appears to be no way, or virtually impossible, if not impossible, for these pilots, these alleged hijackers, who have had any kind of control maneuvering this type of aircraft, with that type of descent, with those types of maneuvers, with that precision. These pilots were inexperienced at best, had very little time, if any, in a simulator. Is that what your evidence has also uncovered?
It seems to have, yes. For example, Flight 175, while descending at 10,000 feet at the very end, radar returns inferred that there was a last-second increase in speed, which required the right hand or left hand to control the thrust lever control of the aircraft, while with the other hand maintaining steering with the control stick with the other free hand, all while dealing with what were probably very high G-forces as the plane leveled out to 10,000 foot per minute rapid descent into the building. It seemed like a challenge even for a professional, much less a huge amateur.
Right. I've spoken to Marine Corps pilots who say, no, we wouldn't be able to do that. Marine Corps pilots, okay, can't pull that off then. But how is a hijacker with almost no flight experience pull that off? It's remarkable. And this other image here that I'm looking at, I'm just showing you as well. So the plan office, the express elevators, and the wing stand here. What are we looking at here, and why is this important?
That is a composite I created of the dimensions of items of interest in the whole scenario. Building the plane and virtual island Sky referred to earlier. The highest degree of accuracy was referred to as RNP 0.02, a nautical mile measure, and the highest degree of accuracy around 2002, 2003, according to the publication, achieved for this system was 0.02 nautical miles, which is 200 and which is actually 123 feet, which is a radial measure for a total diameter of 243 feet. 123 left, 123 right, up and down, for a total of 243. Sorry for all the math, but that's the nautical mile measure for accuracy. And what you see in the image, the composite, of course, is the nice fit of the building, of the airplane, into the virtual highway in the sky. And it just establishes the plausibility of this vision of mine and others for some other reason, or other than this.
On a scale of 1 to 100, 100 being 100% likely these were remote control, where do you come down on this after all this years of research? It's 100%, 80%, 50%, where do you come down on this?
Probably close to 100. There's just precision involved, at least in the flight of 175. As well, what I forgot to mention was, this new technology, this GPS technology, supported ascending and descending turns within these virtual highways in the sky. These tiny recorders, relatively speaking. The legacy nav aids, like VOR, DME, simply did not support these.
The incident with the New Frontier hands? No, you need not elaborate. I have been following their progress with no small amount of interest.
And this is what you see in the case of the Pentagon flight.
Brave men and women all. They do our nation a great service. The existence of a fortified outpost in Mordona will do much to dissuade the Empire from trespassing on Kurthis soil. Right glad am I that you have chosen to lend your support to this endeavor. Never let it be said that House Fortom does not acknowledge the efforts of her allies, or her deaths. 'Twas in the spirit of gratitude that I arranged for sundry supplies to be delivered to Revenant's Toll. That the shipment should chance to be waylaid by heretics is poor fortune indeed. Poor fortune, I say, yet not without precedent. If you would know the truth of it, these incorrigible villains grow more organized with each passing day. This new unity of purpose we attribute to their leader, the Lady Iceheart. But though I have devoted significant resources to the task of identifying this woman, we have yet to learn so much as her birth name. What we do know is that the heretics speak of Iceheart in reverent tones, and would gladly embrace death rather than betray her. Such loyalty is rare indeed, and I fear to imagine what so committed a collective might achieve. The brigands have not yet been so brazen as to risk direct confrontation here in Dragonhead. Some few of their number have, however, been sighted not far to the west of here, and with ever-increasing regularity. A visit to Whitebrim Front may bring you the answers you seek. Will you brave the snows, knowing what implacable foes may lie in wait? Halone's blessings be upon you. Though I take no pride in the admission, many of mine own countrymen are not so well suited as you adventurers to dealing with such foes. Were they dragons, it might be otherwise.
That system is highly suspect, especially given the parties involved.
But truly, I could not wish for a finer ally. You have done much for my house in the past, and I have no doubt but that I shall have cause to celebrate your deeds again.
System itself.
Should you learn aught of value, pray return to me forthwith. A warm hearth and a warmer welcome shall be waiting for you.
I guess it's been 8 months again. This book is called Declassifying 9/11 since 2006. All of this remote control technology is fascinating. Thank you for shedding light on this. We really feel thrilled that you're able to provide even more context here. Things that we haven't discussed yet on our show, so thank you for the level of detailed analysis that we haven't featured in the show. Thank you so much, Aidan. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you, please.
What's the export impact? It's when a third-generation business bravely enters a new continent. It's accessing financing that creates a runway for growth. And having your global contracts protected so you can keep protecting communities. Turn uncertainty into opportunity with Export Development Canada's market insights, connections, and financial solutions. Discover the export impact today with EDC.
This is Jonathan Ferguson, Keeper of Firearms and Artillery at the Royal Arms Museum of the UK, which houses a collection of thousands of iconic weapons from throughout history. This week, as we just can't contain our excitement for Space Marine 2, we're looking back at OG 2011 Space Marine.
It's funny how the old weapons and armour make incredibly chunky industrial design of Space Marine stuff look slick and uncluttered.
Make sure to subscribe so you don't miss out on the upcoming Space Marine 2 episode, and let us know what other games or guns you'd like to see from German series in the comments section below. Right, over to John.
You're going to have an oversized pistol that should have an oversized sound, which that does. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dave, because these guys one-hand the bolt a normal bolt gun.
They could still, because it costs more points to take a bolt to the bolt pistol. That's probably the reason. And I think to be cool enough to hold a bolter in one hand, you have to be like a main character.
Check out Matt Easton's channel, Scholar Gladiator. He's got a number of videos on, especially colonial warfare, where you have officers with a handgun, pistol in one hand, revolver, and a sword in the other. And part of the idea of the one-handed firearm is that you can use your other hand for other stuff. So there's your historical relevance. And I guess even these augmented dudes, it's maybe a bit more wieldy as a pistol-sized weapon. I suppose there's something to do with the visuals of swinging around a giant carbine in one hand. It's going to look a bit weird, whereas a small laptop-sized is not using the same technology. Just, I don't know, it would be exciting to see pistol-sized weapons. So, practically speaking, something that differentiates the pistol from the guns. Pistol existent. Because the magazine goes in front of the grip, so there is barely any room for a barrel. Now maybe this is where your rocket assist comes in, I don't know. Maybe. 998, that's the caliber, 998 inch, that's very, very precise. Godwin pattern bolter. Characteristic Space Marine battle rifle. So I like a bit of detail, I like the ludicrously precise caliber there. The fact that Imperial really is still being used to measure the caliber of firearms 40,000 years in the future. It looks like metric may have lost the battle there. The design, I think, is modernised somewhat. It's got a sort of ergonomic-looking grip to it that I don't remember being on the early Warhammer designs. It's still big, still chunky, makes a racket, chucks out giant cartridge cases, but is still rocket-assisted projectile. You see the cases come flying out of the ejection port, smoke from the muzzle, nice muzzle flash. It's all good, actually. And I think they should be that chunky. You know, you look at the armour, which hasn't substantially changed, and I don't think we should be streamlining the weapons. They should be nice and industrial.
This mirroring bolter, they've got, that's the one they're saying that with the Space Marine scale one. That's the one that said that the normal gun is supposed to shoot it, just destroy it. But they've got the door you can find a little bit more, which you get very good back.
Yeah, so I'm always, whenever I'm thinking about bolters, I'm thinking how much of it is propellant, how much of it's rocket fuel, and if the recoil is so strong that it's going to shatter your arm or something, then there's a ton of propellant involved there. But I guess the answer is they're just extremely powerful. You know, they've got all the recoil and giant guns, and then the projectiles are accelerated to some sort of insane velocity as well, I guess, making them the ultimate firearm. No concession to a buff stock at all, which I'm sure is where the Lancer from Gears of War took its inspiration as well. The idea that we don't need no buff stock. We just use muscle power to control our rifle. And sights are kind of interesting. There's a huge blade foresight, and then two sort of nubbins on the back that don't really seem to line up. Nor do they ever try to aim. And Warhammer is from the 80s, so there's no aiming going on in the 80s. It's all hip firing, it's all looking over the top of the gun and aiming instinctually. Oh, hello. Some sort of place. Still some sort of bolter.
A lot of cards. I didn't toggle you.
And of course, you just look it up. There's stories, there's murder going on with that mounted machine gun, essentially. And there's a belt box or anything.
Next day!
Yeah, it's usually a belt.
And I thought of your species!
Issues used to have like those sort of belt over the arm instead.
Replicates the staggering firepower, literally staggers you on a place weapons before causing about 90 Space Marine. Oh, I see, so you can stabilise yourself in order to fire. Oh, increase
Was any casualties?
Interesting. I'm not sure why that would increase the rate of fire.
The guy in red, that one actually has the back ammo, has the whole feed.
Then you have your psychological box.
Which I think is mid-50s. Where Armalite had a backpack full of ammo attached to a belt-fed AR-10. It was reinvented in Vietnam with the M60, and then again by some US Marines relatively recently. Keep coming back to the ammo backpack.
So, ladies, gentlemen, so,
wanted to control the time shot.
Targets the scope. Lens with high accuracy shells, which is equally well as a precision battle rifle against a DMR or a sniper weapon. Is there a sniper type also in the lore before the game?
There have been a bunch of sniper weapons. They've lent more into it with more recent versions of 40k. Around this era, the scouts usually have the sniper weapons, but Space Marine would use a scout weapon for various reasons. For this, though, the Stalker, weirdly, when I went to replay this footage, I started to look at the weapons differently because of the loads of episodes we've done together. And I looked at the bolter, cursed with knowledge. I looked at the bolter like an AR-15 after seeing the Stalker bolter like an SR-25. Similar, ergonomics, straight magazine, and master rifle.
This thing looks like a lot of fun. This mulching enemies with a super shot. And of course, despite being some sort of sniper rifle, it's still a hellbuster.
You don't really get to use it as a sniper weapon because you end up chainsawing this distance regardless of rate limit.
And try and blast them. To be fair, that's how I tend to use sniper rifles. It gets use it as a high damage, not very good rifle. Two barrels, it's like a back-to-belt feed, but a smaller weapon, and a double barrel, like that crazy double AR-15 from a few years ago that somebody made. The Cody Firearms Museum had one on display. Is it two barrels? I think it is.
Yeah. It's for all intents and purposes two bolters glued together but double fiddle.
Well, the weapon I'm failing to remember the name of, exactly that. It's a common receiver, but two barrels, two triggers, two magazines, all separate.
Gilboa Snake.
Gilboa Snake, thank you. And if bow is in there somewhere. It's nice that it tracks the contents of each side, but it's a little confusing because they seem to be feeding from a common feed source at the bottom of the weapon, i.e. the box belt. Maybe we're looking at two belts coming in the two sides of the two halves of the weapon. It's not quite clear. It's implied that bolters have an inherently low rate of fire, so the best way to increase the rate of fire is to have two mechanisms.
It's both weirdly like a support weapon and an SMG, just by their use theory, out to the top of the 10 weapon, or they're wielding one-handed by Terminators going behind doors.
Well, I'm forgetting the ultimate granddaddy of double-barrel automatic weapons, the Horizon, which was also a mounted weapon. Invented as a light machine gun firing pistol after infantry, then immediately pivoted to an aircraft gun, so mounted on a vehicle or vehicle flying one, and then sort of in a pinch handheld and used as a submachine gun, and submachine gun by virtue of being a pistol cartridge. So there's my best historical parallel to that gun. It's the Villa Parade.
What's the export impact? It's turning on certain markets into soaring opportunities with Export Development Canada's market insights, connections, and financial solutions. Discover the export impact today with BBC.
Right, las cannons. We've got energy weapons. Can cut through almost any armor at extreme range, which is kind of the reverse of a modern laser weapon, given that you're shooting through atmosphere, you get fall off of energy over distance. It doesn't, you want a railgun or something for armor penetration at distance. Yeah, it does kind of operate more like a railgun, really, or a fictional railgun anyway. It's not bringing a beam of energy to bear over a period of time and burning through armor. It's like a projectile, really. Does this Nicholas take the top description in terms of does this supposed to operate like this, or have they changed things up in the game?
With Space Marine, it's sort of like the sniper rifle, or the material weapon in Star Enemies, usually used against vehicles, tanks, or tabletop. And I'm sure it's sort of correctly, but it's been printed in a couple of different ways, usually like this, where it's been pulse, or it's fired and stays on. It's like a hole through something.
Yeah, that's what I would expect. I think it seems to me I prefer the burning through. The pulse of continuous beam, you have to keep on target. I often do that in games. And I guess being a bit of a tracking for my sins, I like the phasery-ness of it, although the phase can be nitty, it's way over time. This is your flamethrower analog, if I remember rightly. Scorching plume with molecularly agitated heat. Isn't that what heat is? Haven't you just said heaty heat?
To be fair, that's a good description of the Mallet gun. It's just a big shotgun blast of really hot heat. I think I described it during the we did the game Volga. It was like a supercharged microwave.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, it's really a flamethrower, isn't it?
It's like the super hot shotgun.
Was it originally that, or was it originally just a flamethrower in space?
It's always been, when we've had flamethrowers, there's the flamer in
flames. Of course, yeah, it's a different thing.
But the Mallet gun was designed to, because it was super heat weapon to punch a hole through armor.
It definitely has, in this game, it definitely has that incendiary effect, though. You definitely see the bursting of flames when struck. Yeah, it's kind of like a dope thing, really, which is cool. But it's funny, because the big metal vented nozzle and the hose on the bottom proves one to mind of a flamethrower, really. It throws flames in a roundabout way.
This is the Ultra ZX class.
It's the plasma one. It's the Mark III Sunfury. It's a very cool kind of sound with nomenclature there.
In the law, this is not that smart, it's like the more anti-personnel armor rather than anti-vehicle armor.
That's my only logical approach to such things makes me think, why, if you have plasma technology, why do you need projectile weapons?
Well, yeah, plasma missiles, I guess, a straight upgrade to the plasma to a bomb missile, but in the world before we came in, way back, the units exploding and having a bigger arm.
Oh, I think I remember something about that. Yeah.
Yeah. On the tabletop of World War I, the plasma gun blows up. But it occurs in the war as well, so the plasma gun bang.
I mean, not that, yeah, in the real world.
obviously weapon technologies continue in use because they're available, easy to maintain, easy to keep fed with ammunition. We still have people using muzzle-loading firearms for hunting in parts of the world just because something is invented, presumably invented. Muzzles are ultimately just guns, aren't they? High-tech guns, but still, just because someone invents an energy weapon doesn't mean that Kalashnikovs are going away. They're probably never going away. Well, weapons of that basic design are within the scope of human civilization, probably always going to be around in some form. That's a bold prediction, isn't it?
Yeah, right. A vengeance launcher. That sounds good.
What's a vengeance launcher? How does one and that is space very good. Funny enough, it's space marine. Yeah.
You know, please. It's gotta suck a lot of cock.
Celebrate 20 years.
This is Jonathan. Well, we are continuing our coverage of what really happened on 9/11. Let's engage in a little bit of conspiracy theories on city barrels of the past. We have these, hey? We're going to conspiracies about the U.S. government grenades the last one. If you down like Boston, you should be on the run. You'll be indicted for that stupid, right? You got typed and told me for serials. And the government definitely for serials would never ever test on black people. Or grade 8. Look at this idiot over here. NFL star Aaron Rodgers' final stage was created by the U.S. government. Idiot. I would like you know that. 26% of black people still think, or 23% of black people think that HIV and AIDS was a government conspiracy against them. They're right, by the way. Numbers up. We gotta post them numbers. You might be thinking to yourself, what are you talking about? What are you, this is settled science? I was told by Anthony Fauci himself. And Neil deGrasse Tyson in Elbow. The government didn't create AIDS. No, the government created AIDS. The government created AIDS. How do I know this? Well, let's just go check in with the World Health Network, and they're saying, hey, guess what? You all got AIDS now. Hold on, what? How did I get AIDS? COVID. What? Hold on, what? Don't get me started on what I think about COVID, by the way. I think this government's created a whole bunch of diseases out there. Have you met Lyme disease? Over there on Long Island, about 4 seconds away from New York, you can swim and deer swim across this all the time, right? They created Lyme disease. And it accidentally does happen. A tip on a deer. And now we've got a Lyme disease epidemic. This is a totally man-made Lyme. Well, it'll never happen. No! They can stupid stuff and it gets out and kills a lot of people that nobody gets told to tell about the thing. Now, definitely look at you with AIDS. Well, I'm not worried about it all. We're going to medical focus and get the other safety. Not just for what policies. prejudice that event 201 that foreshadowed the COVID pandemic. The business was talking about the agenda's massive LED gambling company that is essentially been discarded or locally. Here's the good news, you don't have to be scared of this guy. This company has been as many religious kids as every one American of this woman. After months and months of advertising and complex tools and get along, lots of stuff and things to do. They're all now trying to do some doctors for the world. Imagine this, they don't want to search for a doctor, they don't want to security. In times like these, having a medical emergency kit is not just a luxury, it's a necessity. Protect your family by preparing now. Head over to twc.health/salty and use code SALTY to save yourself $30. Don't wait until it's too late. Act now, take control, and ensure that you're protected against whatever comes next. That's twc.health/salty and use code SALTY to save $30 plus free shipping right now. Now back to the AIDS, boys. Here's Harry Berger. Something from the Disney World on Network. On games like that. Making my 16th injection of this So here is experimental injection that was stitched together with parts of HIV. And then you told a bunch of these low IQ morons to take an infinite amount of these injections, and now they've all got AIDS. But I'm supposed to believe that it came from some sort of bat platform. Well, HIV normally takes 10-15 years to disintegrate the immune system. You know? And I'm far away from San Francisco. Alright, so now we've got AIDS. It's made patients vulnerable to AIDS. The minor illnesses. That's 5 years after the first invention. This is still AIDS. So that's the only defense. Only defense. The defense against infection without control. Story becomes possible when you look at the source of life. Source of life. Over billion it's infected cancer. Hey. Morning. There you go. Congratulations. No longer in experimental injection. You might have to go to the end. And then you get to go to the end. How do you get a dental original egg? The egg? Is that what it's
Your return is most timely. Of their own accord, my thoughts had turned to your task and the progress thereof. I confess, my imaginings tended toward the grim and bloody. But you are here now, and I suspect such frivolous wonderings do little justice to the reality of your travails. Tell me, what did you learn of Iceheart? Indeed, and this transpired at Snowcloak? Of all the highlands, that towering wall has borne the worst of the region's brutal shift in climate.
Peace and gay shit. Peace and gay shit. See, Canada used to be nice, peace and love. Now it's all crappy and peace and gay shit.
So inhospitable has Snowcloak become that we have still to survey the area in its entirety. Could its frozen heights conceal the heretics' hideaway? Mayhap a more robust reconnaissance effort is in order. Putting such considerations aside for the moment, we still know far too little of this Iceheart. That she is capable of commanding such a band of fanatics bespeaks natural authority, and no small measure of charisma. As much as I would like to fathom this mystery with you, the situation has grown beyond my personal purview. I am bound by duty to inform the Temple Knights and request that they bring this matter to its conclusion. Given the glowing reports the new commander has garnered thus far, I am certain that they can be relied upon to take appropriate action. Though Iceheart's true identity yet eludes us, you have provided us with a point from which to begin. Sometimes it takes but a single stone to prompt an avalanche. On the matter of the stolen provisions, I have already made arrangements for a second shipment to be sent to Revenant's Tomb. I could not well allow such an honorable venture to be undermined by one miserable setback.
There you go. If you ever had any questions, I thought AIDS just came out of some sort of jump book. You can't remember. I doubt it. I doubt it. I don't like you, Craig, and they whip them up some dead ridiculous sauces and they spell out for us once to get it. And I'm feeling that you get it into a lot of these because Craig something real something to get like ETWC.help. Again, thanks so much for watching today's Watch Up the government totally rating these things. Hit the subscribe button and make like. Something stuff.
Mark Garrity Pooh Garrettson is so cute. Oh, he's majestic. Oh, he's so cute and majestic. Oh. So send your love and Mark Garrettson.
Goes down some crazy rabbit hole, looking to bump that aliens are ants. Mr. Chairman, this is a full meltdown. Because last year, for a very long time, you tweeted and promoted Kanye West as he was calling for genocide against the Jews, and you kept it up. And now, it's going to hear you're tweeting this nonsense. I don't know why you do this. It's supposed to be okay. I don't know if the aliens or eating your ducks are in the room with us right now. But he's trying to mock the conservatives bringing this up, and he's the one literally having a childish meltdown here. This is real. This is all vision. But, Mr. Chairman, This is a serious issue. These people have loved ones who've been lost. And you did this.
We're melting, folks. Pretty rich coming from someone who slept with a Chinese communist spy, but hey, thanks for the entertainment. Now, one thing is for sure, Democrats don't care about your pets. All they care about is holding on to power. And nobody seems to care about all the poor kitties in Ohio right now who are fighting for their lives. These poor cats. Look at them. Look what they gotta do just to not get eaten by Haitians. Oh my God. It's unbelievable. Look at them. They have to run into trees because they're getting eaten. It's a tragedy, folks. It is a tragedy what's happening in Ohio. But thankfully, the people have a fighter, and his name is Donald Trump. And unlike the Democrats, he's willing to stand up to these immigrants people's pets in Ohio. He even mentioned it in last night's debate.
Springfield. A lot of tenants don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating.
He actually went there. Trump he's a savage. He is a savage.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
Is the fact that he has the balls to say these things during a debate. He's truly one of the fun. Our regular politicians will try to simply ignore the issue, but Trump, no way. And during last night's debate, it wasn't just the people that were horrified upon hearing the news of what's happening in Ohio. Apparently the dogs are scared too.
Taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this
But the people, I'm telling you, just say, man, Jones is eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Like the dog walked away. I guess I'll let you respond to the rest of it. This poor dog. This poor dog.
So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say. But the people, I'm telling you, just say, man, Joe was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, I'll absolute classic. But this night was filled with all kinds of classic
So ladies, gentlemen, and the lizard people.
In Minnesota,
What's up?
to let criminals that kill people, that burn down Minneapolis.
Stop!
She ran out of rich money to get him out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think about. She
is pissed. Look at that body language. She's not happy. Or this classic moment where Trump says Kamala keeps sneaking his policies, swimming in soul center.
Once upon a time,
like
it was about 2 weeks ago,
everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago.
I was walking in the woods and
She's not in my philosophy.
all depressed.
She ever got elected, she'd change it.
The reason this is so funny is because leftists are the same everywhere. They cheat, they steal, and the same thing is happening in Canada, where Justin Trudeau won't stop copying Pierre Poilievre's good ideas. But my favorite moment from the debate had to be this, where Trump tells Kamala to drag Biden out of bed at 4 p.m. to sign a bill to close the border.
Right, you know, the president of the United States, you'll get him out of bed, you'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you'll say, come on down to the office, let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the border patrol. It's phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed. They have to
Get him out of bed at 4 p.m. LMAO. Now, after reading all of your chats last night during last night's live stream, and going to read X after, the consensus seems to be this. Last night's debate was clearly a 3-on-1, where Trump not only had to debate Kamala Harris, he also had to debate ABC News, fact-checking him and bringing the debate in Kamala's favor. Now, apparently, this 3-on-1 battle managed to convince people that Kamala won the debate. And I'm going to prove to you guys why, because the betting markets never lie. These were the odds before the debate started. Trump was up by 8%, 53% to 45%. But as soon as the debate was over, the odds started to shift here as it became a perfect coin flip. 49-49. As soon as the debate was done, the betting market shifted. Now, after the debate, the market clearly thought that Kamala won it. But thankfully, we'll move things over to today as the odds are shifting back to Trump's favor, and he's regaining a 2% lead. The odds are coming back to reality. So those were basically the highlight of last night's presidential debate. And before we move things over to Canada, I want to show you guys a video of a comedian who impersonates Vivek Ramaswamy, and he actually meets Vivek, and the outcome is absolutely hilarious.
Somebody wants to debate. I read the thing and go, hey man. Oh, hey man, what's the debate? I didn't read them. How did you get here? A video, man. If you're really the real Vivek Ramaswamy, then you should know something about this country. Yeah. We're speaking of president of 2020. Right. How many members of Congress are there? About 35. How many House members are there? 435. How many senators are there? 100. How many states are there? 51. Yeah, 8 states.
It's amazing.
So what do you have?
That is a punchline right there. That is good.
Deep state.
It's so good.
So what do you have? The laws and yeah, you're right. Yeah, just said there's 2. Wait, are you familiar with Thomas Jefferson? Right. That's my favorite president. We don't need strict and self-evident that all men are created equal. Maybe we'll go with that. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna make a sound and you're gonna tell me which politician that is. Ready? Let's see. Here's the next one. You can close your eyes for this one. Okay. Okay, close your eyes, don't move. No peeking, this isn't the FBI, DOJ, not there. Who's that? That's not. You think you just fell from a coconut tree?
That was funny. And in the last story out of America tonight, something crazy absolutely happened today. Breaking news. Joe Biden was spotted putting on a Trump hat today. Oh my God. What? He's putting on a Trump hat. Well, you know what that tells me is that Kamala Harris did so bad last night that Joe Biden is officially on the Trump train. What a time to be alive. So that's the latest out of America. Now let's move things over to Canada, where I have some exclusive details on the Mark Gerritsen lawsuit that is blowing up the internet. Canada's boss, Ian Bexley, has put out these demands here for Mark Gerritsen in order to drop the lawsuit. And they are as follows. He's demanding that Mark Gerritsen apologizes to Canada and leaves it as a dictate 5 days on his wall. He's demanding that Mark Gerritsen donates $1,000 to a Nanaimo, BC charity chosen by Canada, which is a food bank. Ian Bexley's demanding that Mark Gerritsen address a correction on Mark Gerritsen tagging the wrong account, by the way, on his post using Canada being a Russian agent. He actually tagged the wrong account, so once that corrected, he must unblock Canada and commit to not blocking her in the future. And lastly, in hoping Canada for the damages done, he must donate $1,000 to a food bank in Nanaimo. And Ian Bexley is saying this is a fair and reasonable resolution is not met 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, September 13th, which is on Friday. They're going to proceed with more actions.
Wow. Keith Bexley is not playing around, and apparently Mark Erickson is a little shook here, as he has not tweeted in 26 hours since Keith Bexley put out his list of demands. And this screw up by Mark Erickson is moving beyond Canada now, as apparently the Republican overseas CEO, former ORPS National Committee to the RNC, co-founder of the RNC Republican National Conservative Caucus and Conservative Steering Committee from Salem, Oregon, has noticed Mark Erickson's screw up. Solomon Liu tweeted this about Mark Erickson, saying it's time for Mark Erickson to resign or be sued. Screenshots, he's really screwed. Damn, Mark Erickson screwed up so hard that our American neighbors noticed it. Do you guys think that Mark Erickson is going to give in to Keith Bexley's demands? Tell me in the comments down below. In our next story tonight, let's cover this Liberal retreat, because Liberals are just as out of touch as they usually are. Actually, no. They may actually be even more delusional, as now they're saying Canadians don't want an election, and that we must pay taxes. Watch this.
Now, the one reason for which Canadians might want to have an election very soon, tax the tax and property pricing, is that he's starting to feel the change in Canadians' understanding of the great value of that property pricing.
Okay, so there was an election here. The Canadians want to pay more taxes now. Is this the most delusional take ever? Oh my goodness, yes folks, he actually said that. And over at the Liberal retreat, friend of the channel, Cam Canada, was on site and ran into some of Trudeau's ministers. And she ran into Mark Miller and asked him if he would reduce immigration. And of course, the coward did not answer her question. Watch this.
Minister Miller, any plans on reducing immigration in Canada that currently we have in our
why does it even matter who she is? That is a super reasonable question. Are you looking to reduce immigration? Who cares where it came from? Why are they doing this? It makes no sense.
I'm lapsing out,
No, just a quick question. So, like, any plans to reduce immigration levels? Okay, but
why can't you answer that?
You're the wreaking havoc on housing in Canada?
That question or statement?
It's a question.
Statement.
No, it's a question. Do you care that Canadians can't afford housing?
They can't even answer questions. How is, are you willing to reduce immigration, a tough question to answer? It makes absolutely no sense. And Canada actually managed to catch up to Anita Anand and ask her question as well. And guess what? She had no answers for her either.
And you plan to negotiate with the separatists in Quebec to maintain power in the Liberals? Just a quick question.
So,
just starting out. Do you have any plans to negotiate with the separatists in Quebec to maintain power? And
these absolutely incompetent gaslighters need to be fired immediately. I cannot take any more of this. And thankfully, today, Pierre Poilievre held a press conference and said the second he's coming back to Parliament, he's going to try to trigger an election.
Now, Jagmeet Singh, who supported us these policies, in fact pushed for them to happen, says that Justin Trudeau is radioactive. And right before the by-elections, Singh suddenly had a change of heart, or so he said, publishing a video claiming that he was no longer in the Constant Coalition. Well, listen to the wording. Constant Coalition is called a supply and confidence agreement. So if you're holding out, you have to vote non-confidence. You don't, you're still in the agreement. No matter what your video stunt would have everyone else believe. It's the question that Jagmeet Singh has been asked 31 times in the last week, and he has refused to answer, is whether he will vote non-confidence to trigger a carbon tax election.
He
won't. Why is that? Well, let's just respect the timing here for a second. He did his video 2 days before voting started in those by-elections, trying to trick people into thinking he was no longer part of the coalition. After which, he can just change his mind and go back to voting to keep Trudeau in power. So I have an announcement and a challenge. I'm announcing that Common Sense Conservatives will put forward a non-confidence motion at the earliest possible opportunity. And I'm asking Jagmeet Singh and the team to commit unequivocally before Monday's by-elections. Will they vote non-confidence to bring down the costly coalition and trigger a carbon tax election? Or will Jagmeet Singh sell out Canadians again? Which will it be? It's put up or shut up time for the NDP.
Put up or shut up? Ooh, Jagmeet Singh? Yeah, right. It's never happening. And at today's press conference, Jagmeet Singh was asked if he would vote non-confidence on Trudeau. And as usual, just weaseled his way out of this like the slime bag that he is. I say directly to Pierre Poilievre.
Comrades, your presence here this day signifies the momentous choice that each of you has made. With your strength now pledged to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are beholden to no single nation. You stand as the vanguard for a united Eorzea. From this moment forth, I declare you Crystal Braves. Let us mend this fractured realm and face our enemies as one. Whether it be the Beastmen and their primals, or the conflict in Carteneau, it is plain that the nations of Eorzea cannot solve the problems which plague the realm. Thus does it fall to some few heroic souls to succeed where they have failed. Come, take your place at the Scion's side as guardians of Eorzea, and together we shall fight for the freedom of all! For the freedom of all!
A rousing speech, Alphino. Or should I say, Crystal Brave Commander Leveilleur?
Please, antecedent. The title is honorary. I shall not be leading the troops into battle, as it were. We are of the same purpose. Let us join hands and do what must be done to save this land.
The Scions stand ready. I'm eager to see what the Crystal Braves might accomplish. This shall prove an interesting time indeed for the Scions. Yes, I'm listening. So our worst fears are confirmed. The entire Isle. Such power defies comprehension. Truly? Kryl is alive? Thank the 12. I see. Pray, inform me if her condition changes. Yes, I shall pass on your words to Urianger. My thanks. I shall contact you anon. When I learned of the loss of the Isle of Val, I dared not hope that my friend had survived. Yet, by some miracle, it would seem she has. She's still to regain consciousness, it is true, but better that than death. Putting this happy news to one side, We must now endeavor to make sense of the readings taken by the survey party. It appears the etheric disturbance which accompanied the Isle's destruction is of a magnitude alarmingly close to that of Ultima. Could the Ascians be responsible for this devastation as well? I wonder, have you heard aught from the Mother Crystal since the battle with the Garleans? Then she speaks to neither one of us. Hydaelyn's silence portends not but ill, I fear. Louisoix, I pray you yet watch over us.
I'm not going to listen to you. Someone who wants to destroy our healthcare system, who wants to hurt seniors by cutting their pensions, someone who wants to attack workers, someone who wants to strip away dental care from seniors. What kind of person strip away dental care from seniors who have just gotten it, kids are receiving it? Who wants to take that away from them? I'm never going to listen to someone like that. No. Listen to your advice. You want to destroy people's lives. I want to build up a better future. I want to build a better future for Canadians.
I'd like to hear Poilievre put it out there, but of course Jagmeet Singh won't vote against Trudeau, because everyone knows he's in it for his pension, and if we go to an election right now, Jagmeet Singh's pension is at risk. So of course he's not going to vote pension. Anyways, guys, that's going to be a wrap here for today's video, but tell me in the comments down below, who won the debate last night, Trump or Kamala? Many people are saying on the internet that Kamala won. Who do you think won the debate? Also, do you guys think that Jagmeet Singh will vote on confidence next week when this comes up in the House of Commons? Do you think that Jagmeet Singh is going to trigger an early election? Tell me in the comments down below. Alright guys, if you want to support this channel, you already know how to do it. You can buy a $5 Canadian membership. My name is Vlad. I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
Awaken to a world of wonder and Final Fantasy XIV Online. Take it easy and play your way. Whether it's fishing, crafting, or taking on quests. Say so.
It's the news event of the year. Canada's most controversial premier sits down with Canada's most controversial journalist, and everything is on the table. Come watch Ezra Levant one-on-one with Alberta Premier Danielle Smith in front of a live studio audience in Calgary. Nothing's off limits. Nothing's held back. Questions that would make Justin Trudeau invoke martial law. Answers that will make Stephen Guilbeault pee his pants. You're not going to want to miss this one, but you have to be there in person at the Rebel News Live mega conference in Calgary on October the 5th. Tickets are limited, so drop everything and go to rebelnewslive.com right now. Special discounted prices for Patreon.
Media. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the Footage. You'll be joining me and my beautiful wife, Mrs. Footage, here on the channel last night for a good old-fashioned rigged debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris in the States. Well, then you're not surprised at the criticism that came about during that debate. Now, if you actually watched the debate and watched it somewhere else, that's perfectly fine too. However, you'll notice during that debate, that's not a surprise, that the moderators were very biased against Donald Trump, that they in fact were sitting in Kamala's corner. Again, we all expected that to happen. But one thing that's starting to come out of this debate, one thing that's against the rules, is starting to make us ask a lot of questions in terms of what went on during that debate to make it so rigged, and something has actually come about as we take a look over on the Twitter sphere. Take a look at these earrings. These are the Nova H1 audio earrings that aren't your average ear candy. This year I've tested all sorts of smart wearables and accessories, but at CES 2023 experienced at first, I clipped a pair of Nova H1 earrings. Yes, smart earrings that feature an integrated headset. Now we all know, take a look at Kamala Harris, take a look at those earrings. Now take a look again at the Nova H1s. Now, one thing my wife noticed and was talking about during this debate was that she thought it was so funny Kamala Harris was noticeably wearing clip-on earrings. She said, is this like the old ghetto style where, they want to fight, she's going to rip them off and attack Donald Trump? But this holds more water as to why she was wearing clip-on earrings. Now, it's funny that because when Mrs. Footage mentioned this, of course, I just thought it was a nothing burger. Obviously, it's women judging women. Of course, she would notice clip-on earrings, whereas men, and they don't have to be stereotypical, but men typically don't look at those things. Everybody is more focused on her flapping machine neck that was hanging in the wind. I know that joke's been going around. But let's take a further look at the Nova H1. So let's take a look. Again, look at them sitting on this pedestal here. And let's go back to this photo. Right? Again, you can see the pearl type device sitting here with the U-shaped band around them. And when you look here, you've got the same thing. Pearl at the end, U-shaped band going around. Let's take a look at it. Play too much because God forbid we get hit with a copyright strike. But so we're going to show this clip. You can clearly see again the pictures aside. Let's take a look at what happened during the debate. Let's look at some clips.
She allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month. Okay, would you do that? Why don't you explain the question? That's the question. Because under moving in, you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th month, and probably after birth.
You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmill spots, cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom.
People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's busing them in and paying them to be there. And then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, a lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
Again, Springfield City Manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
Now, while Queen Cackle gets on there, let's take a moment to talk about what's happening with all the dogs and the cats. I mean, if you've seen anything on the internet recently, all the cat memes that have been posting up, the geese, the dog memes, saying that Trump is there to save the animals. I mean, it's crazy what's going on, but it's not far-fetched when you think about people pooping on beaches in Canada, or stealing cars by the landslide. The
pooper of Tofino Beach.
Given with much of the same thing. Look at cities like
Just saying, could it be? Justin's.
Every individual item.
I don't know.
Yeah, do some ridiculous laws, but I digress. The point of the matter here is that if you remember,
Kind of a sketchy kind of guy.
People after those debates were shining a box behind his suit jacket.
You're a really sketchy kind of guy. It's amazing. Oh, no, I can't. Getting too old for this.
Kamala Harris, clear. Cheating to win. At least by my personal belief. I mean, her ears were really being pulled by this device. You could see her ears dangling away. They weren't flopping around as much as her neck, but you could see again some weight on there. Let me know what you guys think down below. Do you think Kamala Harris was wearing a communications device to get statistics to her? Again, she kept rambling on with certain statistics last night that I was actually saying, I'm impressed she's actually done her homework in order to remember all of those population numbers, the percentages, the statistics. It comes as no surprise now to say, was she being fed this information through a wire? Are the Democrats so desperate to knock Donald Trump out of the running or to try and make him look foolish that they sat there feeding her information, feeding her statistics, while Donald Trump showing hand over fist why he is the man for the job, why he is going to win the presidency of the United States? He was primed and ready to attack, and in my vision, and no matter how much the deck is stacked against Donald Trump, he always seems to come out on top in the end, showing last night that he clearly won this debate, and not only won it, but completely humiliated and decimated Kamala Harris, even with possible help from her advisors in her ear. Let me know what you guys think down below in the comments. Do you think Kamala was wearing an earpiece? Do you think she cheated in the debate? Do you think that the moderators were being very biased, or the deck was stacked against Trump? I know what we're going to hear in the comments already, but let me know what you guys think down below. Make sure to leave a thumbs up on the video and a comment on the way out. Again, if you enjoyed the content, it does help get us out there in YouTube's algorithm. It tells people that this video is worth watching and hearing. If you've enjoyed this video, I hope it's earned your subscription. Make sure to hit that subscribe button and click your bell for notifications. Join me and my wife live here on the channel every Friday night for Friday Night Fringe, my live streaming show where we go over everything that's happened this week in politics, everything coming up in the week ahead, and some back and forth within our community. It's always great to hear what you guys have to say outside of making these videos, and I look forward to seeing each and every one of you in those live streams every single Friday night, starting at 6 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Central, here on the channel. I hope you guys enjoyed this video.
I'm kind of bored, so I decided to make a video.
Hail to you, sire. How might we serve you? Commander Leveilleur bade you serve us? These are welcome tidings indeed. Given the sensitive nature of the task, I could not rely on one of my own. That which I'm about to tell you, I tell you in the strictest confidence. Some days ago, we received certain documents from an anonymous source. They notified us of the presence of a Garlean agent within the ranks of one of the grand companies. Following some discreet inquiries, we identified a suspect among the Immortal Flames, whom we detained for questioning. Alas, the man was not our agent. He was but one of many men in the agent's employ.
We pressed the traitor for a name, but he had none to give. He claims never to have met his master, whom he knows only as the Ivy. He was, however, certain that this ivy had coiled itself around every part of the immortal flames. It would seem our quarry joined the company some time ago, and gradually recruited others to his cause. These conspirators are the vines by which he learns our secrets, all without exposing himself. It won't be easy to identify the ivy amidst this tangled mass of subterfuge. But we have a tendril in our hands, and we shall follow it all the way to the gnarled root. Now, much as I would prefer to proceed with due discretion, circumstances demand that this matter be settled post-haste. Garlemald's War of Succession nears its end, and it is feared that the Empire will soon resume its march on Eorzea. When it does, we can ill afford to have traitors in our midst. The ivy must be rooted out now. We must begin by apprising General Roban of our findings. I would ask that you accompany me to the Hall of Flames, and remain on hand to see that things go smoothly. Assuming the ivy's tendrils are as widespread as we believe, he will be aware that an investigation is underway, and if that is the case, he may well move against us. We must be prepared for anything, while taking care not to betray our purpose by seeming prepared. A simple enough task for a one-man army like you.
All day, have 2 kids, and don't have time to go to the grocery store or spend hours alone. Super fresh ingredients, all portioned out, easy recipes. It's the perfect deal for
I'm noticing a bit of a recurring pattern here. You've got woke media outlets and it's kind of both breakfast, morning shows, whatever you want to call them, that are really adding more fuel to the fire than exclusiveness here in Canada. Where I'm finding the recurring pattern is I find myself finding these things, breakfast show, hosts, and all of the different footage, and I call it out. Syndicated breakfast team, Pierre Poilievre, they can't stand the idea of somebody coming common sense, bringing a different side to this whole political game. Calls out other politicians who's a bit more of an attack, but can still present themselves on a national scale and on an international platform and be respected. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another video, everybody. Before we get into it, I do encourage you all to smash like button, subscribe if you haven't already. Yeah, already does make it to the channel. If you're not supporting the channel, I'm subscribing, liking, commenting. So you can get the channel membership if you're during this promo. We're actually matching all of the channel members, so anyone that joins on this channel, you can listen. So you can match that registration. So if it's not anyways, you go with
little silly poo.
Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives have been sitting pretty easy here for a while, and depending on the poll that you look at, reputable polls expected the Conservatives anywhere from 15 to 20 points up, depending on the week and depending on the story. Justin Trudeau and the Liberals have a long way to go. This is just the latest example. This is the Nanos research poll. 17-point lead for Pierre Poilievre and the federal Conservatives. Now, again, we're not looking at an election until October of 2025-ish. Allegedly, that's kind of the time frame. But yesterday was a very interesting day because Pierre Poilievre, in immediate availability, kind of let it fly. And we haven't seen this from the Conservative leader in a bit. Here is a synopsis of what was said yesterday. Pierre Poilievre is against impending legislation that would combat hate speech, terrorist content, and violent material online. The bill isn't even written yet, but he went after Trudeau for that. He also said Trudeau is not the leader to introduce this legislation
because he wore blackface and racist costumes in the past. Poilievre went on to say he is against transgender women in female bathrooms, change rooms, and in sports. Also, he said Trudeau should stand with Brunswick provincial legislation that would no longer protect 2S LGBTQ plus students in school. So there are a lot of very important issues here that he made a decision on publicly, and there were also just pot shots towards Justin Trudeau. Now, for those who've known Pierre Poilievre a long time, they will tell you this is Pierre Poilievre. Pierre Poilievre that will just go at. Now, the other side is the Conservatives have spent a lot of money trying to soften his image, because there are some people who believe that's not electable. I don't care what the polls say, that is not electable in certain parts of the country.
Do you think, yes, that's where she's wrong, because this woke sentence trying to Canada, trying to go to America, is something that people are fed up with. Look, it's not controversial to say that you don't want...
This guy says, suck a lot of Trudeau cock.
That is just the fact. And a lot of people, especially those who are kids, are going to say, hey, yeah, no, that's not happening. We're not allowing it. We have rules in place that are there to protect children.
So the species of suck a lot of Trudeau cock.
You have things that are set in place. You can have to reach that certain things before they're able to do things, right? In the real world.
There's suck a lot of Trudeau cock. Suck a lot of Trudeau cock. I found a new breed of animal. It's called a suck a lot of Trudeau cock. I suck a lot of Trudeau cock. So I like to see some suck a lot of Trudeau cocks. Suck a lot of Trudeau cocks.
Transpress everything because they want that narrative to continue where there should be no.
That's like a lot of Trudeau cocks. So.
And he also had 6 come out and said,
man,
you want to change gender when you're over 70?
I couldn't believe how many all these suck a lot of Trudeau cocks.
Now, a policy on the steps of the money.
Trudeau cocks.
Alberta, they're probably had moments after Danielle Smith came out and said that. That's not
suck a lot of Trudeau cocks. So, this bring suck a lot of Trudeau cock. Suck a lot of Trudeau cock.
It doesn't make any sense at all. That makes absolutely no sense. And anyone who says anything otherwise, they're sick of that. Sick of that up there, I tell you.
Pierre being Pierre, we're so skewed right now. We're going to get a Prime Minister where the people like to come. Or a Prime Minister where the people like to come.
I think that it might be too early at this point to skew those numbers. There are those Canadians who are just so frustrated with Trudeau and the Liberals at this point, dealing with things like affordability, housing shortages, and so on, that yes, they have thrown their support behind the Conservatives in these polls over the last little while. However, you may lose some of those people when you're talking about these issues in this way when it comes to the 2S.
So today,
those moderates who might have been going to the Conservatives, they may.
I'm going to tell you
but you're going to get
story.
More speaking right to a lot of this base. And
a fairy tale.
Those folks are going to be, once again.
Once upon a time.
Online, and a lot of those
about 2 weeks ago.
But the key word there, Sam, I agree with a lot of things. But if people he already technically has under the Poilievre test and the federal Conservative test, you just have to broaden the team here if you do want to become Prime Minister, even on a minority.
I couldn't believe how
look at more
was amazing.
Fundraising for you, and you were speaking to directly in a leadership campaign. Do you think this changes any of that there?
Well, I think, like Ted said, I think it comes out of timing, and I think now is the time to speak to that base. I think it's very interesting, though, to take
suck a lot of Trudeau cock.
This time, because you show who you are as you go through this campaign.
still time to make some of those decisions. But when you're speaking about limiting
So,
in general, I mean, these are conversations we've seen play out stateside. We know where this is headed, and I think for a lot of people who have been hearing me speak more to that affordability conversation, this is a bit of a wake-up call.
I suck a lot of scooter cocks.
And Pierre Paul, you have this plated issue. If you had a real right-wing...
We suck a lot of scooter cocks. They suck a lot of scooter cocks. Hello, suck a lot of scooter cocks. They suck a lot of scooter cocks. Are you a suck a lot of scooter cock? Are you a suck a lot of scooter cock? No. I was asking a question.
Whatever you want to call it. Most people are okay with this adults who want to change their gender, identify as X, Y, but it doesn't matter. It's about protecting the kids, protecting the business of the kids, and making sure that they're not teaching them that it's okay to identify as...
So I went to this school.
And then introduce...
What an experience.
Because this whole gender ideology...
What an experience.
All kids that cannot consent for that.
I couldn't believe it.
So this is where football, he's like left of center or centrist. I didn't consider
anyways.
Because Canada is so progressive. You want to see right wing? Go look at
And there was this new gift era. I got it. We brought it back from the prehistoric time. The cloning, I think they call it. They clone this dinosaur thing. Man, it's so, they're so ugly and smelly.
I thought we were in this playing field, moving the goalposts. It's not making any sense. So here is not risk of losing any voters over his stance over the gender ideology. But yes, Pierre Poilievre is extremely popular. Mostly, at least it started off mostly because there was huge rhetoric from left.
It's so stinky.
Peter was out of the picture.
Oh, it's so ugly.
As Trudeau was this guy, was going to take on Trudeau. And since then, he has rebranded himself. He's done a phenomenal job of cutting off the rough edges of his speech.
What the hell is that? So it's a new
He's got a massive social media presence. His talking points are always...
There's still a lot of sugar cards.
He doesn't have any slip-ups. He's done a phenomenal job of taking that momentum of F. Trudeau and going, if you take some time and look into the policies and you're actually fed up with Trudeau, here's my platform. Here's what I have to offer. And so there's a massive balance between people that don't like Trudeau, that are...
Suck a lot of sugar cards.
The next best option, obviously, which is the best option.
So...
There's also people that are looking at the policies, looking at the talking points, going, here's the effort. That's what I want. Regardless of how I feel about Trudeau, that's the guy who's actually coached a lot, a significant amount of liberal and conservative voters and supporters. So it's less about the F. Trudeau momentum and more about who is and what he brings to the table. We need to see who our leaders are. So I'm glad we have some time here.
Then some of the rhetoric we've seen south of the border, right? Very conservatives there. He's kind of followed up.
Ladies! Gentlemen!
There's
and
spreading faster than
the list people. What's up? Today, I need to tell you a story.
People will comment, say, oh, well, Justin
You
Trudeau did
won't
blackface
believe it.
years ago, and that's been in the news for quite some time. 200 cycles have gone by. And again, it's not right what he did. But we've seen that before. So why are you digging that up again? So what you don't say can't hurt you. And he is saying a lot of things to speak to that core that really has followed him. I don't know if that spreads to more people and gathering that, but the message, because of that negativity, it's attractive. People jump on it, and especially online, and it is quick to smell the traction from that.
these people, I'm so disappointed with this guy. There's this person right here, a person of color, is saying, hey, look, people are holding on to what Justin Trudeau did 10 minutes ago. That goes to show who Justin Trudeau is at his core. He's a racist piece of crap. And you think
They're like, yo.
If you never got caught for the blackface stuff, that you have any remorse or guilt of doing it? Absolutely not. It's only because he became such a public controversy that he said, I'm sorry. He barely said it one time, unknown amount of times. According to him, he almost
I think, like,
that's how crazy it is. So this guy right here to go, oh, wow.
I don't know how they reproduced, but I think they were all gay. But these creatures
of the damage as what Justin Trudeau has done to this nation, Canadian politicians, this country's reputation, and you're talking about how cares or the right wing bringing mega politics to Canada. Get a grip, buddy. Not even close.
Traction. Yeah, I'm trying, like, in my head, like, I almost think this is a trial balloon for him in the party. Can you be now truly Pierre and still keep a 15-point lead? Because if that doesn't change in the next 2-3 weeks, I'm assuming there's going to be more of this, because at some point, there's going to be Prime Minister has to be on the record of what he actually believes on a lot of things that are going to come up on the campaign trail. And I listen, whether you really disagree, this has to be on the record.
So, you got Sid. You're so cute, Sid.
With that said,
Sid.
Aaron O'Toole line 1. Aaron O'Toole
The balls of steel.
Where he wanted.
See, balls of steel, Sid.
Justin Trudeau. Stephen Harper, where are you at? Where's Stephen Harper at? A skilled politician who did not think a party in third place was going to come out of nowhere, and all of a sudden,
well, y'all know it looks like a fucking spaghetti ass. So this spaghetti ass.
And you brought up the polls, and he was very quick, and it's not an opinion, it's factual. They've been in bad spots before him, plenty of times, and he's on his third term. So, to me, the next 2 or 3 weeks will be very important looking at these numbers.
So people, don't be mean to your politicians. You're loveless.
Paul had everyone in the House of Commons voting overnight. There was some votes on Ukraine aid that were interesting.
Trudeau is done. He's cooked. And House of Commons, House of Canada, is about to on Monday. By the way, if you're not following that channel, I highly recommend you go so that it's just down in the description. We're going to stream every single episode we've had for the past couple of years, or at least try to, of House of Canada question period sessions. Trudeau cannot stand his own. His embarrassment to other world leaders is the gift to this country to go anywhere. They just place left, right, up, down, you name it. Goes to the most remote little town, villages, and you got people that are waving as Trudeau flags, and Trudeau calling him a liar, calling him a piece of garbage, what he is, calling him a failed politician. It's a warmonger. You have the left hating him, you have the right hating him, you have people in the center hating him. Everybody is disliking Justin Trudeau for their own reasons, and if there's no change that he pulls some miraculous cat out of a hat and wins this next election, whether it's going to happen a week from now, a month from now, or when it's going to happen in 8 years from now. Justin Trudeau's cooking. Yes, there is a lot of time for Pierre Poilievre to mess up. There hasn't been any evidence to show that he's going to mess up.
Mr. Sunfriend
Has a tremendous amount of input, and the closer we get into the election,
still trying
the closer we are actually getting to Pierre Poilievre getting more support, because it's going to be that divisive following the election. Now, let's look at
so tiny little.
As always,
yeah, it's so shiny little. I'm your favorite liberal. I love your show.
They did do what they were supposed to do. And these people
Yes. Don't eat my cat. Don't.
So, it's like a lot of tulip crops. So, I guess the tulips. Yeah, I guess it's been around for like 9 years now. It's a lot of tulip crops. So, ladies, gentlemen,
So today video, we got a pretty good video. I got a new ad that just came out hours ago of Gil Gianna and the Conservatives that shows the harsh reality of the life people had to live since 2016 during Trudeau and the coalition. There are many people that are homeless, and this is what this ad is showcasing. I also have a video certain location, you know. It's true. It's one of the biggest homeless encampments I've ever seen. I didn't even believe it existed. And on top of that, this kid parks there are cats that are currently missing. And a lot of these cats are just not coming back, they're not ending up in the shelters. So there's someone out there who's taking advantage of the fact that the cats are not afraid of humans.
instead of vetting them, they're taking them home and eating them. So that's disgusting. It's horrible. If you're not aware that we don't eat our cats here, you need to go back to your country to taste them.
Terry Fox had to go. Why? Because there can be no heroes but him. So we replace these images in our passport with an image of himself swimming his boy at Harrington Lake and pictures of snowflakes in honor of members of his little cabin.
These cats are trying to get away from these Nigerian people from Adichie, I believe, that are eating the cats. They're trying to avoid them. Those cats are all over the place in training, trying to avoid people trying to eat them. Look at what these cats are doing. It's just nuts. Oh, there was some guy saying, this is a this is a made-up conspiracy theory that was debunked to a guy from the Democrats of the United States. And how is it debunked? I've seen multiple videos of them walking with them in their hand. Jeez. It's not a conspiracy theory, we can see what our lives are. Or you care, trying to figure out where is the money going to go from to pay for this program that will cost $6 billion. And back then it was the council and the guy he's talking to, the finance minister back then, that's 2 years ago. The guy who was finance minister back then didn't know where the money was coming from. He was only aware of the cost of the program. That question is directed to who, Mr. Collier? Anyone who wants to.
If they have one, anyone over there that's concerned about where the money comes from, that person can speak up.
They need to choose one of the witnesses.
I don't know who on their side is responsible for this, but clearly they're getting money from somewhere, so they must know where. Anyone here from Finance Canada?
Mr. Bailey?
Fair, I can
provide a high-level response, but afraid I won't be able to answer directly the honorable member's question.
How can you be the finance minister and not know where the money's coming from?
Because we're here to discuss. Next, what I can say with regards to the cost of the measures in terms of Part 1, the three first programs that I mentioned, the hospitality, the tourism hospitality recovery program, part businesses recovery program, and the local lockdown program at a cost of $3.2 billion.
And where's the money coming from?
Well, Mr. Chair, that is within the government's broader macroeconomic framework, and I'm not I can't speak to that.
So you see, we don't have any. Just that we're being asked to vote in favor of another $7 billion of spending, and the obvious question is, where's it coming from?
Mr. Chair, as I indicated, I can discuss the contents of the bill, and I appreciate the question, but I can't answer that.
Don't know where the money's coming from the program that you were popularizing. All you know is the money, it's how much it will cost, but you don't know where the money's coming from. Jesus. No wonder it's not there. We're in it.
Well, if somebody's paying for it. Who is it? Barry? No answer.
They're here respectfully to answer questions to C2 as we study.
Right, C2 has a $7 billion bill. That's the price tag. Right, that's what I'm asking about. Where's the $7 billion coming from? There's a lot of people around here to talk about how they're spending the money, but no one wants to talk about where it comes from. How many witnesses do we have here? We have the number. Mr. Chair? 10 witnesses. 10 witnesses to tell us about how to spend money, but not a single one to tell us where the money comes from.
Every day is an opportunity for a fresh start. My job is to help Canadians from all walks of life find solutions to their financial hardship.
So Joe Biden just endorsed Donald Trump? No, for real. This real video of Joe Biden putting on a MAGA hat, Trump 2024, and smiling for the people. Boom. There it is. What is this making? Joe Biden's doing a stop in Pennsylvania today, and he was chatting with people, and he decided to wear a Trump hat. It's like normal behavior, but what can you expect for a guy who's had work for the last 40 years? Interestingly, Donald Trump said that he'd send Kamala Harris a MAGA hat. She's going to fight for us. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. I think Joe Biden is just getting a little jealous of the dude who has better political discourse. Joe Biden's birthdays have always been followed around by Trump supporters, MAGA supporters. Joe Biden's taking photos with people in the MAGA community, and Joe Biden even said, "Look, we're randomly." So this wasn't my big card, but hey, Joe, it's big movement. Run in and don't sniff anything. So somebody to support Donald Trump? No, for real, this is a video we might put on a MAGA cap.
Zach Chutney, Trump only, Harris. Obviously blind. Second one. Robinson.
Well, well. What brings you here, my friend?
He is here at my behest. Greetings, Roban. It has been a while.
Hilbert, you old scoundrel. When they told me you'd be visiting, I scarce believed my ears. But look at you! The honored captain of the Crystal Bloody Braves. Who'd have imagined, eh?
Not many, but fewer still would have imagined your destiny lay in politics, old friend.
Aye. We've both come far, have we not? Lest you wonder, Hilbert and I go back a long way. We've been friends and rivals since we were lads. The last time we saw each other, Alamigo had just fallen, so you can guess how many summers it's been. And in all that time, not a word from the fool.
Ah, well, my dealings tended toward the modest and mundane, unlike some I could mention. As I hear it, no sooner did you reach Thanalan than the brass blades clapped you in irons and dragged you off to die on the blood sands. Being a stubborn sort, you won 1,000 matches and earned yourself a place in the people's hearts while you were about it. Then, with your mountain of prize money, you bought the Colosseum and secured a seat on the Syndicate. Those balls, brother! Rags to riches does not do it justice. You're a hero to the common man.
Bah, spare me. I am no hero. If anyone is worthy of that title, it's our friend here. Next to him, I'm little more than a glorified butcher. But you, Hilbert, you sell yourself short. By all accounts, you are an adventurer of some standing.
I like to think that I did my part for the greater good. But if you're no hero, then I'm no adventurer, not in this company. Anyway. I have tidings.
So there has been progress. I've let it be known that this meeting is a reunion between old friends. None will give your visit a second thought. To convene elsewhere would only attract attention. Let us speak here, in plain view of all. So it is we who have been compromised. Teleji Adeleji's machinations have shaken Ul'dah to her foundations. In such uncertain times, a man's loyalty may be bought for a fistful of gil. But if this snake has truly been in our midst for as long as you say, we must needs consider a far graver possibility. Conspiracy. Could it be that the Monetarists have been in league with the Empire from the first? Very well. I will have my most trusted men investigate the matter. Continue your inquiries in the meantime. It does me well to see you again, old friend. When next we meet, let it be over a flagon of ale.
I look forward to it. Let us reminisce of bygone days and drink to the future of our homeland. Flame General. You wear the mantle well, old friend. I must work hard if I'm to keep up. Well, it would seem your services were not required after all. I dare say we have Roban's prudence to thank for that. Still, I was glad of your presence. My thanks, Scion.
Second Amendment, about fracking, really about everything. They're not answering a question, they're not calling her out. Yeah, there was bias. Let's see what Oprah's Dr. Phil has to say.
Let's just look at body language. Look at facial expressions of people when they were being Trump. There was clearly a bias against Trump in their faces. Let's take my other opinion. This is not my opinion. There's a little bit of a thumb on the scale when you ask one person 2 questions in a row. That is the primary question, and it's a cell phone question. That feels like bias to me. I would challenge them to tell me why that's not bias.
Feels like bias. We be direct, that is bias. Simple way to do this. You ask questions. Trump gets one, Harris gets one. I don't need the moderators. I'm going to randomize questions. And what the questions are, they randomize 50. Comes up on the screen. They've got 90 seconds to address the question. Other person's got 30 to retort. They go again. I don't need the moderators to be another, to dogpile on Trump and to fact check him when they're fact checking.
The former electric Subaru Solterra joins the Subaru family.
Solterra has all of the benefits of an electric vehicle.
I'm checking was wrong. like some nice people were kind to Charlottesville. And that was fact-checked wrong. And now it's out there in the media. Be direct, Dr. Phil, please. Situation.
At the same time, we're seeing the commentators, they would be speaking at the same time President Trump was. So as he's trying to finish his answer, they would not only answer, they would keep talking as well. And I believe, if I'm correct here, the volume of his microphone might have been a little bit hotter than everybody else's. That's why he sounded so. He was speaking out of it. And I think you'll hear this when you listen to close to life.
I mean, this is YouTuber basic itch step 101. You normalize the volume, so every volume's the same. That's what you do if you care. But you make Trump look like a raging lunatic. You make her so she sits back and smiles at him. Does the Uncle Rico smile as he's talking? Remember the microphone was supposed to be turned off. Turned on, so she gets interrupted.
Suck a lot of Trudecox. Suck a lot of Trudecox.
Music producers. They all know, see where the trend is going. 100 CEOs of Fortune 100 companies support Harris, Goldman Sachs support Harris, Dick Cheney, all the Cheneys. So we see where the trend is. Because you can't have somebody that's not following along with Edith dictated by the BlackRock Soros. I mean, that's what we got here.
Here were the questions until I had to walk over here. When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago? Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs? To Trump, why should women trust you on the issue of abortion? To Harris, why did the Biden administration wait until 6 months before the election to take action on immigration? To Trump, how would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? To Harris, why have so many of your policy positions changed?
I mean, all these questions are so easy for Trump. I stand with the Supreme Court, they have the law, and I respect their decision back in the States on the abortion crime. They've been saying 10 million for decades. How will you report them? Very simple. If it is illegal, that's the first level. A lot of parents into that. 4 years of leadership, that people can make it worse. She went around and said she was going to class, go over to the balance. She wanted to answer the question because we know the answer is going to get worse. It's very clear. I don't care who you are. You're worse off than you were under Trump. You're wild spin.
So I think it's all really good support. The Trump decision to report about what she did on January 6th. Lost the Senate election.
All these questions are so easy. When you said, he said, hey, I think that's what we have. That's the truth. She don't women's outlet stand abortion. The Supreme Court's already decided that. They say I respect the Supreme Court's decision. They are the law. Take the Americans took the baby. That the baby should be a disaster. The folks coming out of it. They don't show them. They're wrong. But they're the frame of that. Start giving any good writing. These guys are supposed to be out of the 100% out of the it's the point of director. Does he born 45 seconds to spot
In each of these questions to Trump, there were fact-check follow-up questions, and I didn't hear that here.
So did I, and there's a way you ask the question. I interviewed people for a long time, and when you're doing that, you want to look at how did I ask the question. Why didn't you say, why have you not done anything about the border? As
the fact-checking, my lord, the fact-checking. They don't fact-check Harris at all. She says, hey, Tim Walz and I are governors. They asked about they're taking away two-way rights that you enjoy. And there's clips of 1,000 of them. She said she'd do a mandatory gun buyback. what if I don't want to sell? That means the local PD knocks on my door with a gun to take away my ability to protect myself. So, traffic. She said she stands with it. She found the clip. She said from day one she'd stopped it. None of this was hard, but Trump fell into the trap. He took the bait. He needs to listen. If I were sitting with Trump, I'd say, Mr. President, I want you to sit here for 5 minutes and shut up and listen. I'm going to give you a question. You answer it correctly. You don't know the 45 seconds of your answer. That's it. You answer the question with your first 2 sentences. And then you can expound on it. But Harris will not answer the questions. And that's what she did. And it made Trump look foolish. And what do I do? Okay, we'll take the sound bites and everybody will see that on tonight's 6 o'clock news. That's what will happen.
Oh, so Trump, there's a more negative tone often towards Trump. Look, at the end of the day, this is about finding out what they think and giving everybody a chance to understand it. And I thought it was a little heavy-handed at times. Just my...
A little heavy-handed? You don't get to know what they think. Kamala's had one softball interview. She knew the questions. It was edited. And she was on there for 16 minutes, of which Dana Bash was talking for about 10. And then Tim Wall steps in. This isn't heavy-handed. This is completely one-sided. It's Banana Republic stuff. Are you guilty? How guilty are you? Are you a good witch? Good witch will sink, a bad witch will float. I mean, how do you win this discussion? Why don't these guys come in with a real opinion? Of course it's completely biased. Here's why. They fact-checked Trump, not Harris, on everything. The entire debate. There was 2 moderators that attacked Trump when he was talking, including Kamala Harris, of which her mic was supposed to be off. Kamala Harris had an earpiece in. Was to have that. Clearly, she had the questions in advance, just like Donna Berlin did to Hillary Clinton. Clearly. And her answers weren't answers. They were filibusters. Didn't answer the question. She answered a different question by going in circles about how she's a middle-class kid that works at McDonald's. None of this is supposed to make sense until us, people who at least want a change. Want a change from Biden-Harris. Remember, Trump's not the incumbent. She acts like she's running against Trump. He's been gone. The policies we have now for Biden-Harris, this policy are dictated by other people that have no power. Harris will implement the same policies but further left. She'll go further left on these things. She wants to ban fracking. She will, just like Joe Biden said with the Keystone Pipeline. He said, I'm for it. Day one, he nuked it. He destroyed it. See, we're energy independent. We are telling them, we're relying on batteries and solar panels in China to support our energy grid. Support your energy. Are you kidding me? I don't know why people can't speak directly on the matter. That's why independent commentary on this matters. People you watch, this channels you watch you like. That's what makes a difference here. Not these people on Dr. Phil, which we saw the whole thing. You don't have to be a rocket scientist or body language expert or an FBI profile to see, yes, it was completely biased. They won't give you a direct answer. These people are complicit. I want a direct answer to the thing that was biased we saw with our own damn eyes. I don't need the experts to tell me, well, it's kind of off, whatever. We are not in a position right now where we're circling the drain to take this spot. Let's be soft on, let's be nice. They are not nice, these Democrats in charge right now. They will lie to your face and they'll sell joy, an opportunity economy. Please define an opportunity economy to me for 1 second. Tell me what that means to you.
Much about your video for cool. Let's do it. Thank you. Lambo fun. Activated. TWC's like, make a bunch of videos about COVID. Okay. Dude, no problem. No problem. They gotta tell everybody, oh, look at this. Everybody's got COVID. No, a bunch of people don't have COVID. A bunch of people got poison. You gave AIDS to a bunch of people. No, you gave AIDS to a bunch of people. So we didn't arrest anybody for that. We didn't arrest anybody for that. Some motherfucker from Afghanistan with Marfan syndrome on dialysis in an underground castle motherfucking place school. Coordinated an attack that completely circumvented the entire motherfucking NORAD system. The United States military brought down 3 buildings for a whole the Pentagon? Using a motherfucking Nokia phone? No! We got gigantic lizard people globalists trying to kill us. They're trying to kill us. Give everybody AIDS. Oh, look at this. COVID's giving people AIDS. It ain't no. You poison people with an experimental injection. It wasn't even an experiment. Wasn't it just poison? Just poison a bunch of people. Give AIDS. AIDS. Oh, yeah, it's AIDS. That became true, boys. 99% of it is COVID. Okay, 13% of fake head died because you jumped out the window. Fuck you, criminals. Shut up, it's fine. You conspiracy theory? Hey, you think these people would steal an election? I think the people who would blow up my own country would steal an election. I think the people that would perpetrate this on me would steal an election. Yeah, call me crazy. If you're a young kid out there, Building 7, the one that falls down its own footprint, by the way, they told you it fell down 25 minutes before it fell down. They told you it fell down before it fell down. Because the same people, they're all endorse in Pablo, by the way. The chick, fucking Rumsfeld, who's dead, is definitely going to vote for Cheney. The point, they pushed through without cover surprise. Do it. You sons of bitches, do it. Do it. Bush, what do you think Bush is going to, you gonna get George Bush to endorse her? You think that's going to help you? Fucking idiots, do it. Fuck yeah, do it. Let's buy. Let's go, fuckers. Let's do it. Get that son of a bitch to endorse her. It'll be hilarious.
Collapse in New York. You might have heard a few moments ago, was talking about the Salomon Brothers building collapsing. And indeed it has. Apparently that's only a few hundred yards away from where the World Trade Center towers were. And it seems that this was not a result of a new attack. It was because the building had been weakened during this morning's attack. We'll probably find out more now about that from our correspondent, Jane Stanley. Jane, what more can you tell us about the Salomon Brothers building and its collapse?
It's right behind her. It's right behind her. Oh, boy, look at the it's look at the image. Oh, it's right there. It's right behind the dumb picture that. Look at it, it's right there. It's that building. That mistake gets lost, by the way. The BBC nukes that they went in through their file system. They said, holy shit, we gotta go down to the basement, we gotta rip open the server, we got 9/11 the server, boys. They told you that this didn't happen, by the way. They told you. For about 5 years, this video was missing. They thought they scrubbed it from the internet. No, not a video. Well, this out of the ocean. It's not in their archives, by the way. This isn't in their archives. This is one of the biggest attacks in modern history in this country. And they just, we lost it. The fucking moon, all the math to go to the moon. Oh yeah, we lost it. Well, I lost. I don't know what happened, boys. 4 buildings came down. Well, building 6, yeah. Never forget. The dancing is real. Thankful. Oh, you know. But there you go. The building's right there behind your head. It's still on. It's right there, man. That's just that right there. Yeah, they'll steal elections. Yeah, they'll shoot Trump. Yeah, they'll try to steal this election. They're crazy criminal kidnappers. Yeah, they're poison. They're poison. In exchange for a donut. The levels of monstrosity of people that we're up against are biblical. We can't good versus evil. That's a thing, Essence. That's a thing. So, evil, crazy people. That too, Slim Silverstein, Black. He's got 2 kids who worked in those buildings, by the way. Just so happened they had emergency dental appointments. This woman, you know, when the World Cup, again, it's going to blow. I mean, the Muslims are going to blow up this building. So, there you go. They'll walk around the block. But yeah, we gotta win. We have to overcome. Listen, by the grace of God, we overcame 2016. And a lot of people are like, well, you know, they ripped it in 2020 stole us. Let's stop doing it in 2024. Nothing to do it. No one is saying they're going to take 2024. Guys, they're killing people. They're killing people. They use this to then kill millions of Iraqis and Afghans. They use this to then kill millions of thousands of brown people in the Middle East. All the same people who orchestrated this. All the same people responsible for this. And if you don't want to come with me, you know, the conspiracy theory animal, all people...
Second Chuddercocks.
They're all endorsing other and all these other...
They're called Second Chuddercocks.
They're still
not only a place on our calendars, but a place in our collective memory. December 7th, 1941. September 11th, 2001. And January 6th, 2020.
No. Are we playing the one thing that doesn't belong? Is that what we're doing? Is in that game? Which one of these doesn't belong? Well, it's January 6th. January 6th, what doesn't? Well, this is not important. No. January 6th was worse than Pearl Harbor. It was way worse. Way worse than Pearl Harbor. 9/11. Oh, no, you got to be fucking stupid by that. Oh, right, yeah, it's just stupid. Shit. I'm sorry. Eat my balls. No. We're gonna arrest you. We're gonna arrest you. We got thick plumbing infiltration, man. Disgusting amounts of plumbing infiltration. We're gonna wipe these people out of our country. Excommunicated, exile, they're gone. Don't pass down. Get that on. None of these people are responsible for a single situation of arresting these people. Smoke. Smoke is the guy who was they got hit by an airplane. They didn't get hit by a 737. You might have loaded up a smaller airplane and threw it in as a drone bomb. But it's not like a cruise missile, basically. Cruise missile. If it wasn't a cruise missile, you give me more than it was like 3 frames. No, actually, we got 3 frames down. Anyhow, let's go. Now fast forward. Now that I'm taking it back. What's it, 23 years? Oh, roll that sentence. 62 years old. That was old Joe Biden. Let's go see what Joe Biden's got to say.
Have faith, my friend. You need only state your case with confidence and clarity.
That's hard to hear with a jet turbine in the background. But tomorrow Joe Biden's going to do a 9/11. No, don't do a 9/11.
Commander Leveilleur, it is both an honor and a pleasure to meet you. I am Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights.
Alphinaud Leveilleur, at your service. Your reputation precedes you, Sir Emmerich. I think we will find that we have much in common.
Speaking of reputations, yours towers over us all. Does it not?
That's what I want to forget.
It does indeed, Lord Commander.
They decided to show up. Obama saved 9/11 through Smith-Munn Act.
I am not too proud to admit that I have followed your activities with an interest bordering on fascination. Full glad was I to learn that you would be joining us. Now then, shall we begin?
We
let's go see how they work. Again,
We know full well that the Garleans will return in force ere long. What is more, we have yet to achieve a lasting victory over the Primal Menace. The beast tribes continue to summon their gods, and each incarnation is stronger than the last. Ishgard is not immune to these threats. I must reiterate that it would behoove your nation to rejoin the Eorzean Alliance.
Once again, I must respectfully disagree.
On what grounds?
Despite their presence in Kurthus, the Ixals do not concern us. Their territorial claims pertain to Gridania lands, and it is the people of Gridania whom they harry. Consequently, the Holy See judges this to be a Gridanian affair, and Ishgard does not intervene in the internal affairs of other nations. Even were that not the case, our forces are wholly committed to the Dravanian conflict. We have not the knights to spare. As for the Garleans, we are not ignorant of history. We have observed the rise and expansion of the Empire, and we agree that it is only a matter of time before they resume their campaign in Eorzea.
Then surely it would be in our best interests to present a united front.
Mayhap one day, but not yet. Gaius van Belsar is dead, and the legion of conscripts he left behind lacks the will to fight. We think it highly unlikely that they will emerge from behind the walls of their castra for some time.
Forgive me, but if Ishgard's position has not changed, why did you agree to this meeting?
It was not only as a representative of Ishgard that I came here.
Pardon?
It is not within my power to change Ishgardian policy, regardless of my personal feelings. There is, however, one area in which I may exert a measure of influence. Concerns have been raised over the supplies House Foston has offered to Revenant's Toll. These have led to calls for restrictions on the provision of aid to foreign powers. I can ensure that the shipments continue unabated.
Sir Emmerich, we would be in your debt.
No, you would not. For I require something in exchange. Of late, there has been a flood of Dravanian activity, the purpose of which was not immediately clear. However, our astrologians have since observed alarming changes in the heavens. The dragon star waxes unnaturally bright, and there are whispers that it portends the resurrection of Midgard-Sormr.
The fallen guardian of Silvertear Falls? That's absurd.
Full many times have I gazed upon the dragon's corpse still wound around the Agrias, and wondered how different our world might be if it yet lived to plague the skies. I do not know, and I do not wish to know, nor does any son of Ishgard. Yet the mere presence of Dravanian forces is not sufficient grounds to send knights to Mordona, whatever our astrologians say. As I told you before, we have not the forces to spare.
But we do. So you will intervene on our behalf if we agree to watch over the Keeper of the Lake.
Do you accept these terms?
I do. I will see that you are kept abreast of any developments. I regret that we could not come to a similar agreement on other matters, but I understand that you are not at liberty to make such decisions. Nevertheless, I hope that what we have accomplished here today will serve to demonstrate to your countrymen that we can work together towards a common goal. Mayhap one day we shall look back on this moment as the first step towards a united Eorzea.
Mayhap we shall, Commander.
What is the meaning of this?
Well, scumbags. I hope that the Donald Trump
The caravan, my lord. It's been attacked. It was Iceheart, my lord. What? By the Fury! All our precautions were for naught?
That sounds like you got a big problem. I noticed that you were concerned about Donald Trump fighting for the it's like something. You notice we sold transition for licenses to get paid. They're just going to get trained and tell them, fuck the mask. That's how it's not the mask. You fucking on the right, bro. Yeah, we're pretty strong. Something out there. Really about Donald Trump. Something about that Donald Trump. He's the problem, but you guys are the problem. But crazy, insane people. Let's go take a look at Kamala Harris. I cannot tell if this is real. I have no idea if it's real. Let's go find the Kamala Harris slash. Didn't he kill his drummer? TWC, let me make a video on that. God bless those people. Oh shit! You gotta sell for that.
Have faith, my friend. You need only state your case with confidence and clarity.
I got shot, boys. What a stupid show. Oh man, I'm gonna get fired. I'm trying to get fired right here, boys. You're gonna fire me on 9/11? Right, so this is talking about. I was even 30 minutes ago. I was even talking about these.
Commander Leveilleur, it is both an honor and a pleasure to meet you. I am Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights.
It is a little bit predictable. You know that it's going to head towards chaos.
Alphino Leveilleur, at your service. Your reputation precedes you, Sir Emmerich. I think we will find that we have much in common.
Yeah, they're just trying to give everybody AIDS. We just caught these people trying to give everybody AIDS.
Speaking of reputation, yours towers over us all.
It does indeed, Lord Commander.
I am not too proud to admit that I have followed your activities with an interest bordering on fascination. Full glad was I to learn that you would be joining us. Now then, shall we begin?
We know full well that the Garleans will return in force ere long. What is more, we have yet to achieve a lasting victory over the primal menace. The beast tribes continue to summon their gods, and each incarnation is stronger than the last. Ishgard is not immune to these threats. I must reiterate that it would behoove your nation to rejoin the Eorzean alliance.
Once again, I must respectfully disagree.
On what ground?
Despite their presence in Kurthus, the Ixals do not concern us. The territorial claims pertain to Gridania lands, and it is the people of Gridania whom they harry. Consequently, the Holy See judges this to be a Gridanian affair, and Ishgard does not intervene in the internal affairs of other nations. Even were that not the case, our forces are wholly committed to the Dravanian conflict. We have not the knights to spare. As for the Garleans, we are not ignorant of history. We have observed the rise and expansion of the Empire, and we agree that it is only a matter of time before they resume their campaign in Eorzea.
Then surely it would be in our best interests to present a united front.
Mayhap one day, but not yet. Gaius van Belsar is dead, and the legion of conscripts he left behind lacks the will to fight. We think it highly unlikely that they will emerge from behind the walls of their castle for some time.
Forgive me. But if Ishgard's position has not changed, why did you agree to this meeting?
It was not only as a representative of Ishgard that I came here.
Pardon?
It is not within my power to change Ishgardian policy, regardless of my personal feelings.
It's important to get married on this summer evening. We don't want that to get dirty in our stuff. It's not to get up. I'm not getting up. It's yeah, Robert Chan just said it. Join Rumble right now, boys. You're on YouTube. Jump off that. Jump off that. Go to the Rumble. Right. And then after the show's done, I'm going to upload Gooseball going nuts to the Federa. The funny Federa employees comes up with a bread pan. Oh, it's a big old it's like some sort of Gallagher spatula. It's like 3 feet wide. That's to get right out of the oven. The woman's hit the train. Oh, super God. Oh, yeah, very. Oh, that was very. I'm not getting on the face. You want it in jail? Sir, man, how many of you call him, bro? An entire year hormone block is out the window. Oh, it's hard now. Hey, what happened to the femininity? Well, we need to get your money back on the nitrogen shot. You've been short estrogen into your dick hole for the entire year. What happened then? What happened then? Well, it's a weird thing. Get your money back. Damn, I thought you robbed you. Something good to go. That's what we're going to do. What the? What? What's that? What's that? What? Are you Gary Geiger? What the hell? I'm relaxed and destroyed. What's going on? You guys are not passing this check stops. We're not going to go down a stupid rabbit hole where we're all going to pretend that George Bush didn't do 9/11 with Cheney. We're not going to go down a rabbit hole where we're all going to pretend to ignore that this is a gigantic. Kamala Harris is gigantic. She built like a fucking Sasquatch. Look at this thing next door. All the people who are going to think that Kamala Harris is a legitimate viable proponent of that job. But this has mentally check and a bunch of young fuckers will pretend that this is them.
It's shit. Let's do whatever the hell you want, do drugs, fuck each other, set shit on fire, oligarchyism and cronyism through the roof. That's late empire shit. Late empire shit. Late empire shit. Everybody can see what's going on over here. It's still fun. It's still fun. We just need some open borders. No open borders. Don't do open borders. No open borders is fine. Open borders is fine. No open borders is down. We're in Germany, speaking of. There you go. We took the open borders. This is an athlete by the This is all people with their imagination. I'm fact checking. The problem is actually good. It's actually good. The problem is actually the concept of doing. That's the critical. Fucking barbarian. And so, the actual problem. It's are you taking out a ranger? Hey, did you see that? The fucking Muslim dude's not even a swashbuckler. Look at this son of a bitch. What the hell is going on over there? Look at this. He's going fencing for him. Oh, that dude's got some motherfucking swamp. That guy on that, he can say it. Oh, God. Oh, God, boys. Wow, okay. That's the bar we're going. A single, 15 playing big Taliban or Jizz Fuel? What? I mean, Jizz Fuel? Take that here, ski going right across the border. Just everybody going over there. This, by the way, is about mainstream media press, and the machine is trying to break down that unacceptable, unfettered immigration, open doors. That's all medical. That's all. That's all. That's not fighting about it. I'm only a racist who can fight about it. All of these things coming into the country and doing this shit right now. This is how you get to the stars, guys. How do you get to the stars? Everybody knows this. Engineers, scientists, good place to go. God, I just thought this was wrong with me. Take it off. Definitely something else. I'm going to get sick. For sure, it's a good future. Let's get to the down, get nature, because a lot of them, and a lot of them have a theory. Is the microphone or earphones that you want to do? Not sure. Microphone, earphones. Well, listen. I'm going to be sharp. It's not the microphone. It's a lot of them deal with many fight about the often there. So let's go about it. So let's see what we're going to do.
where I stand in the front there, front woman, they don't represent, that was just my basically the best ways. So, then I was in the lines. I'm like, go, okay. So that was Obama, microbiome, it's so cool of this all but it's what I would say is going to happen. That's never thought for a second that he could ever possibly be held accountable for anything. So he's just gonna tell everyone what's going on. Yeah, we're gonna install somebody. We're gonna install somebody. We'll install Joe Obama. We'll install Clinton. We'll install somebody. I'll just run from behind. What you think? I think you're very familiar with behind, bro. Anyhow, so people were saying, well, you know, is that earring a microphone? Because they sell an earring that is a microphone. You don't see anything else. What? Is anybody else getting that weird audio? It sounds like some sort of leg, some sort of gimp in the background, making a motherfucking boss. You're up there? Oh my god. That song is great. So, killing that. What is humorous, something that just they'll just tell you the truth. It doesn't make more sense that he's going to be on the town. It's not going to be it's not going to be a situation with no more time. It doesn't talk to each other. I don't know what's going on. Because the Obama there's no overtime. There's no overtime. There's no overtime to operate. There's just silence. How'd that work out? How'd that work out for you? Besides that, dude, she was worried about tripping. It's small. Yeah, disgusting. So, people are saying that, what is this is the words? They're trying to fact check everybody, right? So hey, Nova. Rings. The Nova H100 will be the first thing. The Nova H1 audio earring are the average and so you get so apparently, I mean, they look extraordinary. And then they go, hey, actually, the $800 earrings from Tiffany and Co. Instead of trying to push the fact that it's insane to have $800 earrings. Yeah. Now, actually, she has dementia. I think Joe Biden might be too late again because he's got dementia. Some over here's got capacity for, I imagine, remembering a handful of hand catchphrases. Whether it's a microphone earring or it's not a microphone earring, we've got bigger fish to fry. The bigger fish to fry is the multi-trillion-dollar corporate media establishment protecting Kamala Harris. That's the bigger part. Whether she's got microphone fucking earrings, I can give two shits. I feel that the entire media infrastructure is in a coordinated effort trying to blow smoke up my dick that this chick won. Now, here's the problem with this debate. Here's the problem. The reality of the situation. If you're Kamala Harris and you're trying to what Kamala Harris needs to achieve is talking points that can then, like, catty kind of talking points. That's all she needed to do. She overdid it with the ridiculous head movement with over there. It's just like this mandatory. It's entire. And I think she's still not good on it. So,
this whole government has Donald Trump needs to fend off the entire media industrial complex. He needs to fight two moderators. He needs to fight the entire network. He needs to fight off Kamala Harris. He needs to fight off whoever's helping Kamala Harris if she's got microphone clearance. He's up against everything. Not for a second are you going to tell you that Kamala Harris won't handle the question. I don't know, somebody would put Barnes from Diva Barnes saying, you don't have to handle the questions, by the way. You handle the answers. But you know all the answers. And everything she said was the and cash play. That's it. I hope she has. And it doesn't stop. They let it play. They tried to tell the debate against them. They fact checked them. They did rocket down. They put the other band on the house. And let them say whatever the fuck you want to say. And the fact that a lot of people are saying it's kind of a sport. You would say, I'm going to talk about how one else is shit. But it's the wild. So, again, Kamala Harris, all she had to do was get on that stage and say all of her canned catchphrases. She was going to be protected by the moderators, protected by the network, protected by everything, protected by the after media market. Everybody, all the talking heads afterwards were saying that she did fantastic, she did great. By the way, a lot of these idiots were saying Joe Biden did great the first, before it became insurmountable. The reaction with the last debate was that Joe Biden won. Never Harris, Simpson, all these other fucking left-wing liberals, fuckers, remember all of them? They're all on it, right? Wrote down the same exact situation. So, Donald Trump, on the other hand, had to come out and actually do some work, by the way, and talk about his track record of success. He had to talk about her track record of non-success and actually progress. He had to hire Joe Biden. And he did all that. They did all that. And they ended up giving us a hostile of everything. All about everything. I think he did all of that. Did he get agitated? Yes. Yeah, he got agitated. But when he told us he got agitated, he got right back on track and brought it with him. But he didn't get agitated for the right to take that position. He got agitated. He got fucking, got fucked with the fuck with his bar. He got agitated. Every time he got agitated, he did something silly. Right back down. That's the one side of it. It's a one-side nature point. They hit us with 9/11 guys. They hit us with full hard ones. They left full hard. And then it's more positive stuff. They want to talk about much hard. They gave them like AIDS. You got this injection of you just don't have to not flex off of yourself. One thing is good. Take yourself some money out of it, check out yourself. I invented the exact inbox of someone. Thank you so much for that. I can see that one. You just have to do it. Because what you just saw right now in this ridiculous debate was billionaires. Lots of billionaires. The billionaires of NBC, the billionaires of ABC, the billionaires of Disney, the billionaires of Viacom, they're all getting together to shove Kamala Harris into a position to be able to create more shenanigans around us. They're not stealing an election to help us. They're not stealing an election to make things better for the African American person out there. They're not stealing the election to make America great or functional. They're stealing an election because they want to flood us even more. They want to flood us with illegal aliens. They want to steal your businesses. They want to to steal your labor, they steal your productivity, they want to steal your assets. Watch out for that one. They want to know you're the evil people. You don't do this much protection for a really dumb, idiot candidate that's the menace to all of us. Everybody who thinks Kamala Harris won. Kamala Harris didn't tell you one thing that she did. She didn't tell you one thing. The people who think she won are insane. The events that they were doing, and that was very easy. Don't look at it in the face. You're on it. Well, I'm afraid, oh, no. Get out of here, I'm calling. These things don't work for Donald Trump. Take care. Really? It is good. Series have a lot of people that are struggling from the world. Put a short up of so that of Kamala Harris in 1995, and the interview goes, "Are you really Mount Dodge?" No. I'm just wrong. No. That's a weird thing. But anyway, here's I knew right away the game plan. It took about 4 seconds to see the game plan at 4. Not was looking for the other. This thing says it's time to make a call. And it didn't win this. It didn't win. And by the way, that's actually the important basis. It's not the call about being back in the about what we do. All of the people go out there and make a bunch of cuts. It's all this. And we'll show everybody that we won. There's going to be nothing on the next. But it's only somebody coming to make a judgment for the next time. And some of the reactions to this. Yeah, this is like Trump had some shot moments that he did not take, especially about hoaxes. Too bad. What's not going to come in this world? The truth is not going to be good. There were a lot of people were saying, and I agree, that there were moments where he could have had a kill shot. Oh, you threatening Kamala Harris to get they didn't ask one single question about Donald Trump getting shot by that. That did not come. My dude got shot 4 weeks ago, and they did it right about that. She's called Donald Trump a Nazi. She said Donald Trump supporters, white supremacists, domestic terrorists, Nazis, were engaged in an action against his government that was far worse than 9/11 and Pearl Harbor combined. If my dude got shot, they thought that this entire thing was generated to protect Kamala Harris. So, this, I don't know if this is the dumbest thing to happen, this opinion that I have, but it's probably done. Fuck you, asshole. She was down. It's been 50-something days. It's been 50-something days. She hasn't done a press conference. She's done one sit-down interview. I quit, but they're completely laughed out with her. She didn't want to see her. She's done one other interview for the radio station, and as far as I'm aware of, he still hasn't been released. Technical difficulties. Donald Trump won because he got this fucking chick out of the basement. Donald Trump won. He got her on a stage and made her say shit for hours. That is a victory as far as I'm concerned, because the plan to keep this chick in. Okay, so drag this chick in. Girls go to this somebody. That's the every cynical black-dog media institution. I think she still did a bad job. I really have this. I didn't think so. I love it. I was and then I watched parts of it again. I adjusted it. So reading it, last and recent show adjusted. So the debate wasn't. The Donald Trump that you saw on stage was not. If you are in this show tonight, you're watching this crazy ass show. If you this geeked up for Donald Trump, much like Star Wars, I hate to say it, it wasn't for me. Donald Trump has been practicing idealism. He's been considered being presidential. Now, what you consider being presidential, what I consider presidential, wildly different. Wildly different. I wanted him to go crazy on it, right? That's not going to play well. He's already got me. He's got me. He's got you. He's already got us. He doesn't need to play to us. He doesn't need to appeal to us. The entire point of last night was getting her to a stage so he can have access to tens of millions of people who are never going to see Donald Trump. They're never going to go to our media. They're never going to go to our spheres to get information. They're in these echo chambers. They're never going to see Trump. And so Donald Trump had to reach those people, and he had to do it in a way where he didn't beat the fuck out of this chick in a way that would make her look like a victim. Making her look like a victim, then that's what they want. They want her to be the victim. Their entire they did fantastic work. Donald Trump going up there, and Donald Trump tying her to the Joe Biden administration, tying her to her policies, and getting the discussion pushed forward in different topics is a gigantic victory. Yes, you didn't get a coup de grace. Yeah, you didn't sit there. You had a few blatant one-liners. But yeah, it wasn't the bludgeoning that he gave Joe Biden. It just wasn't. It just wasn't. Because I don't think it was meant to be, by the way. I don't think it was meant to be. And listen, he's got to do a better job not getting agitated. And that's easy for me to say. The guy got shot. The guy got shot. He's put his life not only on hold for 8 fucking plus years, he has taken his life where he was cherished. That dude was in movies. That dude was selling Doritos. He was cherished. He was an American cultural icon. He threw that all away and has been attacked and maligned, and shot, and indicted, and arrested for 9 years. Yeah, he's got the right to be pissed off. He's a human. Listen, he's a way stronger man than me. That's very simple. He's sitting on stage. And he's lost a bunch of money. Lost a bunch of money. Lost a shit ton of money. I mean, these are all heavy things. That dude for $1 billion is one of the strongest motherfuckers on the planet. Stronger? How did it happen? And annually, a percent of all that. It's crazy that to say that I found CNN's moderators, especially with ABC moderators, they went for it. They went for it. There was no hiding that this was comments at all. They get Snapchat once. I think they hit Donald Trump 11 times. Now they
came off of this and super I don't know how my parents' team said she wants another debate. She does not. She does not. She said she wants another debate because she's hungry for says nothing. Let's check it on the way bombs, boys. Your shot. It wasn't shot. It was the Donald Trump thing. It's on shooting. That's a dead guy. This family's got this in the dad in hospital. I don't think one more shot. One more shot. I like to read those kind of cut off. But here's the thing. We'll talk about that. I expect that's what you're saying. If you jump into the next class, I'm seriously going to see how it's going. My dream is to come here and see what that's the Tax that would be the CMS side to take care of the private business who really sponsor the second hour. Tax Network USA. So he's got size of the tax issue centralized negotiations, stuff back to the IRS, that's not the case. It doesn't just negotiate those assets, IRS seizures, and extra fairly, Irish you need a license to get on board, state tax issues, and all this. An expert guidance. That's money up 9,000. This is USA documents. That's not the document. Back up to your site. Fucker. Now, I'm watching this spot. As far as I'm talking about, say something. Just go on. Just go on. Hey, stop this. The left side wants to say they want ISIS, they want change, they want forces, they want and then shit you guys got wrong. You guys got absolutely they want nobody likes Skyrim. Seems thanks us. Yes, that's how you go. I'm tired of thoughtless to just listen. That's what it's the depths. Musicians, that's
all in the suit right now. It's all like the story. None of it is virtual. They're all in the suit. At this late stage of what's going on, there are very few independents at this point. If you don't know who the shit Trump is at this point, you're in a lost in something a debate like this is so technical. Normal Harris, this is good. This is
very frustrated.
Whether or not the person whose name is on that whether or not you are the same person whose name is on the airplane. You have to be insane. Now you're to the trial.
The tales do not do you justice, warrior of light. Yes, I know who you are, and you know who I am. I was given the name Izel, but I earned the name Iceheart. This endless cycle of hatred, of bloodshed, of sorrow. You would see it continue, O noble warrior of light. I would not. I will not. I will bring an end to this war between dragon and man, no matter the cost. In time, you will come to understand that what we do for the greater good. For Eorzea. For Hydaelyn.
this month. A confusion with the power and suspicion of the lawnmower 5.0 this month is the lawnmower 5.0 Ultra because it also has a big implementation of purpose, stuff, game issues.
You can share this still doesn't care us about the rest of the treat version. And despite all the alterations, all the changes that have occurred in the last couple of weeks, his message hasn't changed. He's still saying the same thing. I mean, we got the NDP making an announcement. We get the Bloc saying they might be willing to step in, or the NDP has stepped in if they get whatever they want out of the Liberal Party. Mark Carney, saying that WBF, even saying that it's going to take control officially of the economic policy of the Liberal Party. And yet Justin Trudeau just said the same thing, and then he told two things. Either A, he has no one to see about the outcome changes, but he's not capable of competent to face these challenges head on. Or B, he's told to say that the questions have distraction for him, the answers have been given for him, and therefore he's not told me. Either way, this is not manipulation. That the first things that the larger chapter or I'll encourage you to like and subscribe to the video on the channel. I am against a lot of suggestion by saying things that are true, certain videos that you respect. So these to me I appreciate. As I said, it's something that I'm very interested in very consistent place.
That's why you step up. That's the child care there, that's access to dental care, despite the fact that all of
he has something. The reason the supply and confidence motion was so effective is because of the central game of socialists that were not involved in the majority. It's absolutely nothing. Stop dental care was absolutely nothing. Stop free care. It's absolutely that's insurance monitoring all because the government is responsible. There's nothing. Conservatives just have their own law. Slow down. You could even have continuing on companies that would force the budget. So there's no validity in that. That's just trying to talk to people who are not necessarily involved in the situation. Now they're trying to say, I think I hear about this next question to try to make it so international scene. And that means where are situated the scenes. It's all Trump's fault. This is this and I'm sure I'm learning mistake.
Reality is Americans are facing housing crisis as well. Americans are facing challenges with rising costs of housing and many the number in Canada makes no sense. That's why the administration right now is
now some tariffs are currently imposed by the Biden government. And the Liberal Party have been trying to negotiate since 7 June.
not the first time I've heard this problem. Where the problem lies for Trudeau is that he claimed it was all about making the government in the United States, that they understand that our fortunes are tied together, and yet then he says, oh no, but we have this incredible tribunal, and I'm trying to talk to the current administration. So apparently the current administration is not all about hands globally. Apparently the current administration is about making sure that the jobs stay in Canada, because the idea that the northwestern part of the United States doesn't have lumber, that the American continent doesn't have a lot of lumber, is where now you can take bombs. You get these images of, say, out of California and Mexico or something, you forget that Washington and Oregon and Montana, they all have the same amount of dense forest density as Canada does. Except they have stronger replantation policies. So they put more back in the ground, and then it grows. This is something that Canada needs to pay attention to, because that softwood lumber should be directed and promoted to Canada, which would then make it very less expensive to build a house in Canada. And then you have less of a housing issue. A house in the United States is a quarter of what it costs in Canada. And that's adjusting for the dollar value difference. I've done reports on it. I think that by trying to throw shade onto Trump in an effort to make people think that they're going to be scared of some American guy or whatever was a mistake, when the reality is that Canada is fighting these tariffs, softwood lumber tariffs with the United States for a long time. And really, that supply should be directed to the housing prices so that we can start to build the houses and renovate for next to nothing. We have lumber on 94% of the country. It should be cheap. Should be very inexpensive. I get that it might be expensive if you buy it, but still it's the same desert. But in Canada, we should be able to throw wooden structures everywhere. Wow, but they would be able to go high density wood, right? So therein lies the issue.
Hi, I'm here for my 25th Mr. Greer. Of course, we confirm coverage. The patient will be right with you. Speak for the ways. Yes, please. Okay. Okay.
This next setup is pretty blatant. I believe that what's happening, people are not holding well with the confident country slogan, and they gave that question to one of their selected press people, and that question was asked and then came off for like 3 minutes. So let's have a listen to the question and then bizarre answer.
Some of the things we spoke to these things like confident Canadians best themselves. I'm not sure people really understand what that means.
What it means to say the confident countries invest in themselves. Because that's the choice that we've made, and we've made it consistently since 2015. This government is doing the same thing. We're investing in the future of Canada by making sure kids have room in daycare so that their parents can get the jobs and careers they want. We're investing in the kind of research economy that leads into the knowledge economy, whether it's leading the world on electric vehicle supply chains or drawing in global investment in strong jobs in the future. We are stepping up and investing in our future. Doesn't believe in Canadians. We can't hold it. Because it's an answer to what we're going to do with the strongest American technology in the world right now is we believe in holding back in service of Canadians by investing in them and growth and opportunities all around.
really think the setup was pretty weak. What I will say about the confidence countries and all of this stuff is he says he's been doing it since 2015. And when you look at the steady decline of the economic fortunes of Canada, you can trace them right back to 2015. When you look at the increase in violent crime and crime as a whole in Canada, when you look at the increase in the housing crisis, you can trace them all. They were going fine. Once you get to 2015, the numbers start to go the opposite direction. He's been doing since 2015. So I'm not sure that there was much responses kind of fraud when they drafted it. That's for this investing in the resource economy that leads into the information economy. We seem to be giving all of our resources away instead of country. Everybody is aware of the international companies that have backed out of the battery because they seem to want to be keeping the rights and access to the material without necessarily giving us the jobs and building the buildings inside of the country, which I don't agree with any shape or form. It's on Canadian soil, it has to stay in Canadian hands. I don't want to sell resources to Volkswagen in Germany. I don't want to sell resources to anybody in America. I don't want to sell them to China. I don't want to sell that. That's what dictatorships do because they can't trust their own people, so they sell their resources to other countries so that they can maintain power in their region of the world. But if you were really worried about, creating jobs, then you wouldn't be giving out resources internationally. You like the Americans do, give the resources to themselves. As for investing in Canadians so they can have daycare spaces so their parents can go to work, well, I've told everybody my position on that, and I'll say it again. I believe that when a woman gets pregnant, she should be given 5 years to stay home with that child. I think that the rise of mental health problems with teenagers stems from the fact that we put all of our children at age 6 months into a daycare center with somebody that's not connected to them. It's not emotionally invested in them. They look after them and all those kinds of things, but they don't have that connection. And that probably manifests itself many years later in all of the depression issues that we hear them talk about. That's my opinion. I think that we should leave like they do in many Slavic countries, I speak in Scandinavian countries, that we should let the mother stay home with the child, and the child will be happy, and we will give the woman 5 years of maternity, not just 1 year of maternity. But the federal government doesn't want that. The federal government wants to think that it's better for you to put your child in the mill so that they can control what they eat for lunch, and you have to go to work 10 hours a day with transportation and everything. That's what it boils down to. Justin Trudeau is looking forward to getting in there with Pierre Poilievre, that he believes that he has the upper hand. He cannot be involved when it comes to the one-on-one debates. But I mean, again,
we want to show our appreciation for it. That's why it's good for 15% on the home insurance policy. Insurance is applied. Insure for today.
That's the choice that people get to make. That's the choice people are going to make next year. And I can't wait to continue getting into it this fall with Pierre Poilievre, because I know that confident countries invest in their future, and that's what we're going to continue to do.
I know Anthony Trudeau, I know the confident politicians don't run away from the election. I know that confident people don't run away from challenges. I know that. But you don't have to explain it to me. I don't need to hear it in a slogan. I know that if you really believe you'd be standing up there at the podium saying, I dare you, I dare you, I dare you. That's the kind of personality that you are. But instead, you come out into the open that the WEF is now in control of the economic policies of Canada between Mark Carney and Chrystia Freeland, who are both members of that organization. Mark Carney, a ranking member of that organization. So now we are in a country that is so confident it's having other non-elected individuals look after it. We are in a country that's so confident it's minority government is running left and right, scrambling to find anybody that can prop them up and keep them in power. That's how confident you are. All of this to say that Canadians are confident that they are ready for election. Canadians are confident that they don't believe in what you are offering. Canadians are confident that when they go to the store, it's costing them more money than ever. Canadians are confident that the house prices is a real problem. Canadians are confident that the fuel prices are a real issue. Canadians are confident of all of that. So I would ask you again, not one last time, but I would ask you again, if you're so confident, if you believe all the words that are coming out of your mouth, if you believe that your party is behind you 100%, if you believe the Canadian people are now starting to enjoy carbon tax, call an election. Put your money where your mouth is and say, we are going to the polls ASAP, probably by December, to kick all it up. Alright, I'm going to wrap here. I want to thank y'all for listening. I'll talk to you next time.
Don't take it easy. We got all of these issues, of which we all this. It's really good. You can get experience as well.
Joining me now is Scott Reed, our CTV News political commentator. Scott, thanks for joining us.
Morning, Arthur.
Busy a couple of weeks ahead politically. Let's talk a little bit about this by-election before we get to the retreat with that caucus retreat. Montreal, we've got David Lametti, who's got down the NDP running the city council there, and out in Winnipeg and Elmwood, Transcona, but Conservatives are gunning for the Liberals there. So they have their backs to the wall, don't they?
And no question, and I mean, when we put it in the context of last week's actions by the NDP, Jagmeet Singh choosing to walk away from that parliamentary agreement with the Liberals, one of the things that is really interesting, so subplot for these by-elections are that both the Liberals and the NDP get punished. Do we see the Liberals lose a safe Liberal riding in Montreal, and the New Democrats lose an extremely safe, and by the way, historically significant former seat of Bill Blakey, they lose that seat in Winnipeg. That would be a real pain sandwich for both the Liberals and the NDP. Liberals may hang on to the side. It does look like a three-way race. One thing we can say for certain is we know zero for certain because by-election races are unpredictable. You guys have mentioned it's got 91 candidates. It looks like it's a three-way fight between three different parties. But there's no debating the fact that if the Liberals were to lose, on top of having lost such by-election at the beginning of the summer, it would be a real dirty dose of news.
Okay, well, we'll have to see what happens. We've got a week to wait for that, but we don't have a week to wait for the retreat for the caucus, the Liberal caucus. Now, the cabinet retreat was all, what it was presented as like this. Are the gloves off for it?
I don't think so. It's going to be one of the things you have to watch. I mean, you look at the Liberals, according to one poll last week, they hit 21%. That is a low of lows. That is the kind of number they've only seen once in their history. Michael Ignatieff took them absolutely into the wood chipper. So there's no question the ingredients for a caucus to satisfaction are there, but we've not really seen it. And I don't think we're going to see any particular kind of leadership push on the Prime Minister. I don't think you're going to see his leadership challenge. We'll watch for signs of that. I think the really interesting thing is how does the Prime Minister and his office navigate this gap? Because we've had an entire summer of nothing, no reaction, no adjustment, no alteration, even as they lose by-elections, even as the polls show them far behind, and even as the NDP walk away from this political deal that preserves them from the threat of an election, the Liberals have effectively peddled the same message and said to people, stay steady. But no one wants to stay steady at 21%. No one wants to stay steady far behind their Poilievre and Conservatives. So can the Prime Minister thread the needle of not saying something fundamentally different, but giving Liberals a reason to hope? It's a tall order.
And with the NDP walking away, does that change the dynamics of this caucus retreat at all?
I think it does. It'll give them some housekeeping stuff to focus on. But I lived through a minority government. I cannot tell you, it seems uninteresting and mundane to people. But the sheer pressure of the mechanics and the dynamics of a minority parliament, you have to count every head, going to the trip without knowing, making certain that you don't get surprised in the House with people springing out behind the curtain.
managing and navigating potential conflicts goes. What would the Liberals do? There's rumors of me think about having a prorogation, bring forward a new legislative agenda. How would they do that when they then have to face a conflict vote? So do they have to strike a deal with the EDP on that vote? What might the EDP ask for? Could that unleash dynamics that could see the city go sideways before the election? It's just, there's peril everywhere when you're in a minority parliament, and frankly, when you're in a weak position, which is 21%, the Liberals have.
Could we see a snap election if the Liberals really vote to be by-elected?
I don't think so. If they have crossed the front seats and have had enough like test the confidence that people are going to the polls,
Ladies and gentlemen, in today's video, I'm going to explain to you what they're not telling you about the presidential debates with Donald Trump and also Kamala Harris. So please like and share. Welcome to Malibu. We're in the middle of nowhere. I'm going to take you on a little bit of a journey today. And we're going to reveal what you didn't hear last night. What wasn't said was actually more important than anything that happened during the debate. I'm just walking through all this heavy brush right now. On my way down to the ocean. I like to get out in the middle of nowhere, quite frankly, and feel at one with the land. It's the best feeling in the world. It's one of the things I love about Hawaii. The nature element of it. You can see I'm already like down to my waist right here. Because a really connection to the earth and a connection with God, something that the local Hawaiians know all about. And I think human nature knows all about. Because this whole experience, man, is so much more beautiful and epic than most people realize. The problem is, people are so brainwashed by their phones, two-party system, divisive politics, which, by the way, is a fourth, fifth generation warfare technique. We're going to talk about today with General here because I'm an expert, and I'm going to tell you what these people are doing to overthrow the United States of America, steal your sovereignty, and how they're taking over your land. If you study history, for example, like with project, the most of people, populations, governments, systems, and territories. And it used to be conventional warfare, right? We saw this during World War II with the guy, I can't say his name due to the algorithms, it starts with an H. Remember how he used to blitzkrieg his opponents with tanks? How he would basically move aggressively and use traditional warfare strategies. Air, water, sea, and land. Now, we also saw this with indigenous populations and takeovers, where one of the moves was to bring in and usher in disease. We saw with Native Americans, we actually saw it here in Hawaii. Whether or not it was intentional or not is to be questioned. Maybe some of it was, and other components of it weren't. But that was attacked because it replaced the population, ruined the culture, broke down society. And the reason I'm going on this tangent because it's exactly what's happening now in the United States of America, folks. Isn't this beautiful? It's exactly what's happening in your own home country. And again, this video is about what you weren't told yesterday that's actually more important than what was said. You see, the primary tactic being used today, warfare tactic, by the people that are actually in charge, not the people on stage. They're not in charge. They're owned. Large corporations own the United States of America, and I argue that the United States of America, quite frankly, never really broke up the league at all. I just in this baby. There was I really believe this. There was obvious agreements made. There was military support, places like France and Spain, but nothing like a King George just gave a little land back. There were some deals even during and after 1776 and the American Revolution. There were things that happened underneath the table that you never hear about, that you don't know about. It's never written in the history books. Of course, it was always written by the victor and then manipulated to serve the narrative at stake. And so yesterday what we witnessed, by the way, I don't think anyone look at it politically, totally objectively, I'll say that I actually fairly think it was a draw. I don't think one candidate stood out. Most people thought Trump would dominate. I don't think he did. His best talking point was his closing statement at the end. Other than that, body language is kind of off. I mean, Kamala sucks, too. I'm not giving her any credit either, but I'm just saying, nobody won. Everybody lost. But you know who lost the most? You tuning in. You million people. That's losing your freedom. You know, I did notice Trump did comment about what a great job he did with getting all the ventilators rolled out, right? He's so proud of it. Rolling out all those ventilators during the lockdowns and vaccinating your children. He's so proud of that. Man, can you just pipe down on that one? Like, I don't think you're that, ever. Ever. That distorts people's lives. It's 2020. I got to go slow here. I don't want to trip. There's a whole new camera. Once a year, I got my bug out bag on me, of course. All my survival gear. Food. Water. You know, gentlemen, I'm always ready for combat. Put down, man. EMP strikes. Whatever it is. We're ready. Here, I got to use this on my side. You know what was that was used in a negative way to actually be spread of religion. And I'm not saying religion's a bad thing, but they did use it to colonize, to bring in different ideas of spirituality and God. Now, you know I'm a Christian, Jesus Christ is King, but I'm explaining it a little bit from an agnostic perspective. They brought in Christianity to the indigenous populations. Again, that's another way they destroy their culture. For example, Hawaiians are polytheistic. They believe in multiple gods. You've probably heard of Pele, the volcano. They believe mythically that resides in Kilauea volcano on the Big Island. Fire and brimstone, earth and destruction, heat and lava, but also life that recreates as a result of those explosions and the destruction of the land. And there's other gods, like Maui is even a god, which is the island that I'm lost in. And Hawaii, they're very connected to the earth. They are. There's only about 10% Native Hawaiians that actually remain on the Hawaiian Islands. I want you to think about that. What a tragedy that is. Of course, you do a lot of intermarrying now, so mixing with other races, that kind of thing, which is, beautiful. But do you realize that the Hawaiian population ruled this land for nearly 1,500 years? That shocks me. 1,500 years. Based on the estimates, I think 2 to 3 scriptures, 8 after death. That's what the Americans, they go so great. They see things like the greatest country in the world. Sounds like, oh yeah, I really got those face masks out. Oh yeah, great job, dude. Oh yeah, I really got those window spinners pumping. There's all that beer and propaganda. We're going to talk about that here in a second. So, as we approach 250 years of our great nation state, I love America, it's honestly not that impressive. In reality, it's actually collapsing, if you haven't been paying attention. And the war is not being fought traditionally like World War I and World War II because the elites have gotten smarter. They're using multi-fragmented techniques. They use not only different types of warfare, but asymmetric. So let's talk about what is asymmetric warfare? Well, that includes things like propaganda, which is what you're currently living through. That includes divisive two-party system politics that are fake. It's an engineering of divide and conquer and Hegelian dialectic. It is other technologies like AI, which, by the way, wasn't even mentioned. That is actually probably the most significant talking point in today's topic. That they should have been all over last night. Both parties should be explaining to the American public what they're doing about AI, how it will integrate into our society, how they're going to protect the American people from nuclear war, what's going to happen to all the jobs as a result of this invention that is destroying white-collar, not as much blue-collar, but actually destroying white-collar jobs, like customer service representatives are no longer needed. Many third parties, sales agents aren't needed, writers aren't needed, and all this manufactured now, like the algorithms are in charge of the news. Everything on your feed is fake nowadays. The list goes on and on. It's common. it. It's far out on artificial intelligence. Now, by the way, there's a little quote. Look, see it. Now, right down there, shipwreck. It's a little fishy. It's kind of an allegory for America. America shipwreck. See, 250 years. It's already crashed and burned. And so, what a lot of you don't understand is you're expecting the old school result. You're expecting, like, unless you see North Korea in the skies dropping in with parachutes, or Chinese warships invading this island, that you're not at war. World War III is occurring. And I'm telling you, you're freaking wrong. The elites have every intention of not just overthrowing our system, but doing it in a way that preserves the Earth to their advantage and conquers using new technologies that are far easier to achieve the result with less destruction and with the American people not even realizing it's happening. I mean, case in point, if China really did invade, you should probably be paying attention, right, and asking questions and defending yourself using the Second Amendment. But what they pulled off in recent years, well, I mean, no one even knows who the enemy is. That's why they told you it was aliens. That's why they called it AI, because it's an alien invasion. And that's why the new land that these people are stealing and conquering isn't just physical, like in the days of historical past, but it's a new frontier. And what is that? I think some of you probably know where I'm going with this. The new frontier, folks. The new frontier and the new land that they're going after is you. It's your body. It's the sovereignty of this. This is the last frontier on which they are dominating. And that's what they want. Biological integration into their system, massive controls, AI governance boards. The AI will not only tell you what information is real or not, tell you what a deepfake is and what not a deepfake is. They'll turn off bank accounts, prevent your access to credit, minority reports you, track you, surveil you, steal all of your biological information, steal your eyes. That's what they're doing with WorldCoin right now, Sam Altman, ChatGPT, fingerprinting, facial scans, the list goes on and on. The one thing they want now is your body. Because it's the last thing that these people don't control. And so wars being fought now are being fought with echoes of the past, but we've entered a new period of transformational, technological shifting and change that's being fought in a different way. It's kind of like when we invaded Iraq. You know, we dropped leaflets, we megaphone into the country, we disseminate disinformation techniques, demoralization, which is completely been super effective here in the United States. Most Americans, no matter what party you are on, are completely demoralized at this point. Even if you back one candidate over the other, if you ask anyone, Democrat or Republican, they'll both tell you everything sucks. Americans going the wrong direction. They don't have a lot of hope for the future. I mean, the list goes on and on. So everybody's aware that something is materially wrong, but they don't know what to do about it, which is exactly what humans want. By the way, it's exactly what they have to die. You know, I find it so heartbreaking now that we're losing our country. I find it terrifying. But most people don't understand, like what we're talking about today, that they don't see it. Not you tuning in, but the majority aren't smart enough to realize that they're in World War III and they're being overthrown just like any population, indigenous or not. And that they're infecting you with actual stuff, and also ideas and misinformation and demoralization, propaganda campaigns, and a whole lot more. And now you're freaking shipwrecked on an island all by yourself with not a lot of resources. You're hanging out here with Tom Hanks right now with your volleyball, scared and out of your mind and realizing, oh my gosh, it's only been 248 years and it's already over? You know,
We deserve better candidates. We deserve better people. Honestly, it's the best you got up on stage yesterday. That's the best America has. We're a laughing stock. That's unimpressive. That is completely unimpressive. And I think a lot of you probably agree with me on that. So, the war techniques now are completely different from anything you've ever witnessed. And it's extremely effective. And they've rolled it out now. And now they're going over meaningful topics like AI, economic collapse, hyperinflation, the fact that they now give more power to companies with no legal liability. Carte blanche now to do whatever they want. Let me give you an example of this thing that didn't get Maui. Now it's with the fires. They've actually given the electrical companies carte blanche to turn off all of our power at a moment's notice, whatever they decide. See how that works? They use an emergency that they failed to prevent. They didn't even sound the alarms. And now, in the future, they'll just turn your power off, and they can do it implicitly because now they're in full tyrannical control. Smart meters on your house measuring how much natural gas you use because they're going to turn off if they don't like you. If they don't like your politics, they won't allow you to hold an airplane if you're not on the right side of their panopticon. And their cameras surveilling and tracking you. It's scanning you. It's so. We've been in a period shipwreck in the United States of America, and a lot of people are allowing it to happen. They're fighting back. This is what's so crazy. They're not like the general finding solutions. They're not like you smart enough to see what's happening. They're not organizing communities like we are. They're not taking into the private market and fighting back. They're connected to the land and their spirit. They don't know God. They like humility. They like history. Education system. Flawed. Rigged. Used for control. Institutions. Flawed. Rigged. Used for control. The money supply. Rigged. A scam. Used for control. The list goes on and on. And what they did in the last couple of years, the topic I can't really talk about that easily online, actually was more recurring than most people don't even know. It's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing. Here's the tragedy. We're the indigenous populations now. You tuning in, you're the one being conquered. You're the one being exposed to their disease. You're the one that's being overthrown. See how that works? Nobody will escape. The tears and the horrors of what happened throughout history of which we study, that then again arrives. Like Mark Twain said, you think you're immune? You think you're safe? You're not immune. You're less safe. You're less connected to the Lord. You're less in touch with your soul and the earth. You have zero knowledge. This is what I believe that the ancient people of Hawaii knew. And I believe they still know it today. And by the way, now it's a spiritual issue. You can feel the gods. You can feel them. There's a saying in Maui that you're either a good person and the island accepts you, or it'll spit you out hard. And it's obvious. I mean, it's apparent that you got to be on the right side of this great work here. Which, by the way, that's funny. Isn't it strange how people think that they're special, that this hasn't been done before, that somehow, the politicians have it all figured out, they have it figured out. Most of these people don't even know what they're doing. They're just continually control, deception. And now, we're fought on different levels. So, Ukraine, we're on a change there, air, sea, land. They're funding insurgency groups like they did in Iraq and Afghanistan, fifth-generation warfare. They're using tariffs, economic war, sanctions, another method of more fifth-generation warfare, so they've gotten smarter. They also do things like loan out money to countries that need it and then strong-arm them into their culture. It's strong-arm them into their politics. It's, how would I describe it? I was going to say, like, scapegoat, but it's the other word. Extortion, essentially. It's what the mob does. It's what they do, in the Godfather movies. So they use that as a tactic. And so the debate, man, nobody won. The person that actually lost was you tuning in America. And honestly, I think it's gone so far that there's no turning back. This system is so corrupted. And most of the human population actually comply. Because they either strong or loose and extorted and peer pressure into it, and or they currently didn't know. Now the elites have you exactly where they want you. Biologically invading, territorial acquisition of your body, and invasion of your sovereignty rights. Unless it's peace and language, which is your mind, your heart, your soul, and your spirit. It's why you're not to allow them to do that. I alert you to fight back. Just like you were stealing your land. I ask you to organize with like minds and share the message of truth and liberty. And don't fall into the trap of the two-party system. Or Trump said this, or Trump said that. And by the way, the comment that he made about cats, yeah, there's truth on that, but you've got to be kidding me, man. Makes Republicans look like a freaking laughing stock. Like, I knew they would take that clip and be like, but they're taking the cats and eating them. They're taking the dogs and eating them. Yeah, they're going to use that and, weaponize it against Republicans and Christians, which is what they're doing. They're bringing Christians in and Republicans and conservatives and patriots into the two-party division. And then they're going to use that as an excuse to attack and make a mockery of and use it as a tool to say, see, this is why we got to do these things like censor you, surveil you, track you, get it into your minds because, it's a matter of safety, Christopher. You want to stay safe out there, so let people, the computer guy, tries to surveil you and just ain't gonna happen, buddy. Ain't gonna happen because real freedom fighters, real patriots, real believers in God and the earth that know God. You're going to unlock the secret of truth, reality, and we know what counts and what matters, and we know that everything is best with us. We know it's better and more important to stand with all of our needs and not to fly and die free men and women and whatever it is to sacrifice our integrity and our lives and our freedom and our victory. Bruce. So today, as I stand on sea level with the God's valley and Jesus Christ the King, I urge you to leave a comment, share this beautiful video, pray, and join us today, weeks tomorrow. Join us. Join us.
Is it? No.
Is of course with that because you all once again one day at 9:31 the news of course all I hit last night. And also we have big news today. The Russians are doing yet more attacks. And also Ukraine has a new weapon. That's lovely to hear. And also it's good to see you all once again. And of course, Phoenix has 48 hours of the news of the war in Ukraine after our really long break from streaming for 48 hours on Monday night off, and also our night off last night because we major televised event after the site. But we are back, and we are also going to be counting down the days until we go on our vacation that will be starting this Saturday on the 14th of September, meaning that today, tomorrow, and the next day's stream are going to be the last three streams that we have before we take our break on the 14th to the 18th, and then hopefully we're back on there by the 19th. So we're counting down the days to vacation here on this channel. But nevertheless, we have massive news to start off these last 3 days with, and it has been absolutely massive. When waves of ground attacks hitting the area around the city of Moscow, started, of course, by the Ukrainian armed forces that hitting a large amount of targets and also indirectly hitting some non-targets around the city, it appears that the least amount of damage has been caused in the city of Moscow over just the past 48 hours. Not only that, we've also been able to hear of a Su-30, a very high-end, very expensive fighter aircraft for the Russian Federation, getting shot down for the loss of the area of the Black Sea west of the Crimea Peninsula. We were also able to hear of major activities within the area of the first Oblast. We heard from the Russians started the counterattack south of the Regosen, immediately found the counterattack, and they're now having their bridges blown up. I guess that's what happens when you burn all your bridges. But we're also able to hear of more action happening in the area as the Ukrainians have continued to hammer the Russians in this area, and also the Russians have now closed the first nuclear power plant to any kind of food traffic due to the fear of Ukrainian special forces teams being able to infiltrate the area and conduct some form of sabotage. Now to that, we've also been able to get major news from inside of Ukraine as well, as the Cross events have been still planned on into another several days, with the Russian forces making almost little to no progress whatsoever. The defensive line holding fairly strongly, and if these casualties still being inflicted in heavy numbers on the Russians within this front, appearing to show that the Russians may not be able to make an advance in this area beyond this point, well as the foreseeable future. We have also been able to get news from the northern area of the province, showing that the Ukrainians are continuing to inflict casualties on Russian forces in this area, although the front line has largely been inactive, and the Russians have not been able to make any advances in either of the Ukrainians'
largely creating a stalemate in the area of the front. Meanwhile, the Ukrainians still are working on their primary logistical objective here in the south, striking Russian supply depots within the city of Mariupol, and also striking Russian supply trucks, vehicles, as well as artillery around the area of the Zaporizhzhia front close to the Serbian line. And lastly, we did hear a little bit of action happening in the Kherson region as anti-air defense in this area was active overnight, shooting down Russian drones that were penetrating the airspace. We also got to see the Ukrainians conducting attacks, drone attacks in particular, off the Russians on the southern side of the Dnipro River. We have absolutely
all that happened in the last 48 hours. It's like much more back over my video
and it's loads. I mean, it's an insanely high amount of news that we have to cover over these past 48 hours, and it has been absolutely insane. And we're going to be covering all of this, and not only that, we're going to be covering everything else that I was not really able to talk about all too much. Like Iran has now been actually been supplying missiles at this very moment to the Russian Federation. And we also got a very shocking bit of news from the United Kingdom. While we are going to be waiting to tell you all that news for a little bit later on the stream, it's not going to be that much later on, so make sure this is sticking around for some engagement points in Moscow, and then we're pretty much going to pop right over to the UK immediately and start talking about what happened there. There will be some major announcements that came out today, but moving on, it's the city of Moscow. The great city of Moscow, Moskva, as they call it in Russia. It is the city that's the heart of the Russian Federation. 11 million people, 10% of the entire population of the Russian Federation lives in the confines of the city of Moscow. It is the most strategically important city in the Russian Federation. It is governmentally the most important city in the Russian Federation. And it is economically the most important city in the Russian Federation. Anything that happens in Moscow ends up directly affecting the country as a whole, either on one of those three levels. We are able to see that over the past few hours, the Ukrainians have tried to inflict as much damage as physically possible onto the city of Moscow. We are able to loads of books and information about this attack, and also a little bit more about what they were going to do. This picture here, though, shows either what was a Ukrainian drone that ended up crashing into the apartment building or a Russian air defense missile that missed the start and then ended up slamming into the building. This is kind of what y'all know with an idea. That the air attack that happened was large, considering that we didn't really know this was love. We don't know the Russian missile or the Ukrainian drone, and it seems as though the Russians really don't know that much about what actually blew up on this building either. It's a complete mystery to everyone. And it kind of gives you an idea of how many air targets are in the air at a single time over the city of Moscow. They all on this clip. And also, our next portion also very interesting as well. We were able to see the attack of Moscow in a more so fleshed out way with some video showing us some of the explosions and fires that resulted from either air missiles fired by the Russians in Moscow air that missed their targets and the building or drones that had been hit in the buildings or drones that just here in the building. So here's our first clip showing one of the explosions that happened within Moscow. And that was a pretty interesting one. But moving on from that, and into our next clip, this one also appears to be showing another explosion. Several in Moscow amongst the high rises, and the other drone ends up slamming into a building. Pretty wild, but not gonna lie. And moving on from that into our next clip beyond that, we can also see some of the damage that was caused by one of the drones that ended up exploding onto the building. Air missile. At least in this clip, we did see the other last clips impacting buildings, but this building, we don't really know what it was hit by. It could have been a missile, not entirely sure. But, also, unfortunately, I'm sure you already covered it a bit. There's also rumors running around that maybe the Russian electronic warfare weapons might have been appeared from flying past those drones. I wasn't able to get concrete confirmation of that, but there were rumors floating around from Ukrainian sources of that. Do you know for a fact, or do you think that the targets were drones, or do you think there was maybe a drone on board from Russia? We don't entirely know. Because the thing is that the Ukrainians are claiming that not really getting a lot of confirmation about their actual targets, or if there were any kind of warfare systems that were active in Russia. Historically, the Russian system had been fairly inadequate due to a lot of being like from the warfare system, so it's possible that there could have been some interference, but at the same time,
likely that these forces end up getting near the course, one way or the other, end up accidentally or maybe deliberately flying into the buildings. We're not entirely sure, but we'll try and get some more information as we go. Right now, all we have is all the best live and believe me, there's about 9 different reasons about why everything else is the accident I would assume that the probably because they've never done that for 30 days before. So I would doubt if they would have done that on the 31st day of the war for no reason, because it doesn't really help to win over the hearts and minds of Russian people that they did something like this before. So I'm more so leaning towards the idea that there probably was some sort of an accident or some sort of warfare jamming that happened that led to these rules in these buildings. But still, it's a fairly interesting occurrence, but still showing the absolute size and scale of the coup that actually happened. We're going to look at a couple of other clips. Other areas of Moscow seem to go very far outskirts of these in some direction, just before these attacks. We can see one out here in a high-rise looking towards the city, where you see a beautiful smoke rise. We're not really sure if that's in a parking lot, but here's the buildings are fairly low level in that area, and they actually connect with some sort of airfield due to the lights and lights, the floodlights specifically, that are surrounding the facility. Pretty interesting, but it's still showing a little bit more damage, at least within the area. We're also able to see this clip right here, the Ukrainian P-2 long-range drone flying past someone and then exploding not too far away, showing us that the target at that time was meant to was apparently close nearby. We have not said, and I hate to say this, get geolocation because it is in some sort of southern near the area of the outskirts of Moscow. I'm assuming it's most likely within the Kharkiv area, the southeast side of the city, but we have not been able to confirm that yet, and we have not been able to tell what target of this thing exactly did and the kind of damage to the car. But it's still very good to know the Ukrainians were able to successfully moving here. This is just another bit out of the thousands of points that we have not really had access to before, or we have had a scale of happening in Moscow yet. Many people would say the Moscow air defense perimeter is the only formidable one in the country, that it's much more armed and much more armed than any other kind of air defense perimeter that we've seen anywhere else in Russia and anywhere within the occupied area. And we still have reason to believe that that is true. But one thing that is starting to surface now is that with these drones, it appears that the Moscow air defense will still be overrun, and if the drones actually can fly into the metropolitan area and start hitting targets within that area. We don't really know how many air defense systems and how many interceptors the Russians have available to their surrounding air defense garrisons to be able to create the defense perimeter around the city of Moscow. But we are actually assuming that it may be somewhat low. There may be only a pansier for every several miles or every dozen miles around the outside of the perimeter, meaning that in any single area there is maybe 12 interceptor missiles that are available, and maybe at a stretch, if they were incredibly close, to these pansiers or anti-aircraft guns at their disposal. Beyond that, we assume that the Moscow air defense perimeter is still lightly equipped and lightly armed for the kind of challenges that it's starting to face from Ukrainian drone attacks, and the Russians will have to be faced with the dilemma of drawing preciously needed air defense systems from the front inside of Ukraine and inside of Kursk and back towards Moscow to further fortify their air defense perimeter, or we will have to allow these attacks to continue and either lean heavily on ground-based air interception, literally with just machine guns and small arms, or they will have to conduct electronic warfare, or there's another alternative where they can start to do what Ukraine has begun inside of the front line, which is to use other drones in an anti-drone warfare role. Although we think that's highly unlikely at this point, because the Russians are still not winning in the drone numbers game on the front lines. They're still trying to equalize that fight as well. So we are assuming that the Russians may actually ignore the situation and allow for these attacks to continue, build up against the Moscow air defense perimeter, continue to overrun the limited air defense that they have in this area at the expense of the Russians living in Moscow, and also at the expense of industrial military targets that will also get hit as well. And you will also able to hear another bombshell that might make everything more difficult for the Russians very soon. Foreign operating services on the internet will cease function inside of Russia incredibly soon. This was probably the according to the Department of Treasury, here is the statement that put out today. The Department of Treasury, Washington, D.C. Office of Foreign Assets Control, determination pursuant to Section 1B2 of the Order 14071, prohibition on certain information technology and software services. Pursuant to Section 1 and 1B and 5, Executive Order 14071, on April 6, 2022, prohibited new investment in and services to the Russian Federation in response to the Russian Federation aggression, and 31 CFR, and in consultation with the Department of State, I hereby determine that prohibitions and sections shall apply to the following categories of services: information technology, IT consultancy and design services, and IT support services and cloud-based services for the following categories of software: enterprise management software, and design and manufacturing software, collectively covered software. As a result, the following activities are prohibited, except to the extent provided by law or unless licensed or authorized by the Office of Foreign Assets Control: the exportation, re-exportation, sale, or supply, directly or indirectly, from the United States or by a United States person, wherever located, of IT consultancy and design services, or of IT support services or cloud-based services, or covered software to any person located in the Russian Federation. Meaning, in short, anything that has to do with internet technical assistance or any kind of software that helps out in that is completely barred from running inside of the Russian Federation, completely barred from being sold to them, and you're completely barred from providing any service that would help to further these objectives. As many of y'all know, the Russians are already pretty far backwards on the computer technology industry. And as a matter of fact, even since the late 1970s, inside the Soviet Union, the Soviet and Russian computer industry does not exist. The entire system works on foreign imported computer systems, mostly from the Western world, like the United States. This statement today that's been put out by the Department of the Treasury is going to be putting a massive, massive handicap on the Russians' abilities to do practically anything on a modern and fast scale. Computer technology, largely, has been a double-edged sword. It has provided a lot of good. I would assume that our show is pretty okay, but it's also provided a lot of negative, at least in terms of social impact, and a lot of people still argue about that to this day. But one thing they cannot deny is that computer technology in the form of industrial applications has been massively important in the modern world for allowing a country to be able to operate efficiently, and also for the corporation companies within that nation to also operate at their max capacity and be competitive to other countries around the entire world. The fact that the Russians are pretty much going to be denied access to any kind of foreign computer services that they've largely been using up to this point, they actually need a long-term death knell in this war for the Russian Federation, as the Russians now either have to build this from the ground up, which they really don't have the ability to do, or they may have to try and replace everything over the span of years with Chinese tech and software, which could be devastating and damaging in its own right for the Russian Federation, honestly. But this is an absolute big one right here. It doesn't seem that big, it's just a statement by the Department of Treasury. But the actual implications of this across the board for the rest of time is going to be a really big thing for the Russians. It was a massive thing for the Soviet Union, because back in the day, the Soviets really had no option to mass import westernized computers like from IBM, the Soviet computer manufacturer in the United States. They had to largely smuggle those in from third-party countries, and even then, they didn't have enough of them to actually make an impact. And that's why economic decline in the Soviet Union started to catch on in the last 2 decades, the 1970s and 80s, is because the Russians, technologically and information-wise, were not able to keep up with the West, and they were not able to keep up with the information sharing and computational abilities that computers provide through the simple kind of a paper system that they've been working on up to that point. And that's also why we start to see that economic backslide start to occur in the Soviet Union, is because, simply put, they were becoming highly uncompetitive with the West because of the massive gap failure that they had with the computers technology sphere. and it looks like that's going to haunt them to this day, as they're now going to be pretty much cut off from any form of Western information technology or information technology service they can use. But anyway, I wonder if that's going to be a double-edged sword because, you know, it seems like, while it's a good thing, obviously it should come along with Western stuff, and you shouldn't have access to it if they've done a terrible thing with invading Ukraine. But at the same time, it seems like it's driving them to be closer to our enemies, for example, China. Because now we're going to get really embedded in the Chinese, probably places like Google and all these things, because they probably can't build it from the ground up. So I wonder if it's kind of like a double-edged sword. Kind of like doing a good thing by cutting them off, but also a bad thing at the same time by driving them closer to our enemies. Oh, it might be a double-edged sword, possibly. But we have to remember that the computer technology the Russians use is mostly Western provided. Companies like IBM and Intel, those are big main providers of computer technology in Russia. So even if it does turn towards the Chinese, the Chinese aren't really going to get that big of a benefit out of it because the Russian economy is incredibly small still, although, you know, they're getting cut out and having to replace. It's not really that big of a growth for the Chinese. And not only that, the Russians now will have billions of dollars, maybe even tens of billions of dollars, or now dozens of billions of dollars of useless computer systems that they really can't operate or use because it's not really connected to the rest of the outside world, and they really can't maintain them and keep them beyond the next few years. So it's really demand a race to be done, kind of massive expenditure to be conducted for the Russians to replace most of their computer systems with something somewhat comparable to China. Although, you know, the Chinese and their reliability is just questionable, and the malware that comes in with this also usually, yeah, the Chinese are going to love that, like handing over equipment and computers to Russia. That's going to allow them like a straight access to whatever's going on in their system. And that's why I was thinking to myself, like, I don't know if this happens or not. It seems like it'd be a smart thing to do. That maybe we could use these programs that were basically taken away from Russia to use that to spy on them at the same time. I wonder if we're losing that ability in the background. I know China's going to do that. Like, that would be stupid not to. That's like getting access to Russian systems by getting involved in basically building out their computer systems like that. That's true. I wonder how that's actually going to go. But this is a fairly major thing to happen today, and we'll only have to wait to see how this actually starts to pan out on the kind of information later that we start to get on the Russian ITs here. But moving on from that, we have had a lot of talk about the major attack that happened in Moscow. Some of the videos that we saw, they came out that showed that some Ukrainian drones did end up impacting and into some of the larger high-rises within the specific suburb of Moscow. And a lot of people are wondering, were those the intended targets, or were they not? And a lot of people have been putting their opinions and their input into this, and a lot of people seem to believe that this was not a deliberate action by Ukraine. But Matthew, what are people thinking, and what are you thinking about it as well? All right, so we did see those Ukrainian drones come in and hit some buildings in Moscow. It appears maybe an apartment block was one of them. So the big question is, were those the intended targets, or were they off-course or interfered with? So about 57% of the majority said it was accidental or interference from Russian EW, while 19% said yes, Ukraine did target those buildings intentionally, and 12% said we need more intel from Ukraine to make a proper conclusion. And I would say this, the Ukraine has no reason to go and start hitting civilian targets like that, and I don't believe they're starting to do that now. I think there was some kind of issue with the electronic warfare system that Russia has that caused it to go off course. That could be one explanation for it. Or number two, simply veered off course and went the wrong way for whatever technical glitch might happen. I just don't think that Ukraine went on this mission to start hurting civilians. They've never done that for the entire war. Why would they start doing it now all of a sudden? Because they are still winning. Ukraine's holding ground, and also they're taking ground off of Russia. So they're not desperate. Why would they start hurting civilians? That would make no sense. So I'm actually looking for 7%. But of course, we'll say I would have to be 57% as well. I've never seen the Ukrainians do that attack, but it's a deliberate act of harming civilians plan. I've never seen that before. We've seen that Ukraine went through a good old course in Sarkov and ended up getting a target building down there. And now we've seen about 1 or 2 drones end up hitting a target building in Moscow. I'm having a feeling that that's most likely because of some kind of electronic warfare interference that may be disrupting the signal to the drum. It just seems unlikely that over the entirety of the war, Ukraine is attacking targets inside of Russia.
they never hit civilian targets and they start now. That would seem might be unlikely. Maybe if you see a pattern of this over months where they start to hit buildings over and over like that, then you could change that statement. But for now, I'm assuming that this was an accident of sort because the Ukrainians have never done anything like this. I don't think they would ever really start, in my honest opinion, unless we get through I'm doubting that we ever will get. Also, really quickly, the whole Iran and on to the Navy British because we did get some news about what Britain said today about it. We'll discuss it kind of left. I do want to make sure to make this happen. I see a lot of people asking questions about this, and we have to get this out there for sort of the cricketers here. A lot of people are asking, when are we going on vacation? Have we had vacation yet? When is the vacation? The vacation is not here yet. This is actually the third to last stream that we are running for our vacation. So tonight's stream will be live, tomorrow night's stream will be live, and the stream after that will be live. But starting on Saturday, our local time, which is Central Time, or what which is Eastern Standard Time here in America, from the 14th of September, Eastern Standard Time, which means that the Australians and everything else will have at that point, y'all will on the 15th. So from beneath the Central Time, from 14th on the Eastern Time, from the 14th of September to the 18th of September, from live stream, that will not have a Saturday night stream, a Sunday night stream, that was not have a Sunday night fundraiser this week. We will also not have a Tuesday and a Wednesday night stream. Of course, the Monday night stream never happens anyways. We're always off that day. That's how it kind of works. We will be off those days. We'll be back on the 19th. And what we were planning, what we were hoping, is that we'll be able to get right back to where we are right here to a Monday stream on the 19th. We are not entirely sure that that will be possible. It could be the fact that for some reason something happens to end up getting back late or not able to stream. So we can promise y'all that each stream will be going on the 20th of September. But expect largely the 14th of the 18th. No streams. The 19th of September is a 50-50 chance, and the 20th is a 1% chance that we'll be right back to schedule like we have been for years. I want to make sure to get that out, y'all, because you see a lot of people still asking questions about that. We have to make that as clear as possible because it seems like many may have not heard about that. The statement was supposed to end since the beginning of August, making sure that everyone knows when we're supposed to be out on vacation. But I want to make sure that we get it out there. Before I go on into the main review, I do want to make sure to thank all of y'all so much for having been here for so long and enjoying this channel so much. So many of y'all want to explain that we're going to be off on vacation, saying that we're concerned with vacation, we're on vacation. I don't ever believe in saying some certain things that are in we are this isn't something that we do where y'all know us. Y'all can go watch the camera there and get y'all's lyrics from absolute game. Like for some reason, y'all got pictures from this channel. And I didn't think y'all should be giving us the ability and the option or really the chance to tell every single well news. We're about 930 days up to this point. I actually feel pretty bad taking this vacation because while all of y'all want us to take one, I feel like we owe y'all everything. And I feel like we should always be dedicated to getting y'all news as up to date as possible with the help available all the time and everything. But I do thank everyone so much for their time. This is time. Well, I really appreciate what we've done. It means a lot to us. We will, of course, make sure to tell you exactly every single little thing that we did on this vacation when we come back. We can't share anything up to that point because we largely have a whole bunch of very weird people out there. Not on this channel, they're elsewhere, but they will make sure to try and do anything we can. So we can't tell y'all any details or updates up to that point. But once we come back, we will be making sure to share the information with y'all and let y'all know what we get. But still, but I can say that if something major does happen on vacation, I do have my mobile studio, so we will make a short video if something big does happen. If big news comes out of Ukraine or some other region of the world, I will stop what I'm doing and make the video, because we're not going to miss a big news event, even if we're on vacation. I will take a moment to make the video. If it takes a few hours, I'll do it. So we're not going to miss anything, but there won't be the usual stream at the same time. And so with that, I hope we were able to address that. Obviously, saw a lot of questions about that. I want to make sure to try and do as best we can. But with that, it is time for us to move on over to the UK, because today I'm going to give you all the news. Many people have been asking when, and they haven't been asking when about when the war is going to be won or when the war is going to be lost. They've been asking when about when is the West going to allow long-range weapons to be fired deep inside the Russian Federation and hit strategic targets that are within reach of these missiles, particularly the Storm Shadow and the ATACMS missiles. And a lot of people have been wondering when that will be. It looks like it may have been never. And here on this channel, we largely started to float a theory. Because a lot of people said that the United States is going to authorize the use of their long-range weapons inside of Russia. And we largely said no, or at least they won't be the first. We said